Everybody, welcome to our afternoon session of our council meeting today. It is Tuesday, August 5th, 2025. Go ahead and call the meeting to order and pass it to Clementine for a roll call and to share announcements with the public.
Councilmember Barber.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Rash. Here. Councilmember Smith and Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And public comment and participation information is provided on this meeting's agenda, which is online at monterey.gov/agendas. In-person attendees, please keep your electronic devices muted to prevent audio interference. And thank you for participating in your city government.
So thank you, Clementine. With that, we'll go ahead and go to general public comments. So these are for non-agendized matters, for items that are not on today's agenda. Just to share with everybody how this works, we will open it up for anybody that wishes to speak for public comment, and this is for this item or any other item. Once those folks are identified, we'll go ahead and close it off, and then only those folks will be able to speak. So once the close period happens, nobody else will be able to add themselves to the public comment period. So I'm going to go ahead and check on Zoom first, and I'll do a countdown. Oh, well, before I do the countdown, navigate your way to the raise hand function, and then I'll check in the chamber. In the meantime, anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item, if you wouldn't mind standing to the left of the podium, or identify yourself by raising your hand. I don't see anybody sitting that has their hand raised, so am I missing anybody? Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and close it off in the chamber, and then I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 on Zoom. We're going to leave it to 2 minutes. So please go ahead and start in the chamber, please.
Thank you very much. My name is John Tilley. First off, let me thank Hans for your service to the city. You've been tremendous and very helpful. Thank you very much. I speak on behalf of the Monterey Commercial Property Owners Association and also the Coalition of Peninsula Businesses in regard to your proposed letter to the CPUC.
This is that's an agendized item. This is for general public comments for items that are not on today's
agenda. Would you like for me to wait?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thanks again, Hans.
Please.
Hi, Mayor, Council, staff. My name is Anthony Mitchell. I am a trade professional, and we are a certified registered Department of Energy Services company that we represent a program that's funded directly from the Public Utility Commission for government and K-12 entities. The firm's name is Echo Green Solutions. Basically, we have access to funds that the city pays into every time the city pays your electric bill. About 8 to 10% of that fund goes into an account that's controlled by the Public Utility Commission. The program's been around for, well, we've been doing this since 2007, so it's been around for quite a while. We met with your staff well over a year ago, met with the engineering as well. Everybody was really interested. There was a program change, the year changed, and so we're back just to discuss and request an information session with the city and members of the council. Basically, what we're looking to do is help the city offset the rate increase costs and lower your carbon footprint and lower your electrical usage throughout multiple bills, actually your entire portfolio, if you're open to it. Parks, recreation, city offices, fire, and PD. We've already done this work for Monterey 1. We're working right now with the County of Monterey doing this exact same work. Also to Royal Oaks and the City of Marina have already been completed. What we do is we do energy assessments throughout the city using these funds to pay for all the work that we identify. As of January 1st of this year, all your fluorescent lights throughout the city were banned and outlawed. You can't buy them, and even if you have them, you can't legally install them. So the program that we represent will pay to upgrade all that content to LED. They'll also look at all your lift stations, your motors, your pumps, your air conditioning, your ball field lights, anything that the city has that has an energy footprint. There's no money out of pocket to the city. There's no budget impact to the city. It's all funded through this fund that you're already paying into on a monthly basis every time you pay your bill. So the only time you can get those funds back is to utilize this through this type of a program. The program itself is RFP'd through a very rigorous RFP process. The government K-12 program was selected. It's called GK-12. We are the contractor builder for that program. And so we're here just to ask for information gathering with the city to talk about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I know you've been already in communication with staff, but if you wouldn't mind maybe connecting with Nat over here, our assistant city manager, make sure you guys get connected to have that conversation. Thank you.
Right. Are we ready? Okay.
My name is Mira Nisim. I'm a local resident. I grew up here in Monterey County, and I'm here with my 3 children, raising them in the valley where I grew up and trying the best that I can to survive in this economy. My husband and I are permitted street vendors. We work down in Monterey at the wharf between the parking and the wharf itself. I just wanted to come again to speak to some issues. One is to follow up with my comments in March. I spoke to Nat and the sheriff, the local Monterey police came down and we talked about the safety of the bike path. I haven't heard any updates on that, but I am still very concerned. There are accidents happening monthly, if not weekly or bi-weekly, including this weekend. Someone was hit really hard by an e-bike. I haven't seen any markings. I haven't seen any signage yet. If we really want to address health and safety down by the wharf area, that is the place to start. Also, just to share with you the sinking feeling that I had on Thursday to see that this ordinance was being put on the consent agenda. And I don't know if you're going to pull it from consent, but I did request that the sidewalk ordinance be pulled from consent tonight. It is definitely a controversial issue. And I don't
If
feel
you have
like,
comments on that, I just ask you for them to be safe for that, and it will be pulled.
okay, I request that you pull it from the
Yep, it'll
consent.
be pulled.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I've been really, making comments. I come here in person. I send them in. We are hardworking citizens. We're
Sorry,
doing the
I-
best we can.
Yep, I just want to make sure you'll have another opportunity to come up and speak on that item specifically. So if you have anything else, by all means, feel free to finish your time.
Okay, thank you very much. So yes, I appreciate being heard and that being acknowledged. And I will speak more after.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
I'd like to rebut some of the things that.
Okay, so okay, sorry, real quick. So once you get up to the mic, you can start your public comments and then the timer will start and you'll have your 2 minutes. Okay, coordinate with, why don't you coordinate with staff so you can get that set up? And in the meantime, we can take the next public speaker.
It's not a sidewalk thing, it's not my right to rebut.
Okay.
Rebuttal.
Okay, we can take, while you're getting that set up with staff, we can take the next public speaker.
Yeah, this has been called from consent.
Yeah, so if it's on the agenda, then it's not the opportunity to talk about it. Anything on the consent, there will be an opportunity for public comment and the public can request items to be pulled. Yep, yep. Why don't we start with are we good to go, Nat?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So is your comment have to do with the ordinance?
Nope. It has to do with misleading presentations that have been made to the city council. I'm here to inform the city council that last week, the mayor and the city council were lied to, defrauded, and this is really just an incredible thing because you are our voted representative. So when somebody comes in here and makes false and fraudulent claims, it's really disturbing because you're defrauding every voter who voted for you. And so I'll call your attention to this photograph. And this knob right here, where I'm putting my finger. Is that right? Oh, okay.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. So if you look right there, it looks like, I don't know, it looks like that pole is sitting right in the middle of the bike path. And you might think it looks like it's in the bike path, or you might not. But if somebody were to give you an untrue statement of how you're supposed to look at this photo, if they were to say, quote, as you can see, the causeway from now to the wharf is, no. Okay, you can see the vendor structure and the person standing in the rec trail and obstructing the rec trail.
Okay, so
Now,
I apologize.
actually,
I apologize. Your comments are related to
Yeah.
the item that's on the agenda.
so they're
So I'm
related
gonna
to
ask
Tony Lombardo
I'm gonna
lying.
you to save those.
No,
for-
I'm just talking about Tony Lombardo
Okay.
lying to the council.
Okay.
And and this is the rebuttal that I wasn't
Please-
allowed to have.
Please let me finish.
Yeah,
All right. Government code provides that members of the public may address the council on any item that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council.
okay.
Please proceed if you have comments under the jurisdiction of the council as it relates to general public comments for items that are on the agenda. So I'm, but I just want you to follow the process like everybody else has to, please. Okay. Are these for comments that are not to do with the ordinance?
Yes.
Okay. Are we trying to screen share?
Yeah.
Okay.
This photo was shown last week to the city council, and it's saying that bikes and pedestrians are on a bike path. When in fact, if you see on the ground, it says it's a mixed use bike path. So I just feel that like that needs to be shown. And then here it shows it's a mixed use bike path. So there is no crowding of the bike path. Supposedly, this is what the bike path actually looks like. And so that's an actual real photo. This is a real photo of how there's access to the.
Okay. Same thing. I'm gonna,
Just saying that this needs to be-
listen, you guys are, you're taking a stretch too far. It's not within the purview of general public comments. You're gonna have your time to talk on this topic, but it's not in front of us right now. So if you don't have general public comments for items that are not on today's agenda, then I'm just gonna ask you to please wait until that item is pulled from the consent, and then you'll be able to speak on that item.
And my last statement is that I was standing in line to speak and Tony Lombardo was sitting right next to me. And I said, Tony, you can go in front of me. And he says, no, it's your turn. And then we had another vendor stand up and he got where he was going to be behind Tony Lombardo. And he was not allowed. They said, you go first. And Tony Lombardo was designated to be the last speaker. And then we were not able to rebut any of his photos.
Okay.
That were all.
Okay. All right.
I'm saying that's a process.
Okay. I'm gonna start reading my script again if you don't. Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to the public commenters on Zoom, please.
Calling on our first one, which is a telephone caller with the last three digits 312. And you will need to dial *6 to unmute. Go ahead, please.
Yes, good afternoon, honorable council members and Mr. Mayor. My name is Margaret Ann Coppernall. Your CPUC letter is critical to our existential water.
The CPUC letter is on the agenda. So I'm going to make this announcement one more time for folks. If it's on today's agenda, please wait to speak for public comment once that agenda item is heard. Right now, we're asking for general public comments for items that are not on today's agenda.
Okay, well, they asked me to speak. That's why I came on. I'm sorry. I don't know when it's on the agenda. I can't see.
Yeah, just stand by for a little bit here and we'll pull that item so that you can speak to that. Okay, next comment, please.
All right, this next one is another telephone caller with the last three digits 874.
Hello, good day, Mayor. Good day to the City Council. And this is, again, Dan Normanderis. Just a comment on the last time when I made a comment about disabled parking, I guess it wasn't clearly recognized. I didn't mean the entire city of Monterey. I meant the area of the harbor parking lot. In that area, it was it's well known that there's very few disabled parking spaces. And for the amount of space available in parking, there's very low number of disabled parking in that general area, and it probably should be expanded to allow for more disabled, because every single time the parking lot's even half full, there are no disabled parking spaces available in that general area. And the next closest street is more than 200 yards away, maybe 2.5 football fields is the next public parking space. And in the comment I made before, the parking supervisor was stating that there's parking spaces available almost everywhere throughout the city, but in that general area of the public parking, there's very limited parking for disabled.
Thank you for your public comment. If you wouldn't mind following up by sending an email to suggest@monterey.org, and that way if staff has any additional questions to get some information for you, they can do some follow-up.
Yes, and also since public comment, a little bit more, you commented on before I finished. I have a little bit of an issue. I don't know if it's more private than than public because before I had an issue with the city assistant manager, and the assistant manager I think is being put in charge of management for anger and addressing issues with disciplinary actions through people that work for the city. And I feel it's a little bit of a conflict of interest since that person that's in charge of that part is actually a person that I have unresolved issues with because it might be the same exact person, but I know it's from the manager's office where I got yelled at. And I asked the city manager, Hans, to get back to me on if anything's been done. And also knowing that every single person that's working in their offices are supposed to, after 2 years, have sensitivity training. And there's been several council members that have acted unprofessional, and even in the planning department, where issues of unprofessional attitudes. And just to note to the mayor, have the staff had their sensitivity training because it's supposed to take place every 2 years. Thank you.
Do we have another? Is there another call?
Are we all set? Oh, sorry. I apologize. I thought that there was more there. Okay, it's back to me. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment and we will go to consent. There's been a request to pull items 3 and 7. Does anybody on the council wish to pull anything else or have remarks?
No.
Hans and Nat, I'm sorry, this is a new process that we're following here.
Yeah.
Is there any other items requested to be pulled from the community?
Only item, I'm only aware about item number 3, which is the sidewalk vending ordinance, and number 7, which is the NCIP funding.
Okay, and then with that, I will open it up to the public to see if there's any additional items that are requested to be pulled. And I'll check on Zoom first for folks to use the raise hand function. While you're navigating your way there, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to pull anything else from the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's nobody on Zoom. Bring it back to the council for motion and deliberation. Not everybody at once.
I'll make a motion that we approve.
There we go.
Consent
I got it. Movement and second.
with the exception of 3 and 7.
Any other discussion on this item? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we will move to item 3, second reading of the sidewalk vending ordinance update. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you like to have a presentation or do you want to just jump into the taking public comment?
Could we have a 1-minute recap of
You
what
can-
the item is,
yeah.
not at length here, just to kind of give a quick overview for context?
Levi Hill will present.
Perfect.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Hans. Sure. 1-minute version. As you recall from our last meeting, we introduced the first reading of the sidewalk vending ordinance, which primarily included operational and locational requirements for our vendors, particularly focusing on the wharf area, the waterfront area. We, as was approved in the first reading, was setback requirements from the recreation trail, from the 12-foot walking path between the harbor master's office and the head of Wharf 1, and then also setback requirements from vendor to vendor. So that was the primary changes proposed. Specifically, the actual operational changes had to do with the size allocated to each individual vendor, which was 4x8, 32 square foot area. And then also some display limitations for the display of goods between 28 inches and 60 inches from the ground. And try to see if there's anything I'm forgetting here. And then, yes, of course, as proposed, the ordinance would allow vendors to occupy the designated and marked vendor spaces at a first come, first served basis. However, the ordinance also authorizes staff to create a lottery or registration system in the event that capacity becomes an issue. And I think that's pretty much the high points. I'm happy to answer any questions though. Yeah.
Thank you, Levi. That was a wonderful 1-minute presentation. With that, we will, council, is there any questions from the council? All right, we're going to open it up for public comment. For folks on Zoom, please use the raise hand function. If anybody in the chamber wishes to speak on this item, I ask that you stand up to the left of the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. So I see one person still sitting that has their hand raised. Anybody else still sitting that wants to speak on this item? 2, 4, 6, 7 in the chamber. We're going to go ahead and cut it off to those folks. And then I'll check on Zoom. We'll do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have one person on Zoom. We're going to go ahead and limit it to 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Again, my name is Mira Nisim. Grew up out here, raising my 3 children out here, doing the best that my husband and I can to survive, working within the regulations that the city has proposed. I do appreciate the aspect of looking into health and safety. All of us vendors agree that that is something that is in all of our best interest. We're also very eager to find out what reparations will be done for the wharf itself, as we understand that has critical structure difficulty. I'd also like to say that I really feel like it's a bully tactic to see Mr. Lombardo and Mr. Shake here at each meeting, especially last time when you referred to them as the opposition. I wasn't able to come in person. I made a comment and I watched and my heart sank. Like, I was thinking that this was for public safety, but it looks like there's sides. We have the people that are fighting for their jobs, and then people that we're constantly recommending to go and eat at their restaurants. I mean, I grew up going to your restaurant. I have excellent, fond memories of going to the Fisherman's Grotto as a child, as an adolescent. When I was in high school, I continue to recommend these restaurants at the wharf. We are not in competition. None of us are selling food. And also the regulations that have been proposed, I spoke to Miss Davy privately, and also I was part of a team of us that came together and made some revisions. We didn't hear anything once we gave our revisions, and none of them are reflected in this second ordinance draft. We asked for a reasonable space, like 10 by 10 foot, that we can actually make a living. We asked for 5 to 10 feet between us, which is more than ADA regulations. We asked for reasonable revisions, and I asked that the bike path be marked because that is the real safety issue here. So those are my comments.
Thank you.
Okay, so you can see what looks like a booth being put into the bike path, and it combined with Mr. Lombardo's comment, quote, "You can see the vendor's structure and the person standing in the rec trail is obstructing the rec trail." But when you look actually at this, that is not the footing of the booth. That is about 3 feet off the ground. And so it is absolutely false. This is a false picture taken at a funny angle to make it look like this is in the bike path when in fact it's set back from the bike path. We were treated to another photo and we were given some more phony testimony. Quote, "As you can see, the causeway from now to the wharf is completely obstructed. There's no way to get to the railing or the harbor. There's no way to go through without obstructing the bike path." End quote. This is a manipulative picture taking a tight shot at a weird angle to make it look like there's no pathway there, when in fact this is what the pathway looks like from a normal angle. And you can even see the monument right there. There's a 16-foot pathway. So the phony pictures accompanied with the phony testimony was compelling. I'll give you that. And also, Mr. Lombardo said that one of the big problems is that vendors use umbrellas that are not anchored to anything. And I would remind the council that the ordinance mandates that we must have only an umbrella for shade, and it must not be anchored to anything. And that is the city code. And so we're following the rules in having, so I don't see how we can be found guilty of following the city code as it's written. Also, Councilman Smith said last week, he insisted that the vendors were trespassing into state property. And he was countered by the planning department who said, well, perhaps, well, it appears that way because they didn't want to say the truth is that that is the actual map.
That's your time.
And the vendors have agreement with the state.
Thank you.
We were not trespassing.
We're getting 2 minutes. We got 3 minutes when Tony Lombardo spoke last week.
Everybody's getting 2 minutes.
I know, but last week we got 3 minutes and we've never been given three when but
You're using your-
Lombardo was here.
You're using your
3 minutes.
time.
So section 12 of the proposed ordinance, 8x4 size dimension, is purposely crafted to drive sidewalk vendors out of business. None of the existing permit holders can do enough business with such strict restraints, and it has no supportive health or safety data to back it up. Additionally, we have section 15 says we have to be 10 feet away. ADA says we have to be 4 feet away from each other. Again, no objective health and safety data. You can't use conjecture. Remember, Tony Lombardo said, oh, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. That's called conjecture. See, if you actually have a police report that says something happened, that's called data. That's the difference between conjecture. He knows the difference because he's a hired gun. See, he knows law. Law, you can't say if, you have to say it did happen. Okay, now Amendment 21 says we have to be 25 feet off the center line of the rec trail, which is far beyond Class 1 bike trail requirements for a safe shoulder. Permanent above ground structures already violate that requirement. So again, this is just arbitrary regulations designed to harm sidewalk vendors with no health and safety data. You can't pass this proposal. You don't have any data. You were fed false info, fed false photographs. You can't do that. You got to rule of law. The state passed SB 946 to protect sidewalk vendors from economic animus. Wendy Brickman, Chris Shake, Tony Lombardo. This is not objective health and safety. These people are prejudiced. You can go back to August 6th last year, and they were at the very first meeting when they were coming after us with economic animus because they didn't know to change their dialogue.
Hello, my name's Brian. I'm a caricature artist. I worked at Fisherman's Wharf since 2012. My old boss, Bela, a lot of you knew her as Gypsy. She used to rent out to the Fisherman's Wharf for years until 2018 when they were just asking for too much money from her and she just couldn't keep up anymore. So the business had to split up. So I started vending in 2020 along with everyone else back here. And I've got to say, everybody who I talked to there loves us. They love what we add to Monterey. They love all of the handmade art that we sell to them. So it's really self-destructive that you guys are trying to limit us. You're really just shooting yourself in the foot with this. We've been here for years. We've never done anything wrong. We're a huge part of the community. Everyone loves us. And without us, the people aren't going to have as many reasons to come down to Monterey and spend their money. They're probably just going to go to San Jose or San Francisco or somewhere else with a cooler wharf with more artists. So you cannot let this happen. You can't let us go. You can't let us go like that. Yeah, I don't have too much more to say. Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, council members, my name is Marina. Sadly, today we live in a society where rich people oppress the poor, trying to take away everything they can from them, and they don't even feel sad about it. From the very beginning, when the law for street vendors came into effect, business owners from the wharf fought against it. Although at that time, we only had 4 vendors and a few tables. And it clearly shows that the safety issue that we face today is an excuse. At the meetings, there were rendering words like, it is not if an accident will happen, it is about when an accident will happen. It's absurd. Are we going to stop people from driving a car or flying in an airplane because it is when an accident will happen? Really? The Wharf and the Wharf Association live by the words, do as I say, but don't do as we do. The last event, as the picture shows, the Wellfest totally blocked everything all the way to the bike lane. And yeah, they talk to us about safety, but yet themselves don't do the safety issue right there. The Wharf Association hired a photographer lurking around in our area to find fault with the vendors to make the case. Well, I rest my case because as you can see on this picture, there is enough space between the vendors so that people can walk around safely. While the SB 946 allows cities to impose restrictions based on safety, health, and welfare, the law prohibits, let me say that again, prohibits restrictions based on subjective concerns like community animosity or economic competition. The statement last meeting that the opposition is still here being respectful and still is nice, but it is illegal. Thank you.
No.
My name is Liz Grijalva. I'm a street vendor down at the wharf. I sell hats. I've attended the last 2 city council meetings regarding the proposed ordinance changes. And I want to say respectfully but plainly, it's been painfully clear that the street vendors are being used as scapegoats for broader health and safety concerns at the wharf. We've heard it suggested that we're only drawn to the wharf because of the crowds. Yet in the same breath, we're being blamed for the congestion. However, we are simultaneously benefiting from the foot traffic and being accused of endangering pedestrians by supposedly creating it. The contradiction is frustrating. More importantly, it is unfair. The real safety hazard has been ignored. There are 2 blind corners at the eastbound lanes of the bike and pedestrian path by the Custom House and the Monterey Museum that constantly put people at risk. Just this past weekend, I witnessed a pedestrian get struck by an electric bike, which are illegal on the bike path, in one of those very spots. It was dangerous and completely preventable. We have resources that could be helping. The Monterey Police Department's bicycle patrol unit is meant to provide high visibility policing in areas just like the wharf. Where are they? Instead of better enforcement or visibility, we're being handed ordinances changes that feel like a red herring meant to distract from the city's lack of real action. And as for emergency vehicle access, the mayor has now twice asked if the 15-foot vendor setback from the bike path is necessary to make room for emergency vehicles. But even with those setbacks, there's a 20-foot clearance in the nearest areas, and the fire trucks are only about 10 feet wide. So this issue is being exaggerated. Honestly, it's starting to feel like there's a real issue. The real issue is prejudice against street vendors coupled with a conflict of interest between the council and the worst brick and mortar business. That became evident to me at the last meeting. Thank you.
Sorry, real quick, I just wanted to check in. I don't believe you were standing up when we called.
He had raised his hand like I did.
Yeah, but I did a double check and I said anybody else because I only see the one hand and I didn't get clarification from anybody else. So unfortunately, just keep things fair. You're going to be the last speaker in the chamber and then we'll go to Zoom. And I apologize for that.
I'm speaking today because this decision affects real lives. I'm a vendor, a father to be, and someone trying to do the right thing. Reducing our space to 8 by 4 feet isn't just a minor policy change. It's the difference between paying rent or not. between eating or going hungry, between building a life and being pushed out. Vending is how I survive. It's how I provide for my family. My child is due in December, and every dollar I make between now and then is going towards diapers, formula, and safe place to raise her. What you're proposing doesn't help safety. That's just a cover for something else. We had no issues with police, no issues with fire department or ambulance. There are no records of anyone being hurt or blocked on or between our booths. What you have is a handful of business owners who don't want competition, and you're letting them dictate policy. And that is a clear conflict of interest. Under SB 946, it is clearly stated that competing businesses may not have any say or influence in determining the validity of safety concern or any proposed change that affects vendors. Yet that's exactly what's happening here at the Wharf Association, made up of business owners who compete with us, is influencing your decision. That's illegal. That is a violation of our rights, and it cannot stand. SB 946 was put into place to protect vendors from this kind of discrimination. You all swore to uphold the law. This decision, if you go through with it, will be challenged. It's unjust, it's illegal, and it's morally wrong. Taking us from up to 8 tables to 1 table, that is an extreme change and unfair, and it's just going to crash our business, and you guys know that willingly. I'm asking you to pull this from the agenda, and please reach down in your heart and take this to the table again, and let us figure out something different than 8x4. It's just can't happen. Take me down. I put a lot in to sell out there.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to our callers on Zoom.
This is our telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 874. You can unmute by dialing *6 and then go ahead.
Hello again, Mayor. This is Daniel Monterey once again, and a few comments. One is we have never really had a chance to kind of ask questions to Levi, such as how many square feet are we talking about currently is the space, and what is it being reduced down to? I believe it's like an 85% reduction, which is very, very unfair for a business such as me that's been there for 7 years to reduce down in that amount of size, being especially a single table for my safety, because on my table there could be $10,000 worth of silver. And now having that amount of silver from my backside and not having a safe space behind me or beside me, and really easy for someone to walk up and find the value of the table and just have people step up and walk away, because my security will be limited. And also, for the disability part of it, many disability people come to that area and they find joy in spending time at the tables. Part of what they can do is kind of limited to just looking and walking around and enjoying the day out there. Let me see. Oh, the emergency lane for the it was brought up before by, I think Ed brought it up, about, he had mentioned they need 17 feet of clearance for the emergency vehicles, when in fact, at the entrance gate to the emergency lane, it's only 11.5 feet wide, less wide for the gate opening to the trail, to the street, than the limitations of what's required. You know, mentioning 17 feet is required when it's like something's not adding up. Even the amount of square footage being reduced down in size, it's kind of unfair that it's a pretty decent area, and to reduce it by so much is really unfair. It's SB 946 discrimination, and it's violating my 14th Amendment rights.
Thank you for your comments.
That was the last speaker, Mr. Mayor. There was one hand that had gone up right after you cut it off.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Clementine. We're going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. Just wanted to maybe offer staff an opportunity to jump in, answer any questions that may have come up. I heard that last one there around the previous space requirements versus the new requirements.
Sure. I don't have exact dimensions of what the existing space is out there because it's not been measured, but based on what's going to be allowed, it's going to be roughly 13 spaces of about 32 square feet each. Which I can do that quick math if you want an exact square footage of that. That'll be about roughly 416 square feet for the 13 vendors.
Alrighty. Thank you. So listen, reflecting on my comments from last time and since then, I'm going to support the recommendation to move forward with the staff proposal. It's unfortunate that it's disappointing to see how we got here and the fact that there wasn't a greater opportunity to collaborate and find common ground. And I particularly appreciate the stories that are being shared in regards to the livelihoods of the sidewalk vendors. This isn't, what was the word that was used? This isn't being prejudiced. This isn't attacking any group. As I shared last time, I've walked by that area and I have seen huge crowds and had trouble walking by. And it depends on when you take a picture. I mean, we looked at pictures of all types and sometimes it's not as crowded as others. So this isn't a time to provide additional public comment. So please don't say anything or I'm going to ask you to leave. There's no additional time for public comment on this item.
I was just gonna say.
No, there's no point. There's not an opportunity. This is not an opportunity. So I understand this conversation is hard. Let's see how this rolls out and let's evaluate it. I know the council to be open to continue to looking at this as this is implemented. There was an additional comment that was made around, it was alluded to me in one of the public commenters, and then it was also alluded to Councilmember Smith, which Councilmember Smith did make the comment, but it wasn't, my understanding, it wasn't about trespassing. It was more about just making sure that we had enough space for emergency vehicles to respond to an emergency.
Encroachment.
So that's what it was about. So for all those reasons, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Any other discussion on the council?
Yeah, I want to make some closing comments in support
Please,
of.
if you can try to keep them brief though.
I will.
And move on to the.
I will.
items on the agenda.
I want to say that the process points out the problem when we have not had clarity and we've had ambiguity in the area as the vendors have eked out and done well and built their businesses, and I'm sensitive to that. But the purpose of me making a decision to support the motion tonight is I'm guided by the safety, the ability to navigate in a very, very busy area. We need the markings. We need specific locations for the vendors. And as much as the city staff and this council has tried to figure it out, we have limited space. And if we were to go to larger vendor space has been asked, we would then be forced to reduce the number of vendors. So this is a balance and compromise for the landscape that we have to work with. So I support it because, not because I'm influenced by any outside. I've driven there. I've walked there. I've spent lots of time there. It's in my district. I read emails. I talk to lots of people, and I've heard all the testimony from lots and lots of individuals. But I land on the point of my reasoning is that we cannot any longer leave it up to ambiguity and lacking clarity. We need to have the resolution, and this ordinance provides the answer to the safety and does accommodate about 13 vendors that will still be able to remain. Mayor, that's all I have.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we'll move on to item number 7, close and defund 4 neighborhood and community improvement program projects approve funding to cut off projects from the approved FY 24-25 NCIP project list and authorize the finance director to appropriate funding. I think on this one, I know that we have some public commenters. I don't think we need a background presentation. So let's go ahead and just open it up to public comment so that we can get an opportunity to hear from those that have comments on this one that have requested to be pulled. So I'm gonna go ahead and check for folks on Zoom. You can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, I'm not seeing, oh, sorry. I'm sorry. You're over there by yourself. I mean, no, to be honest, the sun is glistening right behind you, so you kind of just blended in.
You wore the wrong color shirt, Tom.
I'm so sorry, Tom. All right, so we just have the one speaker on this item in the chamber, so I'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we have nobody on Zoom. So please, Tom, all yours.
I'm Mr. Killjoy. I'm here to talk about Fire Station 12. Just prior to this meeting, I learned that the deck in question that I was bringing up is no longer part of the mix. So that's gone. And the reason I was primarily bringing up the deck was because of the ballooning budget for this project, which, and I'm talking about just Fire Station 12. It's gone from 1,050,000 to now 1,950,000. So 90% increase, practically speaking, in just that one part of this overall project, which is 12 and 13. So this brings me back to what I said early on in the NIP process, which is that I wasn't opposed to this project myself. I like the fire department. I want them to have a good place to work out of and live in. So I supported it. But what I'm concerned about is that if we're going to plow now almost $2 million into this facility, we should take a very serious look at the seismic strength of this building. And I don't mean just, I heard from staff, I heard from the consultant, they said they looked at the 1951 plans. This building is 74 years old. That's older than me. That's old.
Wow.
And so there, yeah, I know. I don't even know if there were seismic codes back then. So my point is, spend the money. The deck isn't on it, so that was probably $50,000 right there. Go back to the NIP, suggest to them that they approve an expansion of the scope to include a rigorous seismic analysis done by a registered structural engineer, signed and stamped by that registered structural engineer, that will inform us all as to whether or not this building is strong enough or not. They're going to be ripping the place apart. They're gutting the kitchen. They're taking up the concrete in the engine bay. They're doing all sorts of work. If the structural engineer comes back and says, you know what, it's not so bad. You could put some plywood on these walls here and there and bolt these walls down. Now's the time to know that before you go and get all the plans together, not afterwards. And then somebody gets the brilliant idea like, wow, we could have spent another $50,000 on putting plywood and bolts in, and then that building would have been up to modern day standards. This is a place that you want to have functioning after a big earthquake. We want to protect our firefighters. We want to protect the fire station so that it can respond to the emergencies that will come after an earthquake. So I just think it's so fundamental that I just want to emphasize that point. And so I'm asking you to please ask the NIP committee to consider the addition of a seismic evaluation to this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And I'll pass it back to staff for some of the questions and just to throw some out that I'm hearing. Thoughts in regards to the seismic study and the need to do that. Maybe describing a little bit more why there's the increase. And is there anything else beyond the scope of what's already included in the study that our consultant did that we might want to consider while we're already doing all of this work with the fire station? That was a lot.
But Mr. Mayor, thank you. We have answers for all those, and seismic upgrades come in all shapes or forms. And so our city engineer, Andrew Easterling, will provide you with a brief overview and hopefully address all the questions you just mentioned, including the question about why the cost overrun. And we also have in the audience the project manager from Osonio Construction who helps us, and we also have the fire team here as well. I can share with you that part of the cost overrun is part of the increased scope that the NCIP approved. That includes also improvements in the kitchen and in other areas that we feel are necessary to provide, like Tom says, a good place for the firefighters to live and work out of. And so while we initially scoped the project, when we saw how far the money goes, and every one of you know how expensive things are nowadays, we felt still compelled to follow through with items that increase also the living comfort of a firefighter who runs a shift there of 56 hours. So with all of that, I ask Andrew to explain a little bit and go also into the details of seismic upgrades. Well, I could only remember 2 seismic upgrades. I think we have about 8 or 9 buildings seismically upgraded since 1995. So I wanted, or it's 1990. So I wanted to correct. I spoke to 1 or 2 councilors, said I could remember 2 upgrades only, but there were a few more, including the library, the Scholze Center, but none of the fire stations. So with that, Andrew.
Thank you, Hans. I'll start with your first question. I might have asked you to repeat some of the questions.
Yeah, no worries.
As we go along. But initially, the original scope and budget that the NCIP recommended that you ultimately approved was based off the information we had at the time. And the information we had at the time came out of facility condition assessments, which was really just a high level identifying, walking the building, the immediate needs of the project. That scope has been refined since then. We've hired Osonio, a project manager, construction manager to help us run with the project. They've hired their own structural engineer, geotechnical engineer, architect, start preparing plans and specs for the individual components of the project. We've met with the building official to understand what kind of permitting requirements we're going to have, what other sort of mandatory upgrades are going to get triggered when we do these improvements. We've met with the fire department staff to get their feedback and identify their needs. So as we've been working through this project, obviously we've kind of experienced some scope creep. We have identified more stuff. We've visited the site. Sorry,
can I just clarify? When you say scope creep, you're saying that you're realizing there's greater cost associated with what the scope of the project was, not that we're adding things to the project.
Well, it's more involved, and there has been stuff like structural components. So the garage floor, the deck, it's cracked and broken. And as we've been developing the plans, the improvement plans, we said, well, that's a big ticket item that we're going to need to do while we're here. So our structural engineer is working with a geotechnical engineer, figure out what the problem is with the slab. They're going to have to remove it, recompact with engineer fills the soil, backfill it, compact it, and then replace the slab. So, as we walk it, we identify these other needs. They're getting added to the project because they're mandatory improvements that we have to do. So that was one big ticket item that, as we've been refining the project plans and specs, that we had to include in this work order. So that was identified in the staff report to council as well. And so part of those slab improvements, those are structural components. I know seismic's been brought up a lot as a concern. These improvements aren't going to decrease the capacity or the structural capacity of the building. They're not going to increase the load. So these are all considered voluntary improvements that don't trigger additional levels of seismic. So the building is old. We've had a few different engineers and structural engineers walk it and look at it. And based on their feedback, they haven't done an in-depth analysis of the seismic conditions. They said, at a high level, there's no imminent risk that this building's going to fall over tomorrow. There's a big earthquake, there's probably going to be damage. But based on just their walkthrough, their visual assessment, the reviewing of the as-built, there's no immediate imminent danger that the building is really at seismic risk. We could do different levels of seismic analysis. And obviously, that's just a visual walkthrough and kind of a high-level understanding of the building. We could go really in depth and do kind of destructive testing in the building to do, further degrees of seismic analysis. What's been recommended if we do want to take a closer look, it's called a tier 2 seismic analysis. It's roughly $15,000. That would do a little bit more of an in-depth review of seismic, come back with recommendations. Obviously, there's probably going to be more scope creep that would come out of it. But if seismic was a real big concern, council could direct staff as part of this this project to pull the trigger on that tier 2 evaluation to do a seismic review. And that would give us a little bit more in-depth and confidence of the building structural capacity under seismic loads.
Could you describe more why it sounds like it's maybe not recommended or not suggested to go to that direction? Maybe that we're open to it, but
sure.
Why we haven't looked at that in the first place?
The initial recommendations that kind of came out of the facility condition assessment and talking with the fire department staff and building official, these were all kind of the immediate needs that were identified. And other than the wall and the slab, there wasn't any other structural components that were identified as immediate needs. And as I mentioned, these are voluntary improvements, so these don't increase the load on the building. They don't diminish the structural capacity, so it doesn't trigger greater levels of structural review or seismic capacity. What we're doing only strengthens the building and doesn't reduce the loads. So there wasn't any recommendations that came out of the assessments we've done so far. But hearing some of the concerns, we asked our consultant, I said, well, what are our options? And, obviously there's a spectrum of different levels of review and assessments we can do. And some of the feedback we got is, well, tier 2, if you really want to check the box, does a deeper dive on the structural assessment and would probably produce some recommendations for seismic improvements, but it would give you a little bit more confidence moving forward that we've at least looked at it.
Okay. And then thank you for those. And then the last question was, is there anything else associated with the fire station that would be helpful for the council and the city to consider while we're there already doing these other items, that we might as well knock these other pieces out as well?
So, yeah, there's probably always other things we could do. We're trying to stay within a reasonable budget and kind of only proceed with the immediate needs that have been recommended and have come out of those interviews with fire department staff and the building official and the assessments. I'm sure there's more we could do if that was the direction that council wanted to provide. I think right now we were trying to really do only the essential immediate needs improvements. If we wanted to do other things, I mean, we could add scope. That would just be at the direction of the council.
Okay. I'm going to have, since I'm already going with my questions, I'm going to finish my questions not related to the fire station, and then I'll pass it around to the council. Regarding the Mar Vista project, why are we saying that the city is unable to complete the design phase of the project due to the lack of support from adjacent property owners and residents along Mar Vista Drive? I kind of vaguely remember from NCIP meetings that occurred earlier this year that, yes, that's a concern, but that there's still scope for the council to consider, not that it kills the project. So I just kind of wanted to get an understanding of that.
Okay, good evening, everyone. So with Mar Vista, so if my memory is correct, we have completed the design probably to a 90% or so. So where we are right now, we've gone out and spoken to several property owners at the various intersections like Via Gayuba, Toda Vista, Soledad, and Soledad. And across the board, in order to install these improvements, one or more of the residents would lose parking in front of their home. And we consistently heard that they want to maintain their parking for various reasons. Some people are concerned that pulling out into Mar Vista is dangerous because of the speeds coming down the hill, ironically. So they park in front of their house on the street and they feel it's safer to pull out from the side. Others said that they're concerned that it would impact the value of their property. So unfortunately, we have been completely unable to get any resident to agree to let us move forward with this project. And as NCIP works, you have to have consent buy-in from the property owner to move forward. So we've done all we can do. And we've even asked the NCIP reps in that neighborhood to reach out, which they have also done. And yeah, we have not been able to get anyone to allow us to move forward with this project.
Okay, and it's more of a process question that I'm trying to understand. So it's not necessarily specific to this item, but nothing precludes the council from deciding to move forward with the project if we want to, right? Because it's
Correct.
It's public property.
Correct. Yes, absolutely. Council could direct us to implement the plans and move forward over the objections of the residents, but through the NCIP program, for anything like a stoplight, I'm sorry, not a stop, a street light in front of someone's house or a radar speed sign in front of someone's house, we seek 100%. I mean, so any one individual could veto any project in the NCIP.
Okay. And that doesn't necessarily preclude the NCIP for recommending the project move forward to the council, and I think we were talking about this a little bit after one of the NCIP meetings. And so I'm just trying to, maybe we can talk about this more offline. I don't want to take up too much time now, but I think, do we just need to refine this process? Because I think we need to allow the NCIP to give a recommendation to the council, and it should be contingent with an asterisk or however it looks to say, there's concern from neighbors, adjacent property owners. So leave it to the council to make that decision.
100%. And if I might just say one other thing, we have a number of these projects and kind of just to give you all like some kind of background on why this is here. What I'm personally trying to do is move more projects through the system, right? Today is Tuesday. This week alone, I've personally received 4 complaints about 4 different projects and why they haven't been done yet. We have 73 projects, $19.8 million in the NCIP program. I cannot get them all done, and I can't spend unlimited hours on projects, right? I have personally gone and knocked on 3 people's doors in Mar Vista, right? Personally asked them, hey, we want to do this. It'll make the neighborhood safer. It's going to work. And they say, no. Okay. But, and then I have other people that say, well, traffic is too fast on Mar Vista. We have to do something. So we're in this constant battle, neighbor to neighbor. And, without help, this program only gets more bogged down.
100%. And my question was more general, and I completely get it. I'm with you 100%. I understand the limitations of staff resources at the moment, and I appreciate all the efforts that you make there. I'm just going to ask my next question. The Casanova Ave 500 block sidewalk project. Would the sidewalk be on city property, which is what I'm assuming, or private property? Because in the staff report, it alludes to the adjacent property owner's concern about their plans to develop the property in the future. But I'm confused.
It would be the first question, Mayor. Yes, it would be on city property, city right away. However, this property is an entire city block. They could put in houses or any other building and require a driveway entrance across. So I mean, from I don't want to speak for them, but from what I have heard from the property owner is they don't know what they're going to do with the property. They don't want to box themselves in, I guess, so to speak, on like, well, if we put in a sidewalk and there's no curb cut, then I guess it would be on them to install the curb cut and driveway. And they feel like, why would I agree to that? It goes back to any one person can prevent any project in NCIP, 100% buy-in.
Okay. And I think we have to find a way of changing the conversation a little bit. Like, it shouldn't be one person can kill a project. It can be that concern gets raised to the council or the NCIP. So I don't know how we need to figure that out, but I just want to help clarify that, because I know that there's a lot of concern around people even wanting to submit a project when we can't even, it almost gets killed before the council even has a chance to consider it. And it might be a really good project that's of public benefit. So hopefully we can circle with staff on this one. I'm going to pass the mic to the rest of the council. Thank you for answering those questions. Please, Dr. Barber.
So thank you. I think the mayor is kind of alluding to some of the questions that I was going to ask. Is the money getting transferred to undergrounding parts of that? And then my question is, if we're talking about the 100% buy-in, then what happens when the one person says no to that and that money gets moved around? And it's almost like nothing's being done. It's being almost stalemate. So I'm just kind of curious as to how that works and is that correct?
Okay, so I'll answer the question about moving funds to the undergrounding project. So yes, we have two similar projects in the NCIP portfolio right now. So one of those is item number 4 in the agenda packet, which was Mar Vista conduit installation. So what staff is recommending is that the funds from Mar Vista conduit installation be moved and consolidated with the larger $2 million undergrounding project that council approved in last cycle. So we're in this effort, I'm trying to consolidate the number of projects, but the funds will be still there for undergrounding purposes. And then the answer to the second question about where does the money go? So currently right now, there's an NCIP fund, Fund 216, and Fund 216 is where once a project is closed out, whether we finish it and there's still money left, or in this case where we close out a project because for whatever reason we can't complete it, that money would go back into the 216 fund and it's available for other projects. And so it would be available for contingency, or it could be available to fund a closeout project, for example.
Okay, so when you talk about the challenge of having 73 different projects and having 19 of them that you're working on.
So I'm currently working on, as a staff, so Parks and Rec has a large number, for example, and there's the fire station projects in Hilltop and those that I'm personally not working on. But as a staff, we're working on roughly 43 of the 73 projects.
43, okay, so, but then actually seeing what's being completed is the question.
Completion is a struggle for different reasons, right? So in my time here, on average, we can complete roughly 1 project per month. So we complete a project per month on average. Some months we complete 2, but we didn't complete 1 the previous month or the next month. So in a year, it's roughly 12. But in the last cycle in 2025, council approved 33. So, I mean, it just grows.
Right,
So
the question is, as the portfolio is growing and the challenge is there, and I understand, trying to be able to balance that out, that's the key. But then when we're moving this money to somewhere else and defunding one project to another because one person or two say no, then I think that policy has to be looked at, because then that can stop a lot of things from being completed too. Just I think something that what the mayor was alluding to. So I think that's a question as well. And that's something that is part of the NCIP policy. Is that correct?
yes, it is. It's in the NCIP policy manual, which I think dates back to 2021 or so. I believe it was most recently updated in 21. And it has all of these items laid out, like, so the different requirements for a project and who can approve a project and what can stop a project and so on. Yes, that's laid out in the 2021 policy.
Okay, those are just all things in the back of my mind. I'm just thinking about as far as trying to balance out projects, because it doesn't make sense to approve 1,000 projects and nothing gets done. My thing is, how do we balance that out so we actually can get something done where it's attainable, but also making sure that when we're moving funds and defunding a project to put into another project, that same thing doesn't happen to that project and it gets defunded. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Absolutely. So, and we'll probably get to talk about more during the joint meeting, but my vision, right, for the program is to bring these projects to council, right? That's what I want to do, right? I want to bring the projects that we have issues with, that have reached a situation. So like these 3 here, the top 3, the Mar Vista, Casanova Avenue, and Via Paraiso. Via Paraiso, I mean, is just, we can't do it because there's not enough space. But right, the other 2 are because one or more persons they don't support the project. So, and I have more. I mean, so I'll be back. And So the question is, well, what do we want to do with those projects? And we spend a lot of time on all the projects, but we spend an inordinate amount of time on these projects, right? The ones that are difficult and you can't get buy-in, right? I mean, like Councilmember Garcia knows that radar speed sign on Casanova Avenue took like what, 20 months. 20 months to get buy-in, right? Talk to 5, 6 different property owners. We had to put a double-sided one on because there was zero buy-in on the other side of the street. Like no one was interested in it. They were like, don't even, stop talking to me. So, I mean, that's the kind of thing we deal with. I mean, it should take 5 days to do something like that. I mean, it's easy,
Sure.
but it's not easy.
Sure. I totally understand your frustration. And hopefully we'll get more into that conversation during the joint council. One last question, dealing with the fire, in the firehouse. They were talking about the tier 2. And once that happens, if that were to happen, if tier 2 seismic were to happen, spending $15,000, what kind of repairs or issues could come out of that, and what kind of range of costs would that be adding to the project?
That's a good question. And we have our structural engineer with us today. I'm going to actually radio call a friend for help and have him talk a little bit about what could come out of the tier 2 assessment.
Hello, my name is Matt France. If we did the tier 2 seismic evaluation, we'd just be more informed about what any potential seismic deficiencies there are in the building. We could then incorporate that into the larger scope of work that's being proposed at the building. So that could be, there is already some voluntary seismic strengthening work that is incorporated into the scope, tying the concrete walls to the floors at every level, which is the biggest risk in the building. We're also infilling some existing windows, turning them into shear walls. If we did the tier 2, we would basically be looking at the entire seismic system in the building, seeing if there's any other deficiencies that can be mitigated. That would be summarized in the report. And then we could take a look at that and see which of those we could incorporate into the project. And it's hard to know what those would be without doing the evaluation, but there could be things like adding additional lines of shear wall on certain lines. There could be some localized foundation strengthening. There could be plywood overlay on existing roof, existing floor, parapet bracing, things like that. Potential addition of a steel frame around the opening of the apparatus bays, things like that.
Okay, so basically that would change the scope. If I'm understanding that correctly, it would change the scope and it definitely would increase the budget.
It would likely increase the budget and the scope.
So it would not change the scope.
It would. It likely
would change the scope, and it would. I know. So it would definitely increase the budget, of course, but it would change the scope as well.
Most likely, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask you a follow-up?
Sure.
So I think the number we're talking about allocating now is, do I have it right? 1.9 million, right? If it were your 1.9 million, what would you do on that firehouse?
Some of the work that we're already doing, like I said, so the north wall of the firehouse is a full height concrete wall. And so the biggest risk in an earthquake is that concrete wall pulls away from the floors and roof structure that it's supporting. So we are already tying that wall into the structure. So we would do that. I would take a look at each wall line and see if there is sufficient strength to support it. I would take a look at the foundations in certain locations and see if we can tie that in better. The work that is already included in the apparatus-based slab, I would go forward with that. The slab is settling and it doesn't has a deficient connection to the surrounding walls. And so we are going to be strengthening that connection. So I'd move forward with that. I would look into potentially strengthening the wall line along the front of the firehouse as well.
And forgive me, I don't know, but Arsenio would do the design. Do you also do the building? So are we talking about working with you as the whole kit and caboodle?
Sure. So I'm a structural engineer, so I just do the structural design.
Okay.
And so we would put together construction documents that define the scope of construction work.
That goes to another company for construction.
Yes. Correct.
Okay.
So Sonio is our prime consultant who's really doing the project management. Matt is our structural engineer with ZFA, who's doing our structural engineering. It requires a team of specialists. We have another sub that's a geotech. We have architectural consultants on board. So Sonio is our sub who's really wrangling all the different disciplines together.
Okay.
And helping us manage this project. And we have a lot of different professions that are looking.
So the exact question is, do you, as the design expert to whom we're turning, think we should do the tier 2 structure seismic evaluation or not? I mean, we have $1.9 million. Do it, you know?
Yeah, we tell building owners that if you're going to be doing a lot of work on a building, it's always good to understand as much as you can about the building and integrate seismic strengthening into a construction project where it makes sense.
Mhm.
So if we did the tier 2 evaluation, we would have a greater understanding of any potential deficiencies on the building.
What's the safest thing for our firefighters? That's
Yeah.
a loaded question.
Be a police officer.
You don't
Sorry, guys.
answer. You don't have to answer that.
That was good.
We're here to take expert opinions on what's the best use of the 1.9 million. We're very dependent on you folks.
When I would offer, we don't want to necessarily restrict ourselves to 1.9 if that's going to be the safest thing to protect our firefighters.
Good point.
Okay, any other questions, please?
I don't think I have any questions. I'm ready for comments.
Yep. Go to public. You have a question?
Yeah.
Please.
One question, just in terms of closing out projects, could staff, maybe Reggie, describe as priorities change, what would be the process to revive a project?
I'm sorry, but by revive, do you mean it's currently on the list and it's not active, or?
It's closed out, whatever that means.
Okay.
Right?
So a closed out project would have to get a new NCIP nomination, come back to the committee and go through the entire process, which has happened. We have some of those right now, 2025 or 6, I guess. We have several returning projects.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. Thank you, staff and consultants, for answering those questions. For folks on Zoom.
We took statements.
Public comments first.
Yeah, we had.
We sure did. Wow, that was so long ago.
He disappeared in the wall.
You wanted to make a comment. I apologize. I'll pass it back to you, Councilmember Smith.
That's right. You got the gavel, so we're doing fine. I'm in favor of taking the staff recommendation, but with the new information that the cost of $15,000 for, and I want to get the term, it's the tier 2 assessment for seismic, makes sense. Now, the risk is that we spend the $15,000, then we identify additional items, and then we're into a change order with our contractor. And I get that. But to not actually have that choice by not doing it doesn't seem like it's very diligent for only $15,000. If we were talking about $500,000, that'd be a whole different story. But $15,000 seems like it's something that we should do so that we can come alongside of the structural engineer and the rest of the team to be able to identify and then make all those collections. And certainly about safety, folks sleep in the building, they respond 24/7. And I'm just reminded back in the time of the infancy of when this innovation of pre and early warnings of seismic activity, having a garage door activate and open and automatically open that early to allow the fire apparatus to be able to pull out so the fire station doesn't fall down on you. We've come a long way. So that's great in invention and engineering, but I think the best engineering we can have is that we make sure that we have uncovered the places that we need to. And it's like a doctor, before you do surgery, you do an MRI. And I fired a doctor because he didn't want to do an MRI. We've had those experiences of, gee, we wish we would have asked. The ask is 15,000. I support that. And I'm ready to make a motion and I don't want to close off anybody else. I'll make a motion to modify the staff recommendation slightly to add that we ask staff to proceed with their staff recommendation as it's outlined 1 through 7. There are items here that I don't need to read, but recommendations 1 through 7, and add the expenditure for tier 2 seismic estimate to be included in this recommendation.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? I'm just going to add some additional thoughts. I kind of lean on the council representative for the district for these various projects to get a sense of your feelings, and particularly Gene and Gino, the ones that I ask questions on specifically. I just wonder what your thoughts are around how necessary this project might be for your communities. I think particularly for a sidewalk, to me, that sounds somewhat of a safety issue that has public benefit, public interest, that I wonder if we can have staff give a deeper presentation on. But I kind of leave it to you all to kind of give me your thoughts on those projects.
Yeah, no, thank you for raising that. And that was where my head was going when asking the question, what would be the process to revive a project? And I asked that because I know that there is interest to build a sidewalk. I guess I don't know to what extent there is an interest to build that sidewalk. That's one part of it. Interest from surrounding residents, I should say. The other part is that there are growing conversations around speeding along that segment of Casanova, and I wonder if maybe looking at this specific segment, there could be either this as a revived project or a new project where that is also taken into consideration. So building a sidewalk and including some kind of measure to reduce speed along that segment. So this is something I think that I'd want to bring back to residents along Casanova who are experiencing this day in, day out, and see what their take is on that. But thank you for raising the point.
On the Mar Vista one, this was in existence when I started with NCIP, which is a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
So some of the problem is it takes so long to do the projects. And I'm really attracted to the discussion we can have with the joint committees where we get away, we drop the concept that we have to have 100% consensus and that we empower NCIP to do the right thing by the general public. The projects get nominated because somebody supports them. The nomination project should bring in somewhere, 25 to 50% of support from the neighbors or more, just as an example. And then the committee looks at it carefully and decides what's the safest thing for the community, makes their recommendation for us. I do agree that if we truly are waiting on 100% consensus, we're doing it wrong.
Yeah, I'm willing to let it go. And I think Councilman Garcia, you're alluding to maybe more of what the next steps look like for these projects, which is maybe there could be a conversation with folks in the community, and if they want to resubmit it, to go ahead and do so, particularly with your project as far as potentially expanding the scope of that. Yeah, I'll just leave it there. So
yeah, I was going to make a comment on Gino. The 500 block of Casanova is an interesting site because we do know that the property owner is moving forward with plans, and we don't specifically know what all those plans are going to be. But gee, wouldn't it be a shame if we moved ahead and there's a sidewalk that's put in there And then next year, all of a sudden, there's bulldozers and they're taking it out because they have to do, easements and connections and, property development. So there's a timing for a major project like that.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't want to rule it out forever. It's like, well, if we could, get back to the neighborhood association and that too on Marvis to see, is there still an interest that it comes back? So it comes back to us every year. If these projects come back to us again next year, I think this council is asking for, are they really, I would say at least a 51% in favor of in the neighborhood in that association. I think this council needs to know that.
Right. Yeah. No, and one of the thoughts that I had goes to that point in terms of it being a whole development.
Right.
I think potentially there could also be an opportunity to have that developer create the sidewalk, which then doesn't fall on the city to build it, right? Which can happen and it has been done, but back to your point, right? We don't know exactly what those plans are, what's the timeline, that kind
Right.
of thing.
Yeah. Timelines are everything. And I just want to call back to once upon a time before I was even on the council, Jean was a member of the association and there was a sidewalk project on Pacific Street and she visited. And at first take, it was like, well, I'm not so sure because I can park 3 cars there. But at any rate, the information that comes from a home visit from a representative that's advocating for that. And thank you, Reggie. I know it's complicated. That is probably where the rubber meets the road when the education happens with the neighbors that are interested and trying to get them to weigh in. And after I heard you, it was like, yeah, let's get started because it's going to improve the street. So the outreach and education piece is the biggest challenge to execute these projects. But I think if on those 2 particular projects, I don't want to say it's done and closed forever. I want to say to the neighborhood associations of Marvis and Casanova, if this is still something that's really valid at the right time, we should see it again. And we should hear from everybody that supports it again. So it's not completely done.
Yeah, that's the message I want to send. I want to encourage folks to resubmit projects if it's appropriate, and that's the interest. And I think doing a deeper dive into how we want to move forward. With that, I'm going to go ahead and call the question. So the motion is to approve staff recommendation, but to include the tier 2 $15,000 seismic study. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. It is 5:30. This is when we normally end the afternoon session, but we do have some additional public appearance items. We're going to continue going for about the next 45 minutes to try to get through these 3 items because I know that there's some folks here that want to talk about these things. Just to get a sense, and I might ask to move things around just to be respectful of people's time. Number 9 is the climate action plan. Number 10 is the letter to the CPUC. How many folks are here for the climate action plan? If you're on Zoom, can you use your Zoom hand? There's 1 person on 2 people on Zoom. There's 2 people. And how many people are here for the CPUC letter? Okay. Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
And on Zoom, how many are there? Okay. So I'm going to ask, can we take the CPUC letter first so that we can let some of the larger group go? I apologize for the climate folks that are here, but I have a lot of questions there as well. So if you're okay with it, council, let's go ahead and consider the CPUC letter. So we'll jump to public appearance item number 10, authorize the mayor to sign a letter and submit public comment to the California Public Utilities Commission to reconsider the long-term water demand forecast and the proposed decision for application 21-11-024. So essentially the CPUC, I'm just going to do a really quick recap, is considering their phase 2 of water supply and demand numbers. In June, when the second to last biggest move occurred for this, they were essentially willing to take almost full scope of Cal Lam's proposal, which was pretty close to 14,000 acre feet for demand. I think that's ridiculous, and everybody else that's party to the proceedings also agrees that number is too high. And so I drafted a letter, and in fact, I already submitted it to the CPUC because I was assuming that in the proceedings that occurred that was supposed to happen last month, which then got postponed to August 14th, I believe is now the new date. They needed the letter in by the Friday before. We were going to consider this, if the council remembers, at that special council meeting, but we pushed it to this meeting given the fact that the CPUC had decided that day that they were going to push the meeting to August 14th. So essentially, I offer a letter for the council's consideration that reflects similarly to Senator Laird's letter that was submitted to the CPUC, essentially reflecting again that the forecasted projections for our demand numbers are too high. And so I'll kind of leave it there as a general overview. Are there any questions from the council?
Yeah,
Please.
question. So you alluded to the fact that you, prior to our council meeting where we continued it, that you had already sent a letter for
individual council.
Okay, so that's, I want to clarify that. And that was not on city letterhead.
That, yes, it is on city letterhead, but it's not on behalf of the city. It was from me as mayor.
Okay, so that's another topic we should have, because the governance policy, when you speak for the council, any council member, when there is a vote for that, can use the letterhead to speak. But you were offering your personal opinion.
That's not true. And actually, we talked about this before during the governance discussion. I brought up this conversation specifically around letterhead because before I became mayor, Clyde was signing letters on behalf of the city to the state legislature in support of certain legislation. And I had that exact same concern.
Yeah. So I'm going to,
So then my point was, why can't I, as a council member, use letterhead? And the response was that you can, but we made it clear that you can't do it on behalf of the city. And that's the clarity that I'm providing. I didn't do it on behalf of the city. So if you wanted to write a letter to the CPUC on city letterhead,
time out.
You could be
time out. I appreciate your response, but I'm going to suggest that we have an agenda item on the governance policy. So we should save this for that topic.
Sounds good.
I'd love to hear from the folks first. So
okay,
that was the only question.
Any other questions from the council? Okay, we're going to go open up to the public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, while you're navigating your way there, I'm going to check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item, I just ask that you stand to the left of the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. So I see one sitting. I see only one person sitting that's raising their hand. Anybody else?
One person.
Just the one person? Okay, so we have 2, 4, 6, 7 in the chamber. And then I'm gonna do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 5 on Zoom. I'm gonna go ahead and leave it to 2 minutes, please.
Beth a Monterey Vista neighborhood. I've been active with public water now since the first measure. And I know that the mayor has been on the Monterey one as our representative. So I know he knows a lot about the water demands and what Monterey Water is going to be giving to us in the very near future. And we are going to have plenty of water. And it's been told to us by not only the Monterey Regional Water District, so many other agencies, including the PUC's own, whatever that subgroup is that I always feel so sorry for because they never get listened to. What is it?
Public Advocate's Office.
Yeah, the Public Advocacy Office. So the statistics are out there from everyone that we have plenty of water, except from CalAm, who naturally is going to benefit from it. So I appreciate the letter. I'm thankful you're doing it, and we need to stick to our guns that we're right and they're only into it for the profit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is John Tilley. I'm the president of the Monterey Commercial Property Owners Association. I'm also a member of the Coalition of Peninsula Businesses. And this is in regard to the letter that has been sent to the CPUC. The letter, if it was the same that I've seen, it is speaking to the use of Pure Water Monterey expansion to fulfill the community's need for water. States it right in the letter that I've been reading. And I would like to speak to that with a letter that's also from the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. This is dated January 15th, 2025. And this is the Monterey County Water Resource Agency, who controls water over Salinas and has a extremely good idea about water use and availability in Salinas. The Resource Agency writes, "We are concerned that jurisdictions, such as Monterey of the district, will make irreversible land use decisions that increase and harden water demand based upon the promise of an anticipated supply that is variable and subject to interruption and alternative use. The agency has been a strong and central partner in the development of Pure Water Monterey. Waters were made available by the agency through an agreement with Monterey One Water and the source supplies for the Pure Water Monterey base project." They go on to say that the Pure Water Monterey expansion has no such committed supply. Rather, it is intended to operate as a peaker plant to capture temporarily excess source supplies when available, typically in the winter months. In addition to Pure Water Monterey expansion having no committed source of supply, the preponderance of source supplies available to the Pure Water Monterey project already under the agreement are variable, prone to drought, and subject to changes in regulation. Regarding Pure Water Monterey expansion, the agency disagrees with the characterization of this potential water supply as permanent and invariable. Furthermore, the agency cautions jurisdictions such as Monterey that may receive this proposed allocation for making irreversible land use decisions based on supply perceived available. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John.
Good afternoon, hello, Carol Chorbajian. I am a Monterey resident and business owner. I'm here today to speak about the Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project. Since I have been around, actually, it was when I first came here, it was horrifying to me to be rationed 50 gallons of water per person per day before low flow and no flow. You have no idea what it's like when you really have to get rationed. But the project initially and always has been a three-pronged approach to include desalination, aquifer storage and recovery, and groundwater recycling, the Pure Water Monterey. And Pure Water Monterey was never meant to be the majority of it. In years of drought, 5 of the last 12 years have been drought. Virtually half of the water sources for Pure Water Monterey are urban stormwater and agricultural drainage. And where will we get the water? What do we do when we can't get that water in the years of drought? I grew up with Pan American World Airways. My father worked for him for 44 years. He told me that Pan Am was the same kind of really balanced, three-pronged, three-stool approach, the Pacific, South America, and Europe. And they had one to fill in the other when one didn't work, when one was falling off. When they sold the Pacific to United Airlines in 1986, it effectively unbalanced the company to the point 5 years later, they were out of business. There were other things, but that effectively destroyed the company. If we don't continue with this three-pronged balanced approach, I'm afraid we're not going to get the water that we need long-term. And in closing, I really value the city council and the city I live in, and I'm not clear why the city and the city council is now getting involved in something like this. I really feel like the experts should be dealing with it rather than us. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Rick Aldinger, Monterey resident and representing Monterey County Hospitality Association today. I am disappointed to learn that a letter has been sent on city letterhead already on this subject before any public discourse on it. Demand numbers are hard to pin down. There's been a range thrown out there depending on who you ask. What isn't as ambiguous is supply. And discussions regarding the peninsula's water supply and demand have largely excluded input from Salinas, the Salinas Valley, and ag. That's a problem, as a large portion of the source water Pure Water Monterey intends to use comes from runoff from these locations and from ag waste wash water. These source waters are unreliable by nature.
it doesn't always rain, along with the fact that it's likely that the ag industry will also need access to these sources to solve their own imminent shortages and seawater intrusion, as is noted in a letter that Norm Groot, Monterey County Farm Bureau Executive Director, sent to the CPUC regarding the supply and demand issue. Ag believes they have the rights to this water. They also know that they will need this water as soon as within the next 2 years. Whether you believe that or not, none of us wants to find ourselves in a legal battle with ag while the peninsula continues with no water. It is short-sighted and dangerous to put our water future in jeopardy by believing this fight won't happen. The established Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project outlined a three-legged stool. Carol talked about that. A portfolio of water supplies that would ensure an adequate supply of water regardless of the weather. Desal is an integral component of that project, and regardless of any nitpicking on the demand numbers, is necessary to ensure our future. For those who say yes to desal, but not this desal, there is no other desal project on the horizon. Even if there were, starting a new project tomorrow would not provide water we need for at least 12 to 15 years. We need to stay out of this. Thank you.
My name is Sylvia Shi, and thank you, Mayor and the Council, to consider sending a letter to CPUC to ask them to reevaluate their estimate, because the overestimate of our water need has serious consequence to our ability to, in the future, pay for the bill. Right now, there's criticism on the fact that the water produced by pure water may not be sustainable in the future. Actually, it is sustainable because if we use more water, we have more waste to recycle. And right now, the estimate is like 50% more than what we use currently. We use currently about 9,000 acre feet, and they are projecting close to 14,000. The impact of overestimating is really serious to the ratepayers and to your citizens. So I urge you to really endorse the sending of the letter to CPUC to reconsider the estimate, because it's not realistic, no matter what you say. Right now, the water produced is sufficient to lift the moratorium, but we haven't requested it. KLM could request it because they are the party. I don't know whether they did or not, but it will be a good thing we request it so that people can have the connection, the water connection, and they don't feel they are pinched. We are free. And thank you for considering sending the letter to CPUC.
Thank you.
I'm Alice Ann Glenn. I'm a resident of Monterey, and I support a letter going to the CPU because I believe that the CalAM's estimates are way out of line. And I think it's also, since I am a clergy, I believe it's a justice issue because it's another thing that complicates trying to get the housing that we need in this area for those who work for us and do service for us. So I would encourage you to support what the mayor has suggested and continue to support the factual numbers and not this inflated increase that CalAM has come up with. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Gary Curcio, I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Monterey County Hospitality Association. Candidly, I am more than a little bit disappointed that we have been sitting here since 4:00 this afternoon, and we just find out that the mayor already sent a letter on city letterhead. I don't get it. I don't think it's right. You know, the Coalition of Peninsula Businesses mailed a packet of letters to all of the council members. The two most important were the one from the coalition signed by Jeff Davey and the one from Norm Groot of the Farm Bureau. I hope that every council member read at least those two letters. You're going to be hearing from agriculture when you go online to those calls. Let's set just for a second demand aside. The key issue moving forward is going not to be demand, it's going to be supply. If you understood those letters, you know that the supply that M1 is receiving now is more than a little fragile. Sometime between now and 5 years from now, agriculture is going to need that water. And I was on a call with some ag folks earlier this week, and one of the farmers said, not one drop of Salinas Valley water should go to the peninsula. We need it all for ourselves. So I just want this council to be aware. Make sure you know what you're voting for, because down the road, this could create a very, very serious problem. If M1 loses a couple of sources of water, like the vegetable wash water, water in the Blanco drain, that's 40 to 50% of the source water for phase 2. So please caution to what you vote for.
All right, with that, let's go to our callers on Zoom.
All right, first I'm calling on Melody.
Hello, Melody Chrislock, Monterey resident and Director of Public Water Now. We have been a party to this proceeding at the CPUC for over 2 years now. I am very familiar with the details of this. And I would point out that all the letters and arguments that hospitality and ag have made have been submitted to the CPUC, and the CPUC did not recognize them. They believe the demand. They believe the supply is solid. That's not the argument. And I would point out one thing to ag. The Blanco drain water and the wreck ditch water are under contract till 2045. You can't use those. You did not pay for the infrastructure to bring that water into the plant. Monterey One did. So, you know, you've got these arguments going on here that I don't think most of these people even understand the actual facts. Norm Groot can yell and scream all he wants. I don't think he gets it. I mean, Paul Sciutto did not put out $130 million for a water project that he did not believe he had the supply for. And the CPUC has agreed with that. So supply is not the issue. In fact, they have underestimated it a bit. It's probably going to be more like 12,000 acre feet a year supply. The real issue is that CalAm and the CPUC are predicting that we're going to use 50% more water in the next 25 years, which requires a 50% increase in population. Does anyone here believe that's going to happen? No, it's ridiculous. AMBEG's forecast was 11% population growth, and they have now said growth will slow below that. And yet CalAm is saying we're going to need 50 more percent water for less than 10% population growth. Please do send this letter in. Senator Monning, Senator Laird, every public agency in the peninsula, and the CPUC Advocate's Office have all sided with the demand.
Thanks, Melody.
Our next speaker is Christopher.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Chris Bunn. I'm speaking on behalf of Norm Groot at Monterey County Farm Bureau, as he was unable to attend this afternoon. I'm on Norm's exec committee for the Farm Bureau Board of Directors. I'd like to reiterate something that the Salinas Valley ag community has been saying for the last several years, both at M1 water board meetings and in other venues, and that is the fact that some of the source waters that the pure water expansion depend on are interruptible. And they're interruptible for two reasons. First, because of the Central Coast Water Board's Ag Order 4.0, and second, because of Sigma and how that act is playing out in the Salinas Valley. So to the first point, Ag Order 4.0 contains requirements to control nutrient, pesticide, and sediment surface water exiting a ranch. And 2032 is the relevant date for that kind of enforcement. So currently here in ag, we're looking at different methods of how to capture surface water before it exits a ranch and then clean the water of the constituents. And in the north end of the valley, if we start capturing runoff water at the ranch level to clean it, That means we will dry up the various area sloughs and drains, including the Blanco drain and the wreck ditch. We're capturing the water before it enters the drain. You got to understand that. And both those ditches are source waters for pure water expansion. And second, Sigma, we've got a 25,000 acre foot deficit in the north end of the valley, and that deficit has to be solved by 2040. So if we're cleaning constituents in our ranch water, we are definitely going to be using that water to solve that 25,000 acre foot deficit. So again, let me reiterate, some of the pure water expansion source waters are interruptible. And as farmers, we have no choice in this matter. We have to solve this issue for the regional board and solve it for DWR. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Adam.
Good afternoon, good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and my compatriots in the audience. Sorry I can't join you today. I'm a little bit under the weather. There's no point in talking about the letter because it's already been sent. So let's just talk about the facts. The fact is that even the Monterey One Water Board has acknowledged that these are not permanent water sources. So to bank on them just strikes me as not following through on the commitments that we've made to really addressing the housing issue. There is simply no way for us to come close to addressing the housing issue on recycled water alone. And to attempt it is to risk a serious issue because those source waters are interruptible. So, I support recycled water. It's a great expansion, but to rely on that alone is putting all our eggs in one basket that is vulnerable both to drought and to changes to contracts. So that just does not seem prudent to me. And I hope that you'll take that into consideration for the sake of our region's housing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is a telephone caller with the last three digits, 312. You dial *6, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, I wasn't sure. I couldn't hear you because the recording was talking. Margaret Ann Coppernall again. Good evening. Your CPUSC letter is critical, in my opinion, to our existential water supply defense. I wholeheartedly encourage you to send it forward. And I appreciate the one that the mayor already sent because it was outstanding. The CPUC's proposed demand estimate decision is in serious error. If approved, it will have cataclysmic consequences. The underlying reason for CalAM's insistence on inflated demand estimates is not just corporate monopoly, greed, and shareholder financial gain. It is even more alarming than that. From my perspective, CalAM is licking its chops over its long-standing attempted conquest of Marine and Coast Water District's water supply and water rights for its MPWSP desalination plant. CalAM has no water rights or any realistic chance to obtain even junior appropriator rights because there is no surplus water in the critically overdrafted Salinas Valley Groundwater Basin, which is under Sigma mandate to restore the aquifers to healthy condition by 2040. CalAM has no track record of developing a single drop of water for any alternate water projects as was demanded by the State Water Board. Only a track record of diminishing water supplies and obstructing to the max possible innovative recycled water project development. So thank you for your courage in writing the letter. We appreciate it so much. God bless you.
And our last speaker is Land Watch. You can go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm Laura Davis, commenting on behalf of Landwatch. A sustainable and affordable water supply directly correlates with a sustainable and affordable housing supply. In support of these values, we ask that the City Council authorize the mayor to sign and submit the letter to the CPUC. The water demand forecasts, as currently described in the proposed decision, are seriously flawed. They're based on inaccurate data and incorrect assumptions. For example, despite population growth decreasing, the projections anticipate large increases in water demand. They also credit a hypothetical rebound in tourism with an increase in demand, even though the tourist industry has long since rebounded from any COVID impacts, and there's no evidence to imply that it will further increase. To echo an earlier commenter, an overestimate has serious consequences for people's ability to pay their bills. Serious consequences for ratepayers, for the people Mayor Williamson represents. He absolutely should be sending a letter in support of his constituents' interests. We commend Mayor Williamson for taking the time to draft a letter asking for a reconsideration of the demand forecast, and we ask that the city follow staff's recommendation to authorize sending the letter. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comments. I'll make a few comments just to respond to some of the public comment, then I'll open it up to my colleagues. I think first and foremost, and it was shared by some folks that expressed opposition to the letter, we should be basing this off of facts and should be trusting the experts to determine where we're at with this. And many studies have been done. And I don't believe that the federal government, the state government, local agencies would have approved a project that didn't have reliable source water for it to function. So to make a claim that, or to give any perception that there's going to be a scenario where Pure Water Monterey provides 0 acre-feet of water is at best a stretch. There definitely is a conversation between the supply and the demand side. And so when we talk about the supply, let's speak to the facts. The Pure Water Monterey base project has been online since 2019 and has provided its contractual obligation every single year it's been online. Even more so, it has provided an additional allocation towards our drought reserve. So speaking of dry years, that drought reserve is tapped into to help meet up any loss in supply given a drought. So the expansion will only help expand that. Furthermore, there's a whole conversation to be had around first right of refusal for Blanco Drain, reclamation ditch. We can have that conversation. The opportunity for the ag industry or for farmers to develop their own recycled water plant has been available for many years now. Have they done it? No, because it's really expensive. Why would they develop their own plant when we already have a plant in the region that does that for us? Will this change in the future? Perhaps. Even if they started having that conversation today around developing, it's going to take 10 or 15 years minimum for that project to come online. The CSIP agreement ends in 2045, if I remember correctly. When that agreement ends, all of our wastewater on the peninsula has first right of refusal for CSIP. So when that agreement ends, the peninsula can decide to keep our own wastewater, and we would have more than enough water to recycle to provide water for future growth for decades to come. So if we want to have this battle with Salinas over water, let's have the conversation. This is about finding regional solutions. This isn't about stealing somebody's water. And I think that there's a lot of hypotheticals that are being put out there to try to make it sound as if something else is happening that's not happening. There's nothing happening. There's no project proposed. There's been nothing presented in a public meeting anywhere. So I think we just need to, again, stick to the facts and let them speak for themselves. The expansion is going to be online in October, and that's going to provide an additional 2,750 acre-feet a year. And then in addition, we expect an additional amount to be going to the reserve, the drought reserve in the wet years. The thing that I'm most concerned about as we have this conversation around housing, because everybody knows that's paying attention Housing is a big thing for me. It's really important. I don't want water to get in the way of us being able to develop the housing that we need for our community. What I'm concerned about is that if we keep having this fight, we're going to muddy the waters for this conversation that needs to happen with the State Water Resources Control Board to lift the CDO so that we can get these barriers out of the way so that we can start developing water now or housing now, not into the future when CalAm's desal project, if and when it gets online. We need housing right now. So we all need to be getting on board and on the same page around how do we move this conversation forward as quickly as possible. Senator John Laird, he had a closed door discussion with many key stakeholders in the community, including all the peninsula mayors and city managers. And there was a representative from the State Water Resources Control Board there. The rep told us, and I had a conversation with him afterwards, that they're open to looking at a project a proposal that would lift the CDO, perhaps temporarily, or making a change to it to allow more flexibility so that we can develop. But we have to be on the same page. And so I know that there's going to be some proposals that move forward to the State Water Resources Control Board by the end of the year. But what that would do is if we can come to an agreement around having the CDO temporarily lifted, that would, one, provide the State Water Resources Control Board more data so that they can determine the reliability of the source water, which is some of the concerns that are being expressed. They would have more years of data to make that determination, and it would allow us to prove how effective we are at developing housing. So if there's concern around that, then we cut it off and we don't allow additional growth. So I just putting that out there. The bigger concern that I have on the topic of housing is increasing rates. We see it all the time. Sitting on M1W 5 years ago now, we did a 5-year rate increase study. We've increased the rates maximum amount every single year over the last 5 years. And we're going to be going into conversations again this year to look at increasing rates for the next 5 years. That's just M1W. You have your water, you have your electricity, and it may not impact maybe some of us that are a little bit more affluent, but there are folks that are struggling to afford the cost of living here as it is. I'm not saying anything that we don't know. The cost of housing is high, utilities are high. And so if we're putting all of our eggs in the basket of saying the only solution to our water supply issues is CalAm's desal project, you're shooting ourselves in the foot, and you're going to increase our rates astronomically because we're not going to be using all that water. It's going to be extremely inefficient. We're going to build a desal plant that's not going to be at full efficiency, and we're going to be bearing the burden of that. So I'm looking out for our ratepayers. I think I will pause there for now, getting a little bit emotional. So I'll open it up to my colleagues, whoever wants to take it away.
Yeah, I want to start. I want to point out that many of the commenters have already indicated that they were surprised that your letter is already gone with a letterhead. But tonight we're talking about a city position for this council to decide whether or not that they agree to take a city position from this council on the item. I would offer that we should not be doing that for a variety of reasons. We've heard from many folks that are in the business of knowing the numbers. We're not all privy to the details, the science, the inner workings of all of it, what it takes for the numbers to be determined of whether the lower number is right or the upper number is right. But the CUPC has already had staff recommendations for the number that is the higher number. It was postponed by a whole lot of initiative from the political side to postpone it. I understand that that's the process. However, I don't want to have a system where only one voice advocates to the CUPC. I'd never take away anyone's right under their First Amendment to express their opinion directly to that state board. But I disagree that this council should speak with a narrow voice where if you surveyed the community, I don't know what the numbers are going to be, 50-50, 55-45. It's not 100% in favor of advocating one way or the other. When it's a wedge issue, when it's dividing the community, this council needs to be careful in terms of what they advocate for under the name of advocating for the best of what's the interest of the community. Well, you're hearing some disparate opinions, some that said, you know, that number's wrong, some that are saying the water supply is not sustainable, others that are saying that MW1 may lose some of the water for treatment. A variety of opinions are saying that they disagree with the numbers. Others say they like the lower number. Others say that they like the higher number. There are people that have the data that are punching and figuring it out on the calculators in terms of the water demand. But I do know in the back of my head, one caller was saying that they doubt that the population is going to change. Well, I don't know how it can't change. City of Monterey alone in the sixth cycle for 8 years is needing to build 3,600 plus units. So if there's 2 people that live in each one of those units, we're increasing the population of the city of Monterey at least by 7,200. So multiply that across all of the cities that are in the district of the water that we could potentially have the impacts of RENA, that we could be growing all of our populations. This really is about what's the sustainable number and when can we get off the cease and desist? And the state water resources has long said, I'm not so sure about your story about temporary lifting, but if we're planning on executing on 3,600 units and you get a little bit to come off of the cease and desist and they grant us 100 here, 200 there, let's not even look at the RENA number right now. Let's look at the number of pent up demand, the general plan, ADUs, the desperate need for some businesses to expand their water supply. We've been under this for over 45 years. This goes back to a time when I was in high school. So this isn't new. This is not a new topic. And I don't want to make this about MW1 versus Cal-Am. My position is, I don't think we should be expressing this advocacy because this council hasn't had the science presented to us by all parties involved, just like we had an engineer tonight talk to us and convince us that it's worth getting a tier 2 assessment. We listened to some experts here on this topic. We have not listened to or had testimony by enough experts to call this one way or the other. I think we should stay out of this. I think it's got too much consequence that goes to the CUPC, and a letter from the council that maybe is a 3-2 or a 4-1 does not speak to the whole community. And I think that this process needs to be handled at the CUPC level for those that are going to go testify, those that are going to call, and those that individuals are going to write their letters. But I'm not an advocate of a letter coming from this council that speaks as if they're speaking for the whole community, because we simply don't. There are simply a divided community here that some want it to move forward and others don't. And we're not qualified to make this assessment. So I'm not in favor and would not support a letter to the CUPC under the city letterhead, much less a vote from this council that will likely not be unanimous.
Who'd like to go next?
I think just listening to the various points from the public, we could see that there, and this is nothing new, there are a variety of opinions. And the way that I try to look at this, listening to all the feedback, I also think back about my own experience as a resident. And I think really the first experience that I had with Cal-Am that made me think about their processes was many years ago when we were in the drought. Our residents were asked to conserve water as much as possible. I remember that we couldn't water our lawns except for like Mondays and Wednesdays, I think, for like 15 minutes or something like that. And I remember we as a city, we made an awesome impact. Our conservation was way more than anticipated. And I think everybody was proud of that. And then I remember a short while later, once we started, getting back into normal weather and getting some more water, we all get slapped with higher rates. And that really stuck with me because I remember having conversations with my neighbors about this, how a good number of us felt betrayed. We felt like, yeah, we put our efforts to conserve water, and because of that, then Cal-Am had to make that difference because we weren't using their water, so their revenues dropped. So we had to make up that difference, and the way they made it up was by increasing rates. And just like that, throughout the years, as a resident, as a non-expert, I just continue to feel that that Cal-Am has time after time not expressed really the interest of its customer. So I think this letter sends a message to all of us who have been impacted negatively by Cal-Am's service, that there is an alternative, that we do have members of our community who are advocating for a change, who are advocating for something better for our residents. And I want to acknowledge our mayor's role in this advocacy, that he continues and has continued for years now in trying to bring the various groups together to try to figure out what's the better solution for everyone involved. Maybe not a solution that will take care of our issues 100%, but it at least takes us in that direction. So I'm going to support the letter, and I once again acknowledge our mayor for having that courage and making that bold move in saying, this is what we need, and this is how we are advocating for our residents, and not only our residents, but folks throughout the peninsula. So thank you.
Thank you. Please, Councilor Resch.
I'll try to keep it short. I do believe that having an opinion on the water issue is an appropriate municipal interest. Yes, maybe it's political, but we are a political body, so I don't have trouble with that. I do think we need accurate numbers in the proposal, that the PCUC has the accurate data, and I'm concerned that they perhaps don't. When I read Public Water Now information, admittedly, that there is doubling down, counting open lots as buildable and adding to that the RENA allocation numbers for the projection of need, I do agree that that appears to be a doubling because your RENA is going to go onto your open land and that shouldn't count twice. So I'm concerned about the accuracy of the numbers. I believe we need accurate numbers. What I'm hearing from my constituents is that more are in favor of supporting the letter than are not. This doesn't surprise me because 55% of all of our community supported Measure J. So that seems, the split seemed appropriate. And I completely agree with Laura Davis of Landwatch. I thought she was eloquent in that it's not just a simple issue of more is better, to have more water is more secure, because it has to be affordable. If the rates on the individuals go so high that it's not affordable, that's not effective in terms of a just approach to our community, and it's not going to help with the sustainable growth that we do want. So we want enough affordable water. We don't need an oversupply of unaffordable water. So that question is compelling to me. And as to the fragility, I think it's always been fragile. You know, I remember the drought, and the big one was, I think, in the 90s when my family couldn't flush toilets, rarely. So I support the mayor in sending the letter. I do think when we get to governance, we should review the use of the letterhead, which I think went out a little early on his individual basis, but I support, as the council, supporting him and sending the letter.
Please.
So I won't take a lot of time going over a lot of the points that have been talked about already. I do believe that the city always need to be involved in at least knowing and being concerned about water because it impacts housing. Housing impacts life, which impacts the quality of life. So I think we are right to be concerned about this. I don't have to be proposed to be a expert in this, but I have followed a lot of the information and asked about a lot of different things from both sides so that I can get a big picture. And so I believe that in saying all of this and looking at the possibilities of what is being proposed now and what we need now when we're looking at 9,000 acre feet a year and then the 12,000 acre feet a year that would be proposed, I think that we need to be able to move forward in some kind of way. And so we can't do that by just waiting and sitting. And we see that we have needs that are coming every day. And so I, at this point, will definitely be supporting the letter as well. And with that, I'd like to make a motion.
All right,
Be able to authorize the mayor to sign a letter and submit to the CPUC.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion passes 4-1. I'm going to try to get through this next because I know there's some folks here, and if we need to, we can try to finish closed session after the evening session. Okay. Thank you for that discussion. With that, we're going to go back to number 9, receive an update and provide direction to staff on the development of 2025 climate action plan. With that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we presented this item to you the very first time, we promised you that there would be another check-in given to you by our sustainability coordinator, Ted Terrasses. And so I asked him to give us a brief presentation based on the time also where we are. So with that, Ted, please take it over.
Thank you, Hans. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, again, yeah, just providing a quick update on the climate action plan and largely based on the attachment that was included with the agenda report. And as a quick update of where we are, just looking at our greenhouse, we had completed a greenhouse gas inventory earlier this year, working with Rincon, a consultant that's helping us develop this plan. And the results of that greenhouse gas inventory are demonstrating, as you can see on the slide, that the majority of our impacts are coming from transportation and building energy. So really, when we start looking at mitigation measures, and where our answers are going to come from in terms of reducing our impacts, it's going to be in those two main areas. And just again, looking at our goals, and again, these are figures in the attachment. This the first figure was figure 2. This is figure 1 in the attachment of the agenda report, and this is just indicating what our goals are. And if you look there, our SB 1332 goal by 2035 is looking to reduce. We're right now at about 350,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents in terms of emissions. We're looking to cut that by about 65,000 metric tons by 2030, and then the balance by 2045. So a good amount of work ahead of us. So what we did, or where the rubber really meets the road here, is how are we going to get from where we're at to our goals? So really, that's really the point of this, and really of the climate action plan, is our mitigation measures. So how do you mitigate our impacts to get us to the level where our goals are at? And that's where we spent the last couple of months doing some outreach, getting some feedback from the public, having a public workshop, having surveys online, going to the farmers market, doing a lot of outreach, and work with our consultant as well to get us down to the mitigation measures specific to, again, transportation and building energy. So what we've come up with, or what we've kind of developed as our main mitigation measures, is what you'll see in table 1 in the attachment. Again, predominantly focusing on building energy and transportation. And what those do is, that's basically our blueprint for reduction, and implementing these measures will help get us there. So each of these measures has actions associated with it. There'll be, 5 or 6 actions associated with each of these, but the idea is you set an overall goal or an overall target, and then, put it into place by a series of actions that are supporting it. And what we're doing now is really getting down to, again, these main mitigation measures and this main framework of how we're going to get there, so that we can evaluate this entire plan for CEQA consistency, as well as develop a draft climate action plan that we can develop within the next few weeks and present to the public, so that we're leading to adoption, ideally, of a climate action plan by later this year. But a lot of this is kind of dictated for us already. As you can see, our targets are transportation and building energy. We just wanted to present sort of the information, the feedback we've received so far from the public, and put some of that information before the council to see if there's any questions about the attributes of these measures, the targets, the measure themselves, potentially any strategies we're missing, or outreach you'd like us to complete before we close out the climate action plan. So we wanted to give you this little summary here, and a bit of an update to find some sort of last minute feedback and direction as we look towards providing a draft of the climate action plan. Well, thank you for the presentation. And a little bit of a side note, I also want to give you gratitude and your team for helping me come up with some talking points for the conference, the California Resource Reuse Conference that I spoke at earlier this week. I got to speak to some of this stuff to folks that are actually interested in hearing about it. So I appreciate the work that you and your team do. Thank you. Thank you for being there, too. Yeah, absolutely. Opening up to the council. Any questions?
No questions.
No questions, but I like your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ted, for the presentation. This might be going on a little bit of a tangent, but hoping that maybe you'll just keep it very basic. I'm looking at the measures and actions page or pages, and there's just a graphic. I don't know that it's labeled. Maybe I can't see. Anyways, what's that? Is that okay? Thank you.
The glasses on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There it is. So there are various, I guess it would be the measures and actions listed. I'm wondering if, just for the public, if maybe you can put it more in practical terms of like, what can someone do towards these measures and actions? So, for example, 100% renewable and carbon-free electricity. What does that mean for the average?
Right. One of the good things there is that's a good example kind of to lead off with. And one of the great things we're sort of doing already is with Central Coast Community Energy, we've already made a lot of strides in kind of increasing our renewable energy portfolio. And one of the targets there is that we get to actually 100% renewable energy as the standard by the year 2030. So one of the things you can do is, be a member of 3CE or sign up for that service, be involved with sort of the policies or the boards there, or make your comments in support of that. That's kind of one action that we're already targeting and planning to hit just by the membership we've already grown. So it's kind of an example by being a member and participating in that public process for folks that have done that, we're able to work towards hitting that target. So it's kind of
Awesome.
Right off the top.
If you could keep it like that,
yes,
for the rest of the items, electrified buildings, for example.
Right.
Like, what does that mean to the average person, and so on and so forth?
Right. So like when we're looking at decarbonization, basically it's removing the carbon impacts from building a building. So when you talk about where you're getting the materials from, how you're transporting them there, how much carbon you're sinking into the building by choosing better materials, different processes, prioritizing, say, passive house technology. We're not using a lot of energy for the ongoing energy use of that building. These are all working towards decarbonizing that building. Ideally, too, minimizing the usage of natural gas in the building as well, although that's a bit contentious just in terms of what you can require. But at the end of the day, that's one of the ways you decarbonize. You don't have to do everything, but again, these mitigation measures are all balanced. The less you do in one area, the more you have to do in another area to hit your target. So it's fine that we don't do every single one in one area. We just pick up the slack somewhere else. But yeah, that's for the most part, the same kind of thing. Those are all residential buildings, non-residential construction. That's all kind of relating to building construction. So kind of reducing that. And then when we get down to the bottom, you'll see microgrids or energy storage to enhance local electrical reliability. And that's something we're kind of working on anyway, or considering as an important issue just in terms of emergency impacts. If there's fires or floods or things like that, we can, as you know, we get cut off here relatively frequently or a couple times a winter, which can be dangerous. We have the potential of being flooded or cut off from the rest of the mainland, California. So it's important that we can be sort of self-sufficient and also running those microgrids on renewable energies, or having electric vehicles that can plug into those things, or generating solar power and maintaining that power and batteries in a more local way so that we're not totally dependent on being connected to a grid. Because if you cut that arm, then we're in a blackout. So if you have smaller grids, we're good to go. In terms of transportation, again, looking at mode share, increasing the amount of basically the use of public transportation, getting people out of ideally using their cars by themselves, or if they are using cars, using an electric vehicle or a zero emission vehicle is really a lot of what this is about, is adopting a ZEV there. For example, ZEV adoption rates is zero emission vehicles. So kind of increasing those, not just for the general public, but for city staff as well. Car share programs, of course, just ways ultimately to keep single riders out of single cars, discourage, again, single passenger vehicles, and then decarbonizing off-road equipment by certain levels by target dates. So just, machines that aren't typically targeted, start to target those as well, just in terms of, off-road bikes or ATVs or equipment that we use off-road. The solid waste sector, the good thing there is we're already got 2 big thumbs up. I think, Mayor, at the very conference you went to, we're doing very well in the city here in terms of our compliance with SB 1383, diverting organic waste and keeping that material out of the landfill. Methane is a big emission component of decomposing organic waste, and that contributes greatly to greenhouse gases. So by folks at home putting your green waste, your food waste in your green bin, diverting that all and getting us to be able to compost that and recover the gas is all contributing to minimizing that impact to the environment, as well as our food recovery efforts, edible food recovery, recover it before it becomes a waste. Then not only do food insecure folks get food, but we don't have that emission to worry about when it starts breaking down and releasing methane. Let's see here. So yeah, that's again SB 1383, water and wastewater, kind of maybe related to our last item. Per capita potable wastewater consumption by 10% by 2030, and depending on where we're at, another percentage by 2045. And again, these are in flux and can depend on what other metrics we send. But again, that pumping and that the movement of the water can also have an impact, similar to natural gas, or even when we collect, for example, recyclables. You think we're doing a good thing in diverting, but we're still using trucks that emit. Unless we're using zero emission trucks, that's going to have an impact. So same thing with the pumping mechanisms, drilling mechanisms, movement mechanisms for water, all have emissions associated with them as well. So minimizing that. And then the carbon sequestration section is all about pulling carbon in. So instead of not putting it out, the idea now is to capture it, like pull it back either by, here we have tree planting, expanding restoration projects to sequester carbon, especially there's been a lot of talk of cities working with farms to basically capture carbon into their farms or sink it into the soil so that it's not active in the atmosphere, and kind of sort of increase the natural carbon cycle of the earth, but it needs a little bit of help given that we're overloading the system right now. But yeah, ultimately that last one is just about sinking carbon. So that's kind of the overall look at each section. I'm going to save mine for now, and then I'm going to go out to the public because we're getting a little bit tight on time here. So for folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wishes to speak on this item, just ask you stand up to the left of the podium or identify yourself by raising your hand. Not seeing any, so I will go back to Zoom and do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 2 folks on Zoom. Let's go ahead and take our Zoom callers.
Esther, you can go ahead first.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm just curious about how any of this is going to be applied to renters specifically, because we know that the majority of our rental properties are older buildings, and is there a program that's going to incentivize the owners of those buildings in a way that they won't pass along the costs to change these buildings into this idyllic version of what we want to see happen maybe in our lifetime, to minimize the financial aspect? I mean, we already spoke at the last item. The mayor mentioned how costs of utilities are out of control. It's no coincidence that all the business community were for Cal-Am's desal plant, because they all have to make a bunch of profit off of the rest of us that live here and work here and try to afford living here. And so all of this sounds great, but I would like to see some renter-specific information in this big plan, because given that the city is 66% renters, I think it's disingenuous to have this pie-in-the-sky plan without getting into more detail on how it's going to affect the majority of the people that live here. It's not to say that I don't support it. It's just that I want to see more specifics on it, because the people who are going to be affected by this can't afford it. Renters can't afford plug-ins, vehicles, even if they're provided with a plug-in station. We can't put solar on our units. We can't pick our appliances if we wanted to go, more energy efficient. So every time, this presentation comes up, I say this, but I still have yet to see anything specific to how it's going to affect the majority of the residents in the city, which hopefully that will be eventually spoken about, because I mentioned the last time I was on a statewide call and the cost was being estimated at $45,000 per rental unit for them to be in compliance with all these target numbers. And that's only going to chase away more of our workers and residents that are here. And we just can't wait until the last minute. So hopefully I can see some of that in the next presentation. Thanks.
And our next speaker is Laura from Landwatch.
I'm Laura Davis, commenting on behalf of Landwatch. Landwatch continues to support the city's efforts to devise and implement more sustainable and climate-friendly policies. We've been following the process and have been engaged in discussions with the city for a number of years. In 2021, in collaboration with Eco Data Lab, Landwatch provided a zero carbon 2045 strategy outline for the city. We're encouraged to see that many of our suggestions are included in the goals for the 2025 updated climate action plan and in the methods for achieving those goals. We fully support the decarbonization of new and existing buildings, VMT, electrification, and reduction through increased opportunities for public transit, walking, and biking, and organic waste diversion and carbon sequestration. In addition to the recommended actions in today's staff report, we again ask that the City Council ensure that the VMT analysis uses an origin destination model and direct the consultants to include an evaluation of whether building more housing to address Monterey's jobs housing imbalance would help reduce VMT, and to what extent, in line with the city's RHNA allocation and housing element. Thank you.
All right, awesome. With that, we'll go and close public comment. Thank you for those that provided some additional input. We'll put it up to the council for motion and deliberation.
I make a motion to approve and accept the report.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other comments? I have a couple things. I'm gonna try to get through really quickly because I know that we're tight on time. I think it's a fair game for us to look at entertaining some of those comments offered by Landwatch. Also, Esther's comment I think is helpful. I know that I attended the workshop and there was some discussion on some of the things that you put your stickers on around renters specifically, and offering assistance and tying that to some requirement where potentially you don't increase the rent based off of the public dollars that are provided. So I know that that's embedded in there, but I think maybe having something specifically spelt out in the final draft might be helpful so that folks can focus on that. I had some questions, but I'm going to form them in statements just so I can get this out. The plan speaks to outreach to low income and disadvantaged members in our community. And so I'm interested in seeing more about what that plan looks like. And just to add some feedback there, it would be great if we're reaching out to organizations that specifically represent those parts of our community so that there's somewhat of an organized effort around who we're reaching out to be more intentional around that. In the staff report, it spoke to the work status of all the different elements, and it shows what's complete, what's in draft complete, and progress. And it'd be helpful to just kind of see a timeline of what the ones that aren't complete, what the next, or when the anticipated date of completion is for those. I am very interested in incorporating a policy, if the council is willing to entertain, around disincentivizing natural gas and future home development. I know that there's a lot of litigation around banning natural gas, but if we can structure a policy that significantly pushes people away from natural gas, I think that that's something that the city should incorporate. Community engagement, I already spoke to that. Then there were some questions posed to the council. So I'm just going to throw some of my thoughts out. The funding attribute, how does this goal ensure funded projects are shared equitably throughout the city? So just kind of making sure that not all the funding is put in one part of town. How do we make sure that that's distributed appropriately? And even if it's something that goes through multiple neighborhoods and has a citywide benefit, just kind of making sure that we're looking through things with that lens. In the in the goals, the target goals, I think we should move up the walking and biking goal. One of the things that I think about as we're looking at this is how do we mirror or match other programs and projects that the city already has going on so that we can maximize the benefit. And so if we can create a more walkable, bikeable community, I think that achieves many of the goals that we're trying to achieve. And so anyways, I would encourage us to try to think about uplifting that higher. And I think that's it. So there's a motion. Oh, please. Yes.
Just a quick one, Ted. You probably know this, but I was so impressed with the Whale Fest and all the lectures that came out of the local UCs. And they really hit a lot on the sequestration and the management of the oceans and the marshlands and the river marshlands. So I commend that to your observance. It was fascinating.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
Ted, you're awesome.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I know that there's some folks here that want to make some comments on the next item, but I'm going to kindly ask for you to wait 15, 20 minutes so we can go into closed session and maybe get an item or two done. And then we'll take this up as the first item when we get back from closed session. So we're going to go ahead and recess and, oh, I'm sorry. I have to do public comment on closed session agenda items. Yes. Yes.
To the
11 and 12. I apologize.
to the evening.
I forgot the 12 to the evening session.
Yeah.
So closed session, there's item 13 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to government code section 54956, text 9D1, continued from July 23rd, 2025. And then there's 14, which is conference with counsel, legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to government code section 54956, text 9D1, Joseph Barboa versus City of Monterey. Anybody on Zoom, you can use raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item or either of these items? All right, seeing none, we'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and recess. So we'll be back 7:05, 7:10-ish. So appreciate everybody's patience as we Tuesday, August 5th, 2025. And we're going to start off by doing the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask Councilmember Garcia to kick us off.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Garcia. General public comments continued. This is for items that are not on today's agenda. So if it's on the agenda, this is not the time to speak during public comment. So anybody wishing to speak on this, for this item, you can identify yourself now. And just for folks' awareness, what we do is we identify the public speakers at the beginning of the public comment period. Once those folks are identified, we close it off, and then only those speakers will be able to speak. So I'll check on Zoom. For folks on Zoom, if you can use a raise hand function while you're navigating your way there, I'll check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak for general public comment for items not on today's agenda? Yep. For items not on today's agenda? Do you have a comment, ma'am, for?
Sorry.
Okay, yep, that's on the agenda, so we'll come back to that. Anybody else? All right, so we'll go ahead and close it off in the chamber, and then we'll do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 2 on Zoom. We'll go ahead and take our Zoom callers, and I think we're going to do 2 minutes to keep it consistent with the afternoon session.
Okay, first we have Esther.
Good evening, everybody. Just wanted to point out, based on the last session, we really need to try and get Reggie some staff. There's no way that we should be taking on more project suggestions without trying to get him an intern or somebody that can help him with that workload. It's feasibly impossible for one person to do everything he's being asked to do. So I just wanted to bring that up. And also, I just want to point out that it's interesting how some of the members on this council seem to keep forgetting that things that the previous mayor did was perfectly fine with them, but the current council gets all kinds of problems out of it. And I'll use the letter to the CalAm issue that was brought up at the last meeting, just as an additional example to how the NCIP and commissions were appointed and whatnot. So I just wanted to make sure that to those that think that they are going to be able to just keep blaming the current mayor for things that they're unhappy with now, that they should know that those of us that have been following this council know that it was okay previously, and there's an interesting pattern that we see developing here. Thank you.
And our other speaker is a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 902. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. This is Nina Beatty. First, I want to comment about the Army plans to burn at the Fort Ord Superfund site again. And I request that the city petition the US EPA to stop the burn and put a permanent stop to future burns there. Fire prep is happening now at Site A, which is in the northeast section of the Superfund site, near Marina, East Garrison Housing, CSUMB, Salinas Valley Agriculture, and Toro Park. Toxic smoke and ash blows everywhere during these burns, including to Monterey, and the fires have gotten out of control frequently. On May 19th, the website militarypoisons.org reported on Fort Ord's burn toxicity and the history. The smoke and ash fallout contained dioxin from the Agent Orange used there, and furans, white phosphorus, munitions chemicals, chemical weapons, herbicides, and poison oak urushiol, which is very toxic. The smoke gets into windows and gets into buildings, contaminates yards, and makes people sick whenever they do it, including children. Seaside Marina, Spreckles, Highway 68, they get the closest repeated exposure, but everybody's getting it. Animals such as deer have been seen on fire, fleeing the fire, and how many animals are trapped and killed by the Army's methods. Birds, insects, reptiles, and of course all the vegetation and trees are killed. I ask the city to take action now to stop this burn, starting with petitioning EPA and asking other cities to join you. Secondly, AB 470 would allow AT&T to eliminate copper line landlines in California and no longer be obligated to provide service to all. Landlines are essential, providing service when wireless and VoIP systems fail and batteries die. They save countless lives, provide reliable connections to 911, and loved ones in power outages and provide exact location data when seconds count. Extended and frequent power outages for days or even weeks are reality in California, including those caused by utilities, and they're increasing. Brief battery backup is no protection, and more extended backup is expensive, yet copper line telephone service continues. Please protect our landlines and support and oppose AB 470. It's in the
Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and close general public comment, and then we'll do announcements from closed session. And I will just bring up that we didn't get through all of our closed session agenda items, so we'll continue it until after the evening session.
Great. On items that were heard on a unanimous roll call vote on the Jeremiah Rutchow v. City of Monterey matter, confidential direction was given to legal counsel. On the unanimous roll call vote of Anthony Silva v. City of Monterey matter, confidential direction was given to legal counsel. On a unanimous roll call vote on the Alexu workers' comp claim matter, confidential direction was given to legal counsel. And on the on the unanimous roll call vote of Woltman workers' comp claim matter, confidential direction was given to legal counsel. Item CS 14 was also heard. This was conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. This is Joseph Barboa v. City of Monterey, and confidential direction was also given to legal counsel on a unanimous roll call vote.
Thank you, Nat. We've continued, excuse me. That just got me laughing too hard during our dinner break. We continued 2 public appearance items from our afternoon session, and so we're going to take those first before we go into our public hearing items. So the first item is item number 11, to provide direction to staff on the executive recruitment for city manager. And as we transition here, I know we're not saying goodbye yet. Hans is leaving in December. But just wanted to give Hans gratitude for his 28 years of service to the city. And there are things that I really appreciate about Hans, and I'll give just one example of what that is. When COVID-19 started and everything started shutting down, Hans rolled up his sleeves, put a plan together, presented it to the council. It was a 3-legged stool to make sure we're taking care of our business community, to make sure that we're taking care of our renters, and to ensure that we keep the city's budget intact. And the council unanimously supported that methodology. And not only did he propose this to the city and the council, but he also executed it beautifully. So that's just an example of the amazing work that we've got out of Hans, and you'll be missed. So thank you for all your years of service. Let's give it to Hans.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Keep going. No, I'm saying.
And Brett will present this item.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. As you've just said, and we know, Hans has announced his retirement effective at the end of this year. And so staff is looking for direction on how you would like to proceed with the next city manager. Some options. Some options that are in your report. So one is we can use an outside of executive firm. Another option is we could do the recruitment internally, the Human Resources Department. We could also limit the process and conduct a promotional only recruitment. So that would be only eligible to current employees, or the council could give me different direction altogether. So those are some of the options I put forward.
Awesome. Thank you for the presentation, Brett. Any questions from the council at this time?
Just one little question. Could we ask, maybe, Brett, it's going to be difficult because you weren't here, but our city manager, I think if we had kind of an overview of the last time we did this from a city manager's timeline, if you could walk the council through, because we've had several changes on the council, and I think that it would be helpful for this council and be helpful for me to be reminded what our last process included, that we made you go through the last process.
Yes, Councilmember Smith and Council, the recruitment in 2017, 2018 was started with resignation of the existing city manager, and so the city at that time didn't have a lot of time to act. So I became acting city manager and then interim city manager parallel. The city council was very interested in a recruitment process, and the council members at that time asked the human resources director, Alison Haug, to come up with a proposal of an executive recruitment firm. As I recall, just at this very moment, some of the council members also recalled how somebody was recruited for other boards and commissions they belonged to, and they remembered having positive experience with an executive recruitment firm. So the HR director prepared an RFP, and firms responded to the RFP, and then those recruiters presented to the city council, and the city council could ask the recruiters a few questions. And then the recruitment firm that was then subsequently selected by the council during an open session was then tasked to work with the individual council members to hear what do you expect from your next city manager? How do you see the next city manager being integrated into the city? Parallel, the council also wanted to make sure that the public had a chance to weigh in, and the recruitment firm at that time had at least one, or I recall one, but at least one outreach meeting where they basically invited residents to come and share with them also what they expect as qualities in the next city manager. So based on that, the recruitment firm then prepares the recruitment brochure. And then and again, based also on the input of the council, that they basically all agree at the end, this is the qualifications, this is the profile we like to see of the new city manager or the candidates. And then they went out for recruitment by, I think it was a 3-week period. And it included to submit a cover letter, a resume, and I believe there might have been 1 or 2 supplemental questions. And then the recruitment firm conducts the background interviews with each and every candidate who has applied, and selected the top 5 or 8 that they felt were worthy to invite for an interview. And then the city council in closed session interviewed the candidates and selected from the first round of candidates their top 2 or 3. I still don't know if it was 2 or 3. But I believe it was for sure 2. And then the council came back to the recruiter and said, in the next round, we'd like to hear more about ABC. And again, the recruiter probably also coached the council a little bit to say, hey, you might want to ask now this question. You might want to know that. I hear you're interested in this. Ask those questions. And then there was a final round of interviews for the top candidates, and after that interview, then the council stuck their head together and appointed then the next city manager. So the process took about, I want to say, 5 months or so, 4.5 to 5 months. It included a check-in, like I stated, with the public. It included regular check-ins with the council to provide to have your input. There were those one-on-one meetings where then they will ask, who do you want to see, what qualifications? And then throughout this whole process, the recruiter kept the candidates informed and also kept the council informed. This was a hands-off process by our own HR team. They are completely removed from that process. The recruitment company does everything for you, and then once I believe when we had the top 2 candidates, or 3 candidates, I might be wrong, there were background checks run also about, okay, what kind of social media presence do they have, what kind of credit reports do they have, etc. So there were some of those additional verification checks for the council conducted. Interestingly enough, also all the recruitment companies have kind of the same program to a degree. They all, as we say in Germany, boil with the same water, and but they also have, and I get to this point as well, even though not us, but they have those connections also to a lot of folks they know might be interested in applying as well. So there are a lot of networks also that they have access to. So that was the process, and it took 4 to 5 months. I think in March the council became very fired up to get this done, and I was appointed August 8th or August 9th. Was this helpful?
Yes.
Yeah, it's helpful for me and reminded me of a couple of things. So I think we should, hear from anybody else.
Absolutely. Thank you for asking that question. And I appreciate having that background, Hans, because I think you were the only one on the council when that happened.
Yeah.
So I think it was helpful for all of us.
Before we do that, I wanted to highlight something I think is important for the council to know and the public. When it came down to the top candidates that was recommended, the executive recruiter didn't just say, okay, here's 6 and we're scheduled for this and we showed up. We actually participated in closed session in hearing several candidates that were in his portfolio saying, okay, these are what I believe are your top significant candidates. And I think he started with like 7 or 8. And then we discussed that in terms of fit and characteristics of the things that they had discovered about those candidates. And then our council collectively selected a number of candidates. And then our interview as a council was all day. So that was a significant working day as a council in closed session doing the interviews. And I think all the candidates were basically, if not an hour, 50 minutes with each of those candidates. So it was a significant amount of time investment in the process when it came down to face-to-face with the candidates and us, for us to, go where we needed to go. And at the end of the day, Hans was the selection.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and open it for public comment. For folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? I'm seeing 2 takers. Anybody else? You can stay seated if you want and just raise your hand. Hold on 1 second, please. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and cut it off in the chamber to the 2. I'm going to do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 1 person on Zoom. Please.
Mayor, my name is Nelson Vega, and I didn't realize this was on the agenda, but I'd really like to see that the city of Monterey reach out and get a professional recruiting company that specializes in city managers. I think it's a really important job because we are talking about multi-million dollar budgets, different types of tight funds, this fund, that fund. It takes a really sophisticated guy that understands finance. Finance is the biggest thing that you need, because I don't think, based on what I've seen done, and this goes back several councils, that they really function to the benefit of the public in general. We all pat ourselves on the back that we're doing a great job, but when I drive in the streets and I see the condition of the sidewalks, the condition of the streets, I mean, it's appalling that a city of this wealth has streets like this. And that's the number one thing that you guys do is fire protection, police protection, and the public works. And the police do a fine job. Fire department does a fine job, but there's not enough money being put into the city streets. I mean, my street and my business in front of Pearl Street, they've had a tree that's uplifted the pavement, the sidewalk. I've asked for years. And it's just the people's cars go by there. They hit that thing. It throws their alignment out. You have no idea how bad the streets are. And I think you really should pay attention to them. That's why you need a professional city manager. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. My name is Ross Pounds. I'm the Monterey Firefighters Association president. I just want to start by saying, Hans, thank you. We really appreciate your support and enjoy your retirement. But wanted to speak, as you are presented with the options for recruitment for the city manager, we wanted to weigh in. We've been talking about it as an executive board, and we wanted to let you all know how we feel. We respect the process. We respect the decision that you're going to make in this process, but we feel like you also have the right candidate in the room with you right now. On behalf of the men and women of the Monterey Firefighters Association, who are your Monterey firefighters, we believe Nat Rojana Sathira would make an excellent city manager, and definitely is has the institutional knowledge. We've had a very professional, very positive working relationship with Nat over the years, and that's the real reason that we believe that he would make it for a seamless transition and really make a great city manager. It is not just because he has a glorious mustache, which really helped. But we've enjoyed a great working relationship with the city manager's office, and we've always enjoyed working with Nat, and we support him as he pursues this role. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go to our public commenters on Zoom.
Laura, you can go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Hey, so I know there's likely going to be ample opportunity to come in and celebrate Hans before the end of the year, before he retires. But nonetheless, like other folks, I'll begin with my comments and extend gratitude to Hans for enduring his time serving the city, and especially his time at the helm as city manager, which I know has been no easy task. So Hans, thank you very much. And like many others, I wish you fair winds and following seas as you set sail 4 months from now. And hopefully you'll have some good restful nights ahead in your future. Okay, so on with my public comments. And this is no reflection on Hans's time at the helm. I think he's done a great job, but look into the future and a lot of the challenges we face with Hans setting to retire at the end of the year. I strongly urge the council to commit to a full and open recruitment process that includes a national search. This isn't just a personnel decision, it's a leadership decision that will shape the city's direction for years to come. Our city charter, specifically section 3.4, makes it clear that the appointment should be based solely on executive and administrative qualifications. It does not favor or require internal promotion. So best practices from the International City and County Management Association strongly recommend national searches for key leadership roles to promote fairness and transparency and to attract the best candidates. Cities like Santa Cruz, Salinas, and Carmel and others have all taken this path recently, and Monterey should too at this juncture. Hiring from within without public input or competitive process risks appearing politically motivated or exclusionary and kind of incestuous, quite frankly. We need fresh ideas and not just familiar ones. Fresh faces seems to be one of the key things that this mayor and other folks want to see. So we ought to continue that. So please take this opportunity to invite broad community participation and conduct a national search that ensures we find the strongest possible leader for Monterey. Thank you and have a good rest of your meeting.
Oh, that's me.
Yes,
that was it.
There was a hand that went up after, but that
Okay,
was
I thought so. Okay, I'm not completely going crazy. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the council for deliberation. Please, Dr. Barber.
So yes, I'm not gonna go into my I love Hans feel right now. So but there you go. But not yet. Not yet. So I really appreciate you sharing though. I'm glad you asked the question because that helped me to kind of get an understanding of what historically has helped, and it seemed to be a good way to start. I like the the executive search firms. I like having executive search firms involved because I think it's important to bring everybody, but I think also that it should not exclude or discourage anybody from inside being a part of that. And so I think that's important that be noted. For me, this is how I feel, because I feel that whatever the different perspectives we end up coming up with individually as they talk to us and as they talk to the residents and as they talk to the people from the union or all the different people that come in, I think after building that profile can be met whether it's nationally or whether it's here. And so I think having the search firm is important, and I like the process of having the council having the closed session and going through that. I think that's important. I think I definitely love the outreach, so that we hear from what the residents and the union people are saying and what they're thinking, so that we can take that into consideration, and to be able to that way. I think you get a combination of not only what we want here locally because of us living here, but you also get a national perspective of what they're seeing and what they may want to add to the calculation. So I do see something very similar to what we did before, making sure that we have, residents, businesses, and unions to be a part of the outreach conversation, but us actually being able to get all of the candidates from the national search and be able to go from there, and including, like I said, people who are locally here, they would not be precluded from that search, is what I see.
Who wants to go next?
Anybody else, please?
I think I'm in agreement also. I really favor the idea of using an executive search firm. And I received a few emails about this leading up to the meeting, and I know Nat's name keeps coming up, and that's great. And I'm sure, he's got great qualifications, not anything about Nat. It's I think just in terms of a process, right? I think we owe our residents a varied list of options that will mirror more appropriately what our residents are looking for. And yeah, we have excellent talent internally as well, and they should put their names in the hat if they're interested. But I'm going to favor the executive search firm for this as well.
Okay. Let me.
Whoever wants to go.
Yeah, I'll make a few comments. Having gone through the process personally years ago with two executive recruiters, it personally made me a better candidate. Neither of the positions were going to work out. One was geographically not good, and I made the final two, and they didn't pick me, and that was okay. But I think having a structure by a professional recruiter that serves us, listens to us, is a strong benefit. They are they're in their game, they're on their game. This is relevant. This is what they do, and they can do it in a apolitical way, and they can also be very inclusive. And I like the model of an executive recruiter. And I think when we get to a point where we have an RFP, these would be the kind of things that we would want to hear from the executive recruiter that they say that they would do for us, that they would be very, very able to cast a wide net, that they would seek and draw in the appropriate candidates that are aligning with this council, this city, and the city employment structure, as well as all the city value drivers that we all share. They bring to us professional help and guidance, And it was very helpful the last time that we did this, because the insight of the executive recruiter, and he was a former city manager himself, a very successful city manager. So he was able to usher us through the process. And it also involved a very timely, reasonable process, which included public outreach and input, city team input, members of the employee unions had access to this person. So there was a lot of dialogue back and forth where that person allowed himself to be approached. And there was an open session where this person stood here and took the calls from the public, or took the questions from the public as an executive recruiter. And then when the process worked forward, as we did it the last time, and as an executive recruiter would give this counsel, it allows all internal candidates that are interested and qualified, Nat and any others that may be interested. It's in a structured process. It's with transparency, and above all, it's with fairness. And I believe that what we're really looking for is highly competent, highly professional, highly capable of a lot of things that the city will demand of that person, and our council will demand those things. So we put our full trust in that person that we select, and we're long for a process of 3 or 4 months to get to the point where we'll have fantastic candidates to vet and go through, and then ultimately the council will make the right decision. And I think if we go through that kind of process using the right executive recruiter, I think we'll get to the point where no one can ever replace Hans. It's going to be hard. Now, and I say that truthfully. We're all going to miss a lot of things that Hans does for us, and the next person will do their own thing. And we've learned a lot from Hans, and we will be able to continue as a city and thrive. But he will forever be in our memory of knowing that he steered the ship well. And then we have time to party, and maybe you can grow a mustache as well. Okay, yeah, me too, because mine had too much gray, so it came off. So those are my thoughts that I think an executive recruiter is the appropriate thing to do.
Okay. Is everybody gone? Oh, please, yes. Sorry, I thought you were.
I agree with having an executive recruiter, and I've talked to a lot of people about this, and they've shared their opinion. And the winning argument for me, and it was a tough one because we have a lot of strong internal candidates, and I respect that. But the winning argument for me was to take it outside the family, the Monterey family, so that we could be as removed and professional and undramatic as possible, my words, so that we could be clear, linear, and not get too attached within the process. So that's a way of saying sparing our staff having to take many sides or even one side. So for that reason, for keeping it streamlined and secular, so to speak, I would favor a recruitment firm.
Okay. I think that this is a huge opportunity. And actually, before I go into this, I just have to respond to some of the comments that were made during public comment. This isn't to say that the city is perfect. And frankly, the city will never be perfect. No city will ever be perfect. But I think Monterey, comparatively, is as close as you can get to it. Not to say that we don't have work and that we're getting there, but our staff currently, I think, is doing an excellent job as it relates to our streets. And it's thanks to the voters for passing Measure P and Measure S, where we have funds that are specifically dedicated to repairing every street and road in the city of Monterey, taking care of our sidewalks and storm drains and making the curbs ADA compliant. So I think we're doing a great job. And if folks have a concern or a problem area, I encourage you to contact our Public Works Department so that they are aware of the concerns. It's a big city. There's a lot going on. And I just encourage that open communication and dialogue. I don't see that being the issue. And I just wanted to be able to respond to that. I think staff has done an amazing job in that space. And then I just have to say this, I'm going to lean towards the assumption that it wasn't intended to come across this way, but the comment was made that the next guy that comes in is, I just have to say it's sexist. So we just have to be careful with our word choice. And the fact is that the person that's coming in can be male, female, non-gender, binary, conform, whatever, right? And so I just want to be careful about our word choice. I felt it myself, but I also saw some physical response from the audience as well. So I just felt like it was important to say not a direct attack. I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that we're not basing our decision, if I have anything to do with it, we're not going to base our decision off of somebody's gender. Okay. All that being said, I appreciate hearing from my colleagues. I'm not going to belabor the point. I think it's pretty clear that we're leaning towards the direction of going out to an executive firm. As I was starting to say, I think this is a really huge opportunity for the city to figure out what the next phase looks like post Hans. And so I think we have to take this seriously. This is a huge position. There's a lot going on in the city of Monterey. And I can guarantee that most people can't begin to understand or know what's going on in the city manager's office on a regular basis. So, and for a city that has a budget of over $200 million, it's significant. This is a big deal. So I think to be thorough, I agree with my colleagues to look at going to an expert firm. And this isn't to say anything about our HR department. I imagine that our HR department would do a fine job. And I'm not saying fine like fine. I'm saying fine like a fine job. But for us to hire somebody that's an expert in this area specifically, I think is the right choice. I would just add, and I'm probably going more into my thoughts that probably should be shared later. But I don't think we should just be having that firm look at only those who are searching. I think we need to be open, we need to be aggressive in search for folks that maybe not even looking, but that have the skill set that we're looking for, and we're willing to steal somebody from another city if we need to. So, so just kind of throwing that out there. And then I agree with the list that you went through, Ed. I would just throw in there the business community as well. I want to make sure that we're getting their feedback and input. And a big thing just overall for me throughout this entire process, from the person that we select all the way through the recruitment process, is community engagement. So soliciting that feedback from the public, having them be a part of the process in some way, and then whoever that person is that's selected, to me, community engagement is at the top of that priority list. So do we need a motion, or is general consensus?
Can I just add one, and then maybe we go?
Yeah, let me just get a response on this real quick, and then we can come back to it.
So, Mr. Mayor, I just want to add one additional piece of information. The process that I described was that HR provided the RFP and then selected the recruiting company to present to the city council, and then the council selected. There is also, just for completeness of options, our purchasing rules allows that we can run the RFP and we select the company, and then you work with that recruitment company directly. So that would be also a possibility. All the recruiters are doing the same thing to a certain degree, but again, that's an option, and that's it. I will not share with you what I would prefer. So
okay,
that's it.
Okay.
So I was going to say about an RFP that would be put out. I think the benefit of going out to an RFP gives us an opportunity to see complete presentation by competing executive recruiters, and then this council would make their choice. And there could be a chance that we have 3 RFPs that come back and we don't like any of them, and we do it, we go back and we say, okay, let's dig a little deeper. That has happened in the past before with another city that I worked for. The other thing I was going to say is any executive recruiter that is worth their money and they are a professional, he or she, who they are, they're watching tonight. They started watching the second his announcement for retirement occurred. So they also will do their homework on our city and our council. So a process that we go through is also equally good for all of us to learn more about that candidate who will come to that day where we say we are very satisfied and we've vetted and we've gone all the way through and we collectively make that decision. That whole partnership with that executive firm is really critical to understand the moving parts and the components and our responsibility to step up our own game and answer to those questions that executive recruiter is going to ask of us in that process. And this is important for us to recognize. They are going to shop us just like we're going to shop them. And so we have a duty and obligation to participate in that collaborative effort.
I meant to say one last thing, which is I understand the time constraints as well associated with it. It would be great to get somebody ready to go, ideally before Hans leaves, so that there's some carryover. And so all that being said, the bigger you go, the longer the process takes. So I think it's trying to find that right balance as well. So it sounds like we're at a space of just trying to put out an RFP. Let's see if we can get some proposals to us, and we'll look at those, consider them, and continue the conversation from there. Is there any other feedback that might be helpful at this time from the council? I love how you sat back in your seat.
I have a question though. So I just want to be clear. The RFP will go out, we'll get feedback. And is it the council's wish you see all that responded, or like the top 3? We can vet who maybe if they didn't check off all the criteria. So you get the top 3, then those top 3 can come and present to you and then you make your selection.
My preference would be that we allow HR to do that, because you're in that world to be able to, and there might be a brand new one that comes in and says, we can do it for $20,000.
Mm-hmm.
And they have no history, and the website doesn't look like they really shop what they really are. But I think that the due diligence on our HR, that would be helpful. And then pick the top 3 as they are coming to us, and then then we see the 3.
That work? Okay. Yeah. Top 3.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, Brett.
Thank you, Brett.
Is that a firework?
Sound like it.
All right. What's going on in Monterey?
So they're celebrating already?
They're not only listening, they're right outside the door.
They're watching.
All right. Moving on to item number 12, update the governance policy to provide for a mayor, vice mayor subcommittee to interview and nominate applicants to boards, commissions, and committees, and update the council's 2025 appointment chart. That'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. SB 9 has been on the horizon for quite some time. We worked on this.
Boards, commissions, committee.
Boards and commission governance. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I was like, SB 9.
I was so excited. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's time I retire. So governance is the next topic. We have discussed it a few times, and I asked Clementine to introduce the topic briefly.
Y'all look like you're up to no good. I'm calling you out.
Hi, so as you recall at our July 23rd meeting, you previewed the governance policy with the changes to the boards and commissions appointment process. And as a reminder, it would be a subcommittee conducting the interviews with noticed public meetings. The only change I made in this from the last meeting to now is that based on your comments, Councilmember Rash, you were concerned about all may attend and comment. And so I've clarified that the public may attend and comment, since the council may attend but may not comment. And it is expressly provided that interviewees may attend remotely. And it also includes nominating residents to outside agency positions like the TMC Bike and Ped Committee. The outreach methods stay the same from how the policy currently exists, and the reappointment requirements, the factors in evaluating applicants and making appointments, and the fact that the council makes appointments, all of that has stayed the same. And my plan is that if you approve this change tonight, we would plan to schedule the first subcommittee meeting to develop any desired standards, such as standardized interview questions or length of time per interview, et cetera. And we would have internal city clerk staff procedures for supporting the subcommittee, including that scheduling flexibility that you asked for at least 2 dates for interviews for the applicants. So I recommend that you adopt the resolution and also direct us to change the chart of appointments to reflect the new subcommittee.
Thank you, Clementine, for your work there and your ongoing work that's going to be required for that. So opening up to the council for questions, please.
Everything's looking fine, and as everyone knows, was my first agenda item for my term. But I have some concern that at the first public subcommittee meeting for the subcommittee members, the plan is to provide guidance and develop any desired subcommittee guidelines and standards. I would like those proposed guidelines and standards to come back to the whole council. Does anybody have a problem with that? Otherwise, the three of us who aren't on the subcommittee actually have no voice as to the guidelines and standards, because even if we attend the first subcommittee meeting that you're planning, we aren't able to speak. So I want to be part of that decision.
So just for sake of flow here, let's try to focus on questions now, go to public, and then we'll come back for deliberation. Any other questions at this point?
Yeah, this one's of Clementine. What we're looking at in the produced update on the governance policy, item 12, for the public to know. Letter K is the letterhead used by council members. Was that written, is that the same thing that pre-existed before this?
Yes, the only section that has been modified with this new proposal is the section on board and commitment appointments.
Okay, so I want to accurately reflect this because members of the public might want to know this. My question centers around K, which currently reads in this agenda item, letterhead used by council members, city council letterhead should be used for letters representing the position of the full council, except for social items such as thank you letters, which can be sent by individual members. Individual council members should not use city letterhead to do advocacy work. In other words, parentheses, advance a position on legislation or write about policy. So that's my question to clarify that this is the same as what we had last time. Okay. Thank you. That's the only question I had.
Okay, any other questions? All right, with this, we'll open it for public comment. So folks on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, I will check in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? Not seeing any takers. So with that, I'll close it off for the chamber. Do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's 2 callers. So we'll go ahead and take their call.
All right, first let's hear from Tom.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jean, for bringing this forward, and thank you, council, for also bringing this forward. I wholeheartedly support this, and I agree with Councilmember Resch that I think that the standards should be brought to the city council for their review and approval, since this is the kickoff of this new subcommittee, and you want it to get off to a good start, and I think that's an appropriate thing to do. Thank you very much.
Short and sweet. Next we have Lori Mazuka.
Good evening, council members again. I wasn't going to speak, but when the letter K was brought up, because the agenda was rearranged, I didn't get to speak to this item before, but it seems like it fits here. So because I was very bothered by it when I saw the draft letter that was going to be sent to the CPUC. And I thought, well, that's strange. And the mayor signed it, but I hadn't heard anything about it. But there it was in the newspaper the same morning. So I thought, well, this is weird. I haven't heard a thing about it. So on that note, you're updating on the governance policy. I don't know that it sounds like it's changing. So if it isn't changing, then that means it was really overtly breached. But this discussion's pretty timely because of that 2 weeks ago on July 23rd, before the council even met, Mayor Williamson wrote, signed, and sent the letter to the CPUC on City of Monterey letterhead, taking a position on a major and deeply controversial water issue. And it was sent without any prior council discussion or vote. And worse, it claimed to represent the entire city council. So I'll repeat, it's a major policy decision and publicly communicated to state regulators on behalf of this council without your consent and before the public had any opportunity to hear or weigh in. That's not just premature, it's fundamentally a breach of public process. And that same day, the Herald published it and with the letter as an official city position, again, before the council even met. So not only did the letter bypass your input, it shaped public and regulatory perception without your approval. And that's not just a procedural problem, it's a serious public trust issue. This wasn't a routine administrative or thank you note. It was a formal advocacy letter entered into record of high-stakes CPUC proceeding on CalAM's proposed desal project. That's an issue with massive financial and environmental consequences for this region. The governance policy you're voting on tonight, specifically this section K, it's crystal clear. City letterhead is for official council positions only, not individual advocacy. The mayor's dual role as co-chair of Monterey One Water makes this even more troubling to me and probably everybody else who cares, creating a serious appearance of conflict and misrepresentation. If this policy is to mean anything, it's got to be enforced and abided by. The Monterey residents deserve transparency, collaboration, and accuracy in how their city is represented, not solo decisions made behind closed doors and mischaracterized as consensus. Please don't just adopt the policy, stand up for it. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council for motion in deliberation. Actually, I don't know why I forgot to ask my questions earlier, so I'm just going to jump in and ask my questions real quick. And it actually gets a little bit to what Councilmember Rash was saying earlier. I do think that we should include some additional information. I guess I'm forming it in a statement, but I do think we should include the additional information in the policy so that it's agreed upon and there's no room for confusion or fears of things being done in a vacuum, more or less. So it would be good to include some of that now. And I wonder if we can just talk through that a little bit. I don't know to what extent it needs a lot of work. I mean, I know that there was providing two options for the interview. So an initial option and then an alternate as a backup. One of the things that I was thinking about as well was the length of the interview. So I think we should be clear in regards to what the expectation of that length of time is. What I have been doing when I was doing them individually was 15 minutes. Especially if you have a lot of interviews, it can take a long time. And once you read the application and their resume and supporting documentation, you already kind of have a good sense. So it's just staying focused on those. Do we want to have some bases around the questions or I don't know, but maintaining flexibility there? So anyways, those are my initial thoughts that I leave open to the council for additional discussion on.
May I offer? I think I agree with Councilmember Rash that it should come back to the full council once that ad hoc subcommittee has met. What I would like to hear from the ad hoc subcommittee is that the nature of their questions, right? What's the areas that they intend to go into? Whether it's 15 minutes or 20 minutes, I found 15 minutes. By doing this previously, not quite enough time, but I would leave that up to the ad hoc committee. I'm more interested in probably the top 3 questions that the ad hoc committee would come up with. And I think if we put this back on the agenda and they reported to the full council and examined that these were the questions, these are the areas that they were intending to go to in their interview that's in a couple of weeks. And I think that's what you were talking about is the ad hoc does some work formalizes what their plan is, and then comes back to the full council and lays the plan out in front of us, and then we talk about it.
Right, and the goal is that the vice mayor is going to change every year.
Yeah.
So that we have a policy that, unless it has to change, be updated, is something that we follow year to year, no matter who the vice chair is.
Yeah. Yeah, and I always think that in those kind of things, some structure is important. So a sense of, the top 3 or 4 questions that the ad hoc committee recommends that they proceed with the candidate. And they may tweak that in terms of, a deeper dive on planning commission versus appeals board, however they decide in terms of the depth of their questions. I think the full question should be discussed before they launch into the interviews.
Anybody else? Please, Dr. Robert.
So let me get some clarification. So you have a ad hoc committee, right, which is the mayor and the vice mayor that is formulating questions, right? Am I following that correctly so far? I'm looking at you.
You're looking at me. That is formulating guidelines and standards is in the agenda.
Okay, yeah, I'm just getting clarification because you're adding more things to it. So I want to make sure I get clarification. So my question is, if we're having questions that you're saying that you want the ad hoc to be able to come up with and then come back to the council and say, are these questions good? Is that what I'm understanding?
I think that was more my statement. I'm not really, I don't necessarily need to approve or wordsmith questions. No, it's just kind of the areas that they would be interested in going into. And I think Jean just read it. I think that's it.
No.
Exactly.
If the subcommittee is creating guidelines and standards.
Yeah.
So how the subcommittee functions. If I, as a non-subcommittee member, go and witness that first meeting, I can't speak.
Right.
So I have been removed from having a voice in the process of creating standards and guidelines. That's what I'm uncomfortable with. I just want to be a part of it. If the subcommittee wants to do the first draft, great, bring it to us and we do a version of this and we say, yeah, that sounds great.
So for me,
I don't care if it has the questions.
For me, I think there's a balance of too much and not enough, right? And I think what we had already come up with for the reading tonight was fine for a balance of getting back into it. But I think when we start wanting to be in every part of it, it's just kind of like with I know it's not the same level, but with the executive search and everything else that we were talking about and having HR to handle the RFPs and that, I think if you have a committee that's going to actually do the interview and it's got to come to us anyway to be able to say yes or no, I don't feel like I need to be involved in what the questions look like because all the questions should be the same anyway. So, because from an HR standpoint, you say, these are the 3 questions you can ask. You can ask clarifying questions in any interview. So if you don't understand something and you need to get more clarification, you can say point of clarification and ask them something a little bit deeper. But I think you can have 3 basic questions that you ask them for a board and commission because it's the board and commissions. And I feel like there's some basic questions that you want to ask, whether it's the planning commission or whether you may have more detail of what they tell you because of the skill set in planning as to something else. But to me, it doesn't I think we have to be careful not to start weighing heavy on getting so involved in every point of it when it comes to us anyway.
Right. I have no interest in controlling the questions. That's not my interest. What my interest is what's in the report.
Okay.
Guidelines and standards are going to be created for this subcommittee. This has been near and dear to my heart. I don't have a voice. I can't go and opine to the first subcommittee. That's not right.
Well, you do have a voice. At the end, you have a voice to be able to say, yes, I agree with what they're saying, or no, I don't. That's a voice.
No, I don't.
So you're not a part of the council?
It's not coming back.
So, but it comes to the council at the end. At the end, it has to come to the council to be able to agree.
You're saying the recommendation.
On the recommendation.
I think what she's saying is the process. I think she's just I think she's talking more about the process. I think you're referring
You're
to,
talking more about the recommendation. So you're saying you want to have a voice in the what the process looks like. Is that what you're saying?
The first public subcommittee meeting for the subcommittee members to provide guidance and development of any desired subcommittee guidelines and standards.
Okay,
So two people are going to create the guidelines and
I
standards.
understand that.
Right. And I have no
problem with that.
participation.
so
Okay.
let's let Councilmember Garcia go and then I'm going to jump back in.
Okay. I think
Sure.
this is easy to fix.
Yeah.
This is not a big deal.
Okay, I'm just trying to get clarification.
Right.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, and I agree. I think it is important to outline what these standards are going to be, not necessarily for this council, right? But for anyone in the future, so that there's at least a baseline. And I think in terms of the questions, actually, I wonder, and I think there are already questions, right? That no, so maybe that could be part of.
No, let me clarify. There's an application, but I don't know that there's like specific questions based off of the seat you're running for. You just kind of check boxes and then there's like general
Okay.
questions.
So maybe, and I'm kind of thinking about what Councilmember Barber was saying in terms of like putting on the recruiter hat or the HR hat, right? There's certain types of questions that I think would we not necessarily us, but again, future council members should have to kind of describe what are the appropriate types of questions, because we don't know, right? Future council members, they might decide to go off on a tangent on subjects that are not appropriate, right? So maybe at least having an idea of what an appropriate question would be for candidates, or maybe like a list of 5 questions that council members could choose to use or not use. Maybe that would be appropriate. 2 cents.
May I ask, Madam Clerk, you're putting together this guidelines and standards. Did you have an idea of where you were going with it?
No, my idea was only to have that be separate from the policy because the policy is a very large policy that covers a lot of important governance topics. And anytime we want to make little changes to how the subcommittee operates, I don't think that it would necessarily need for the full policy to come forward to the council. So my thought had been, since there had been feedback on the council about wanting to maybe have some standardized questions, that would be a separate living document that the subcommittee could tweak here and there. You can direct me otherwise, but that was my idea.
So as I think through, because I was the one that threw out the idea of interview questions, then the question almost comes to me, if there are standard questions that we want answered, it's probably just better to make that part of the application process. So that those things that we absolutely need answered, we get those answers in their response. But I think that there is a level of flexibility that should be afforded to the subcommittee to ask those questions. So I don't know if that necessarily needs to be part of the process, but I do think that there are parts of the process that might be helpful to include here, like how many times are we going to offer somebody? So in that way, it's just like publicly clear. There's a process that's going to go from year to year. We're not kind of changing because there's a new person on the committee, on the committee. But then there is a level where I do think, in my assumption, what the intent of the city clerk putting this on here for the subcommittee to discuss in their first meeting is because it might be like more of a scheduling thing and like, how is it going to work between us? And I don't think that that part needs to come back to the council. And in fact, in my mind, I'm just trying to avoid having to make anything come back. We clearly have a lot on our plate and trying to get through this stuff. So I'm not trying to circumvent. I'm trying to help create efficiency. So if there are things that we feel like are important to include, I just offer or suggest the council communicate that now so that we can get that included in it, get this approved. Gino and I can get to work on starting these interviews because some of these positions have been vacant for some time and we can move on with our business. So I think offering 2 sessions. And then I would suggest that we keep the interviews to 15 minutes each. especially if we're going to come up with some questions that we're going to add to the application to kind of get a better sense from each of the applicants. And Nancy provided us some good questions from the past, so I appreciate that and think that that's something that we can leverage to include in the application. Yeah, 15 minutes is more than enough. You can pick up on somebody's abilities pretty quickly in a conversation, and it's a lot. So that's my suggestions. Anything else from the council? Well,
Could I ask for some clarification first? You're referring to application questions now, and I want to make sure I understand. Are we changing the application as well?
So this is maybe by more of consensus as opposed to like trying to say exactly what it has to be, but it almost gives staff some kind of flexibility and maybe just asking some questions. And if council, maybe we could do this, if council has any feedback in regards to what some questions are, they can pass them staff's way, and then staff can evaluate and add some to the application that makes sense.
And I've also seen, in addition to Nancy, right? Those questions for NCIP I've seen in other cities. Maybe they have specific questions that are for the planning commission. You like that direction?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, please. Does that work for the council?
Yes, and I think that she might have some examples. How would she be able to share? I'm saying she, the clerk. How would you be able to share that with the whole council? And what would the mechanism be if a council member had a problem with that before the ad hoc sets to go to work?
And we already have a lot of applications received in the last 4 months, if I'm remembering the number of months correctly, that are using the current application.
So I would just offer too that whatever that process is, we don't make the people go back and do it again. So I think if council has, my thought is if council has concerns, just give that feedback to staff and let staff figure out, make the ultimate decision on how they want to proceed. So I think you wanted to make a motion here.
Well, I want to make sure. So yes, I'd like to make a motion to accept the recommendation that staff has given. And then what was the part that you had added, Jean, that you wanted to make sure was in there?
That
extra, please.
That the guidelines and standards established by the subcommittee returned for approval from the council.
There you go. There's one.
And I'm not talking about questions.
Right, I got you here. I got you.
Which have liberty. The subcommittee can do, it's not about questions.
I guess I don't see that being necessary. I don't see where anything needs to come back to the council. That's what my point is. Like, if there's something that you think should be included, I'm saying voice it tonight. So let's get this in now, and then let's let the subcommittee meet. Let's not add more to the agenda later. So I'm just saying, let's just vote what we got going is my thought.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and rescind my motion so that we can get cleared up first. So what are the other items that we want to add to it?
So I think offering 2 options for the interview. Is there anything else that would be helpful to include in the?
I think didn't we say something about questions? What I'm thinking is to maintain some flexibility with questions, maybe just have staff offer maybe like a handful of examples of questions that could be appropriate for any board and commission. And then the subcommittee decides whether or not to choose or to use those questions. So
Let me try this.
Let me just try real quick. I feel like I'd rather council feel comfortable in what their questions are. So when there's a new mayor, vice mayor, they can feel comfortable, because what if the question isn't on what staff gave? Are they expected to stick to those questions? So I'm comfortable with allowing flexibility there, but if there are some standard questions that we feel like are appropriate, like I think, just to give an example, a good question, I've always asked this in every one of my interviews. Have you attended the NCIP committee meeting? Have you attended a planning commission meeting, right? So I think that that's like a good example of a question to ask. Yeah, describe your background in planning, describe your background in neighborhood and community improvement,
But how about, is there something with this commission that you put in for that you have as a particular high agenda item or something that you are interested in accomplishing?
But these questions, and that's why I was saying, I don't think we need to waste our time in the interview asking these questions. I think they're just good to maybe add to the application. So that way we get those out of the way, we get our responses to those kind of that basic information, and then we can ask some more open-ended questions in the interview so that we can hear from them and get a better sense of them and how they communicate and are able to respond on the spot, as opposed to having kind of like a somewhat idea of what's going to be asked. So
basically, we're going to do the two options for interview, but then as far as the questions are concerned, we're just able to just give the questions to the staff and then we can filter from there. Can we just say that?
yeah, so give the question. If we have questions, send them to staff. Staff has the ability to add them to the application, and then we can ask whatever questions we want
Right.
in the interview.
I think we're going around and around.
Yep.
So I make a motion that we receive the recommendation for the city from the city staff, adding in two options for interview, and that we give all questions that we want to have considered for this to the staff, and staff will filter from there, and any questions that the council has at that point can go directly with the staff.
All right.
15 minutes. Oh, 15 minutes. 15 minutes for, thank you.
Interviews.
15 minutes for interviews.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any other discussion of the motion?
Yeah, discussion. Is this motion only on the adjustment, or is this closing out item 12?
It's a motion on the agenda item, which is
11, 12.
It's closing up 12.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm doing
Yeah.
that.
So before we do that, I want to go back to item K. I still feel like we have this hanging thing, like, we talked about the letter, and I wanted to talk about it here because it's on this agenda item. What are we going to do about this? Because this was what we were going by for our previous governance, and it's the current governance. But a letter has been sent on the letterhead. I kind of feel like this is one of those classic examples of a drop of ink has been dropped into a quart of milk, and you can't take that ink out. So I would propose that we or you should something notify the CPC and put a new record of letter without the letterhead that's coming from you. Now, tonight, we voted, it's 4-1. An official position letter is coming from behalf of the city council on letterhead. I'm fine with that. It's just what was already done in violation of Measure K of the governance. A letter should not have been sent under your signature for your personal position advocating. So how do we take that back?
So I think for sake of process, it's not on the agenda. And at this point, the discussion is focused on the motion. So I'm fine to have the conversation. If you want to work with staff on getting it agendized, we can go back and have this conversation at a future council meeting.
So we don't need to do that. I've called it out.
I hear you, but my point is that I'm not going to really engage in this discussion right now because that's not what's agendized. So we're not discussing letter K. The item is to update the governance policy to provide for a mayor and vice mayor subcommittee to interview and nominate applicants to the boards, commissions, and committees, and update the council's 2025 appointment chart.
So what you're proposing to me is that you want me to go through the governance process to agendize a conversation on K.
Whatever you want to do. Okay?
And this could be dismissed in 30 seconds.
I don't have anything to give you right now. So.
Okay, that's what I'll do.
Okay.
I'll bring it back with a request to agendize the item, to put the questions to the mayor and ask the mayor to answer as to what he plans to do with the violation of the Governance Act.
All right. Any other comments on the motion?
I just wanted to clarify also on the staff side, just for the record, I know the mayor had asked staff if we could send a letter. We forgot about the policy specifically regarding the letterhead. So that specific request that with the letter being sent to the CPC, there was a check-in between the mayor and staff. We made the mistake of saying, yes, it was fine. So I wanted to make sure that was clarified. We clarified that. And Hans and I wanted to make sure that was clear for everyone.
I appreciate that, Nat. I have no intention of putting this on staff. It's not staff's responsibility. It's my responsibility as mayor. So I don't have anything else to provide you. I mean, it is what it is at this point. And
Could I just ask, Madam Attorney, do you have any help for us?
Well, I don't know if this maybe doesn't help, but as far as the public comment that was actually submitted to the CPUC, it doesn't show that it's on city letterhead or anything. All the public comments are just typed in separate. It's not like an attachment with a letter. So I don't know how to visually, there might have been a signed letter, but that's not what was sent, or that's not what is reflected in the CPUC's official docket listing the public comments for this matter.
So a question that's generated based on Nat's comment. How many letters have been sent on city letterhead with the mayor's signature?
Okay. Chrissy, I think this is getting outside of the scope of the agenda item. I'm not saying I'm not willing to have this conversation, but I'm just wanting to make sure that we're within the scope of what we should be talking about for the agenda.
I got the answer.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I wasn't answering your question properly. I think it's fair game to talk about this rule and how the rule is followed or not followed.
Okay.
Because that's what's before you right now. And if you're using the CPUC as an example, I think that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was what I.
Okay.
Okay. So then I can re-navigate.
He gave me the answer I needed. Thank you.
Okay. So you're set?
I'm good.
Anything else?
I'm good.
Okay. All righty. Anything else on this item? All right. Call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. With that, we will move on to item 15 for a first public hearing item. Adopt a planning commission recommendation and approve a first reading of ordinances amending chapter 33 and chapter 38 of Monterey City Code to implement the provisions of California State Senate Bill 9 and Housing Element Program IJ, allowing for ministerial approval of qualifying residential developments and lot splits. With that, I'll pass it to Hans for staff presentation.
SB 9.
Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item has been a part of our work program for a good 3 years, I want to say. And Fernanda has been working on this for a good 3 years. It was in front of the Planning Commission earlier this year in June. And tonight, Fernanda will present to you the recommendation by the Planning Commission and hopefully also bring us closer to closing the chapter of working on this particular regulation through approving the first reading of this ordinance. And Fernanda, good luck.
Thank you, Hans. My name is Fernanda Roveri, Principal Planner for the City of Monterey. So what is SB 9? SB 9 is complicated. So today I'll give you an overview and introduce the proposed ordinances. When you hear single-family zone, what do you see? A single home on a lot, right? One home per lot. But SB 9, which became effective in January 2022, lets property owners transform that single-family zone lot and build up to four housing units on that lot. That can be achieved by simply adding more units or subdividing the lot and adding more units, up to a total of 4. This law is an attempt by the state legislature to chip away at California's housing shortage by allowing for more units on single-family zones. The bill aims to simplify the process for homeowners to develop their properties by providing a ministerial approval process for qualifying applications, potentially reducing the time and cost associated with building new units. To provide some local context, city staff has been taking in SB 9 applications since 2022. And as of now, we have only received a total of 6 applications. 0 have been constructed or implemented. Nevertheless, we are required to abide by the state law, and we are also required to implement our housing element, which the council adopted last year. So the goal of the 2 ordinances in front of you today is to incorporate and be consistent with the state law and implement our housing element. The Planning Commission recommended on a 3-1 vote that you approve the draft ordinances. One ordinance would amend Chapter 38, the zoning chapter of our city code, to provide clear and precise standards for development of SB 9 units. The other ordinance would amend Chapter 33, the subdivision chapter, to provide clear and precise standards for using SB 9 to split a single-family lot. Our proposed ordinances are fully consistent with the state law, but go one step further by including affordable housing incentives to implement Housing Element Program 1J. Program 1J commits the city to enacting regulations to comply with SB 9. The program says that to promote housing opportunities for very low-income families with children in single-family neighborhoods in Monterey, the ordinance will allow up to 6 units on what is currently a single-family parcel if the property owner commits to making at least one of the additional units affordable to very low-income households. Our proposed ordinance includes 2 affordable housing incentives to comply with Program 1J. If the owner commits to making at least 1 unit affordable, then the number of units can go up to 6 instead of 4 when the proposal includes a lot split. And the second incentive is that zoning restrictions will be waived to allow 1 unit to go up to 1,000 square feet if 2 or more bedrooms are provided. So as mentioned earlier, Monterey is required to abide by this state law, and we have been since 2022. By adopting the 2 ordinances in front of you today, we will also be a step closer to implementing our housing element. That concludes my presentation. I am available for questions, and I'm accompanied by a team of experts as well.
Thank you, Fernanda, for the presentation. Any questions from the council? Dr. Barber.
So thank you for the presentation. So just a couple questions. With SB 9, is there a specific measurement for the lot to qualify to be able to do the split, or is it for any lot?
If you subdivide a lot, the resulting lots need to be a minimum of 1,200 square feet each.
Okay. And then the other thing is, what outreach was done on this, or was there any?
Outreach to the public?
Yeah.
No outreach.
Well, it went to the planning commission.
Oh, yes. I mean, we did receive public comments at the planning
I'm
commission
talking
meeting.
outside of like regular.
Formal
No.
meetings. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Fernanda. Maybe a question more so for the city attorney. I'd like to hear more in terms of, we're a charter city, and there were some cities that formulated an appeal to this. Where is that currently as it relates to the city of Monterey? And I think it was going from the appeals to the Supreme Court. And what impact would it have if twofold, what impact would have if this did not pass at this council tonight? And what impact will occur if this passes tonight, but then the law is forced to make a change by judicial action?
Very good question. You're correct. There was an action brought in 2022 by the city of Redondo Beach and 4 other cities that went to the Superior Court level, and that court found SB 9 as applied to those 5 cities, which were charter cities, was unconstitutional. There's been an appeal filed on that and consolidated with a different appeal. And so it is yet to be decided by an appellate court whether or not SB 9 is unconstitutional as applied to charter cities. So the Superior Court decision in that action is not binding precedent on the city of Monterey, so we must follow current state law. Law develops through the court system, so if there is an appellate decision that's published, that, let's say it says charter cities are not bound by SB 9, then the city council could revisit its adopted ordinance and policies in light of the new law, because that would then be an interpretation of the law. But for now, the city of Monterey needs to comply with existing state law.
Could I ask a follow-up question to that?
Yeah.
So let's say the city implements the policy or the city law today or through this process. And then the appellate court decides to have a binding decision that impacts the law that we've already implemented. What does that do to our law? Would it require the city to take action to reverse it because we've already implemented it, or is our implementation of it contingent on the state allowing it?
It would, of course, it's going to depend on what the ruling says. So we're trying to predict the future here. So depending on what the ruling says and whether or not it's a published decision, it would just mean the city council could make a more informed choice of whether it wants to retain the policies that you might adopt tonight, or if you want to do something differently.
So it would require us to take some type of action in order to reverse.
Yes. So if you adopt an ordinance, these ordinances, and they become effective and the law subsequently changes, we would need to come back if you wanted to change our law, which would be the policy. So it wouldn't be illegal for us to retain whatever is passed. It just means that you had options that aren't available to you today, potentially.
Understood. So we could, in the future, once we get to that decision and we know judicial guidance, this council then could say, we'll stay with what we have, even though it's within our right as a charter city to undo it. And we could, as a choice, come back to this council and amend this ordinance.
Correct.
Which would then align it with however the council chose to, without having the state force us to comply.
Correct. And there's another component too, which is it probably would trigger amendments to the housing element and HCD review and all of that again. So yes, but you're stating it correctly.
So the housing element is been passed by this council, and it's just 2 weeks ago we amended it, and it's now back to HCD. When do they approve of it?
So our housing element has been approved since October.
Yeah. So if this council chose to vote this down, what would the consequences be? How long would HCD take to call us or visit to say that we're out of compliance?
With the housing element? I don't know what.
Because they've approved it already.
They've approved it, and these ordinances are implementation tools. So the city council's already adopted the housing element. So that's a current statement of the city council's policy, and plans for implementing that policy include the adoption of these ordinances that are before you tonight. And if there's a decision not to adopt these, then the housing element, we wouldn't be in compliance with our implementation deadlines, and
could affect grants, could affect
it could,
approvals in the future.
And there could be enforcement actions.
Right. The only questions I have, I will have a comment, but no more questions. Thank
Anybody
you.
else? Please.
Ms. Riveri, under SB 9, there are 4-foot side setbacks, 4-foot back setbacks. It doesn't address the frontage. So with an R1, does the frontage setback remain what I understand is 15 feet?
So it would remain 15 feet as long as it doesn't preclude construction of a 800 square foot unit.
Right. Right.
So if the front setback precludes that construction, then we would be required to waive it.
So there's not a real question, but there's concerns with the 4-foot setback when our fire setbacks now from Cal Fire, we now have a 5-foot no vegetation, which is a different topic, I agree. But there are some in the community that go, wow, we're trying to clear out our 5 feet and now we're going to put buildings up to 4 feet. I just want to make that's more of a comment than a question. So the most units, living units, we could see in this scenario with the incentives is 6. It'll never be 8, right?
Not using SB 9.
Right. Does SB 1 apply to RE zonings, estates, and planned communities? And I'm thinking of Skyline Ridge, the HOA, they have an HOA. Can you explain how we can understand how this will affect Skyline, in particular in my district?
So SB 9 applies to all single-family zone properties where the residential use that is allowed is single-family homes. If multifamily buildings are allowed, then it's not a single-family zone. So the PC Skyline Forest, the planned community area, there are specific blocks that are zoned for single-family residential only and not multifamily. So SB 9 would apply to those.
Okay.
And SB 9 applies to all RE and R1 zones because the only residential use allowed are single-family homes.
Okay.
Except for the properties that are zoned historic.
All right. So the determining word is really single family rather than the R1, R estates, R planned community. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. If there's an urban lot split, which means the division, and I'm explaining to the public, not to you. If there's an urban lot split into the 2 units and separate homes are built, those resulting homes can be sold separately, one immediately and one after 3 years, right? I mean, I'm getting to the point of the owner has to hold on to live in at least 1 unit for 3 years. But after 3 years, that owner could sell. And can I presume that the owner could sell that subdivided second lot right away?
The restriction that you're referring to about the owner having to live there for 3 years, it doesn't say that they also have to own it. And it just says that they have to, they are signing an affidavit with their intent to live there for 3 years. But I'm not aware of any restrictions that they can't sell it right away. I don't know if there's.
Oh, I see what you're saying. They don't have to remain the owner. They just have to remain the occupant.
That's what the state law says.
Okay. Okay. And under SB 9, SB 450, the subdivided lots can have 2 units of 1,200 square feet or parcel size of 1,200 square feet. I'm confusing even myself. That's the building size. It's 12.
If you use SB 9 to split a lot, the resulting lots have to be a minimum of 1,200 square feet each.
No, so it is the lot.
Yes.
So someone with hypothetically a 2,400 square foot parcel, which is small. I mean, the parcels in Carmel by the Sea are 4,000 and they're small. if we had a hypothetical parcel of 2,400 square feet, they theoretically could divide it into two legal parcels.
Yes, as long as they meet all the other qualifying criteria.
Right.
Yes.
Right. They probably couldn't take it too much farther, but, right. Okay. If we approve the very low income incentive option, who oversees who oversees the implementation of that? Who makes sure that it's very low, affordable, very low income?
It would require a deed restriction and so an affordable housing agreement between the city and the owner. And usually the housing office is the keeper of all of those deed restrictions.
Okay. Okay, so a recorded deed restriction and the city gets involved in the oversight, as with all our very low income restricted housing. Okay, thank you. I think I understand this one, but help me. There's the quote, limits on adjacent urban lot splits. Neither the applicant owner nor any person acting in concert with the applicant owner may propose a lot split adjacent to a lot previously subdivided as an SB 9 urban lot split. So when I think about that, a developer can't go into cahoots and buy this big parcel and that big parcel and thereby develop even more.
Right. So if a developer owns two adjacent parcels, that developer can only use SB 9 to split one of those parcels. They cannot split the other one because it's adjacent.
Right. And what do you, just your opinion, what do you think the purpose of that restraint was statutorily, or maybe that's a question for.
I think that the law is to help homeowners so provide more units, but it's meant to be a way to help homeowners, grow old on their property or create generational wealth and at the same time provide more housing. It wasn't meant as a law for investors to come in and buy a bunch of property and then subdivide and then rebuild maximum density.
Okay, thank you.
Which is why the 3-year living requirement to live on site was added.
There's parallel to that in logic. Okay. So there are exemptions, and I'm not sure I'm using the right word, and I'm asking for you to teach me. Environmental hazard areas are not included under SB 9, are exempt from SB 9, and one of them, I'm asking, and one of them are CAL FIRE very high fire zone, or very high fire zones. So if they aren't mitigated, so I have a lot of questions on that. That's most of District 3 that I represent. As soon as you get out of the apartment area near where I live, the Porta Vista, Lower Soledad, some subsidized housing, some low-income housing. I love the neighborhood. As soon as you cross Mar Vista to the east, you're in the highest fire zone, and it goes all the way from Munris all the way up to 68. So it's, in essence, most of District 3. So does that mean we are exempted, or does this mean it doesn't apply? And does it does it mean it would apply if there were fire mitigations? And what are fire mitigations? Are those that we don't have vegetation for 5 feet? Does it mean we don't have vegetation for 30 feet? You hear where I'm going on this?
Yes, so one of the site constraints that you mentioned is when a property is located in a very high fire hazard area, severity zone. If you want to qualify for SB9 approval, you have to implement the mitigations that the city has adopted. And the city has adopted, we've consulted with our legal counsel, and what the city has adopted counts as fire mitigation. And that includes fire sprinklers and fire rated walls. And there's one more and Class A roofs. So those are things that the city requires and is adopted into the building, our local building code. So they count as mitigation. So as long as an application implements those things, then they can build in the high fire hazard area.
Okay. So you said something really interesting and important. The owner would actually apply under SB9 rules. So right out of the gate, they're doing something different. They're asking for a form of exception. They're asking to be under SB9, which is different than all our other codes. So that's helpful. I'm trying to imagine this happening. So you apply to subdivide an urban lot under SB9, and then the city looks at whether someone in a high fire zone has met the mitigations. All right. So you might not be allowed to develop under SB9.
If you don't meet all the qualifying criteria.
And so you don't really have to worry that your neighbor chooses to develop under SB9 in a high severe area because they're going to have to meet those mitigations. Okay.
Yes.
And you see where I'm going with this is I don't want to be at a higher risk for over densification in a high risk fire zone and worry that my neighbor can get legally able to do that. But you're saying the city has a plan for that. Out of the gate, you apply as an SB9 exception or ruling, different from our other standards.
Those local building code adoptions apply to any new building in Monterey.
Okay.
So any new building would be required to have fire sprinklers, fire rated walls, and Class A roofs.
Okay. Okay. They'll be mitigated by default. Okay. Thank you. That's really helpful.
I have to say, we did notice, we did publish in the newspaper. So back to the question about outreach, we did, publish in the newspaper. The ordinances that are before you today very closely mirror the state law. And so there's really not much we can do. We have to implement the state law. The only real difference is that the affordable housing incentives that I mentioned. And we did do a lot of public outreach during our housing element.
And I hear you, but I want to push back on that.
So real quick, if you had any more questions, let's maybe open it up for discussion after we go to public comment.
Okay.
And
I hear you. I hear you.
Can Gino, he has a question. He jump in real quick.
Yeah. My questions are done. We'll do a wrap up.
Okay. We'll take Gino's question, then we'll go out to the public for public comment.
Thank you, Fernanda. Just one question, just maybe add a little context. Here's in your knowledge, since as SB9 became law, how many applications or requests has the city received?
Since it became law, it became effective in 2022, we've received 6 applications.
And of those, how many have been constructed?
0.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, thank you, Fernanda. Open up to the public. Anybody on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. In the meantime, we'll check in with the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item, ask that you stand up to the left of the podium. And then I'll ask for a hand raise in a second once folks line up.
Hi, my name is Shar Carter. I've
Not
lived.
yet, not yet.
Oh, I'm
We
sorry.
have to do the online.
All right, I'm gonna do anybody else still sitting that wants to speak in the chamber? I don't see any hands. Does everybody confirm with me? There's no hands up that I can't see, maybe? Okay, so we have the 5 speakers in the chamber. So we'll go ahead and cut it off to those 5 speakers and I'll do a check on Zoom. Do a countdown to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have 7. 12. We've allocated 30 minutes for public comment on this. So I'm going to limit it to 2 minutes. Go ahead and start in the chamber, please.
Start?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Shar Carter. I've been here probably monthly for the last 2 years, about you name it, rental registry, crosswalks, and now I'm here to talk to you about changing or the possibility of changing R1 to R6. Is that correct? The way
So this isn't a time to engage, but you can just provide your public
I'm
comment.
totally against it. And you guys have never even mentioned infrastructure, roads, sewers, fire trucks going up and down the street, the traffic. How about parking? What are you going to do about parking? You know, people are going to be on the street. You have a sixplex next to me. You know, you have who's paying for all this? So I'm totally against it. Let me see here. Monitoring. Oh, okay. Yeah, and it's dangerous. We all live in a fire zone. I know Jean lives quite close to me. And I'm totally against it. I think it's crazy. I can't believe I'm even here talking about it. I bought a house here 40 plus years ago, R1, and now you want to change, I guess you want to change my lot so I can build 6 apartments? That's the way I'm understanding it. And I'm totally against it. Oh, another thing too, I got this from the fire department, right? And the fire department wants me to clear the brush, do all these wonderful things to my property, yet you guys, I don't think you've even considered fire. So I'm totally against it, and I don't want to keep coming down here every month. Thank you.
Hello, City Council. My name's Nancy Soule, and I had prepared some written comments, and they were basically along the line of look at keeping as much possible local control as you can through the part about it being a charter city, and that the litigation that is currently at the stage where it was not settled, but ruled against SB 9 being applied to charter. So I do hope that if that comes back, that you do reconsider it. But then seeing where we are and that you do have to comply, at least right now, with the SB 9. I have heard so many comments, and I myself have so many fears where it has many things of what Shar just talked about there, that parking, not only parking, but the gridlock that we see. I live in Old Town. Old Town is very dense already. I am concerned with escape routes. I'm concerned with, as she had said also, with fire. How do we get the emergency vehicles? How do we get the infrastructure that we are going to need? And I think that the council, while you're looking at this, you should be looking at that infrastructure. It was mentioned at a long time ago that, oh, well, New York City has very dense housing and they go up many stories and so forth. But New York City has a great subway system, and that subway system gets you anywhere. We are almost dependent on cars. You saw in your survey that the results show that there are a lot of cars. There will be many more. So please try to address that too. And I have only 1 second, so good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson and council members. I have concerns about the implementation of SB 9. I encourage the council to adopt only what is mandated by the state, 4 units, and not allow 6 units on a single residential R1 parcel. Those 2 additional units are not mandatory requirements, and this build out would not guarantee housing affordability, only increased housing density. Where does the city anticipate the water will come from for these construction projects? And what is the anticipated increased water requirement? Would separate water meters be installed for each unit? The city cannot require low income affordability unless it approves 6 units per parcel, with 1 as low income. How would city monitor any low income units? Thank you for clarifying that these affordable units would be deed restricted. How would the city ensure that these affordable units are enshrined as affordability in perpetuity? I encourage the city to require at least 1 parking space per unit as off-street parking to avoid increased pressure for on-street parking. As you are aware, often each unit has 2 residents, often with 2 cars. This increased pressure can be seen throughout Old Town due to the buildup of apartments on what were previously R1 lots. Much of Monterey is designated as R1, and if the city must comply with SB 9, you should take the least harmful path and allow only 4 units per parcel. Personally, I would prefer the city pursue legal recourse against SB 9, as other cities have done. Please consider the impact that this will have on the quality of life for all residents within R1 and the drastic changes from increased urbanization and densification into our neighborhoods. Many residents purchase their homes in R1 areas so as to be not in close proximity to neighbors, and SB 9 could forever change their forever home. Please consider your residents. I urge the council to pursue legal action to fight SB 9, or at a minimum to allow only 4 units as mandated. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Cecilia Moreno, and I live in Deer Flats in Monterey. I ask that your council not adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation and not approve the first reading of the ordinances amending Chapter 33 and Chapter 38 of the Monterey City Code to implement the provisions of SB 9. I recognize the need for affordable housing, particularly for young adults, young families. However, SB 9 will not lead to more affordable housing here in Monterey. I have seen what similar ordinances in the Los Angeles area have done to those cities and their neighborhoods, and I do not want that to happen here. The Planning Commission's recommendations will change the character of our neighborhoods in the city and will lead to increased traffic, increased noise, pollution, and lack of parking. In addition, SB 9 is currently the subject of litigation initiated by several California cities. Finally, rather than adopting the Commission's recommendation and approving the first reading, I ask that Monterey please postpone this and future readings until such litigation has been resolved in the courts.
You guys are in a kind of a rough spot because of past councils in in all the cities that didn't provide the proper housing back then in the proper zoning. This is consequences of years and years and years of neglect of housing policy, and now it's come to roost on the people that you care for most, and those are the people in R1, the ones with the families and the kids and the things like that. So it's an unfortunate situation. You're not going to probably be able to change too much of it because you're going to have to adopt something unless the litigation works out. But I'm looking for it because I have several properties in those areas like that. And I've kind of looked at them and I don't see that there's going to be a rush to do a lot of units, in my opinion, of 4 or 5 units in a house. And I don't see that happening. You're going to have someone that may do it here or may do it there, but I don't think you're going to see that groundswell of homeowners that are, because when I live in Bay Ridge and we're pretty much up there and we all keep pretty much, the neighborhood. And I think that's pretty much for Skyline. That's going to be pretty much in New Monterey. And so I don't think that I don't think that you should panic, but you should address the housing problem. And that could be done with zoning in other areas where it is conducive so that you can encourage those things. And the first thing you might want to consider is reducing the cost of what it costs you to issue a permit. Permits are gotten so expensive that it's pushed the boundaries of what's affordable anymore, because those costs directly go to everything that goes into that project. Some of the laws that you guys have, not you guys, but the state has passed on developers and what they have to put into a unit is just push the housing cost to the roof. But I feel for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to our Zoom callers.
All right, first we have Tom. Go ahead, please, Tom.
Thank you. I won't repeat what the previous speakers have said, but I join their chorus in being fundamentally opposed to this. I think this is a huge overreach on the part of the state. We are a charter city. I agree with the sentiment that we should be resisting this push from the state. I think it's fundamentally flawed. The admission in the staff report is that it really isn't leading to affordable housing. So what's the point of this? Why are they pushing us through this? I think there's a huge area for abuse of this. Sure, an owner has to occupy it, but what happens if the owner is a REIT or some other kind of a speculator? I think there's probably 1,000 attorneys out there that are looking at ways of gaming this and have figured it out already. So I'm really opposed to it. I understand though that your hands are somewhat bound here. I would love it if you did join in a lawsuit against the state like the Bay Area cities did in Southern California. But setting that aside, I think I look forward to development of the objective standards for these new housing units. And I think we could make those objective standards be extremely restrictive, especially when it comes to 4 units on a lot. We need to meet the law, that's true, but we can make all kinds of standards about boxing in the height of the building and the footprint of it, especially as it gets closer to property lines. My fear is that, as the previous speaker said, yeah, these things could pop up here and there. Well, I don't want something popping up in my backyard, basically 4 feet from the backyard fence. I could potentially have a 2-story building 4 feet from my rear property line. That's just not tolerable. So anyhow, that's my 2 cents on it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Adam.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm very appreciative of the in-depth questions and dialogue that we're having so far. I think that's good. That's important. It's important for the council members to hear from all of their constituents about this because it affects them all a little bit differently. As we can see, some neighborhoods are probably precluded from this anyway. And I think let's look at it from a practical level, right? This was not the big difference in housing that the bill's author thought it would be, right? I mean, you've seen it here in Monterey. Not a single one has been built or has happened. And it's quite similar in other cities in the region. So, there's no reason to panic and there's no rush. We can put this off and take more time to get community input and to get this done right and to make sure that it's a right size solution, not some one size fits all solution from the state or something that was done in a rush. So I'd say let's put this to the community some more and have a bigger dialogue. Thank you.
Next, we have our telephone caller with the last three digits, 902.
This is Nina Beatty. I ask you to reject what was approved by the Planning Commission on June 10th and what's being hidden from the public and you tonight. City staff misled the Planning Commission and didn't tell them about the lawsuit that the charter cities won and the judge's ruling SB 9 was unconstitutional, or that the state had to cease enforcement of SB 9 on those cities. The commission just didn't know that, just like the public doesn't know about this plan. I request that the City Council find out what legal action it can take, especially as a charter city, to support or join the Southern California Cities lawsuit or initiate its own lawsuit. Secondly, adopt an urgency measure to assert Monterey's jurisdiction over its land use and local zoning process, and to pause implementation of SB 9 until the court case is decided to prevent precedent-setting new development here in the city. Thirdly, reject staff's proposal to increase SB 9 densification to 6 units per lot. Fourth, consider joining the draft ballot measure by the group Our Neighborhood Voices that will amend the California State Constitution to protect local decision-making, restore Monterey's authority to decide what gets built in Monterey and where people live. It's where people live in all our communities, and it brings back that local decision-making. It also preserves CEQA and public health and safety. It would eliminate the RENA requirements as well. 41 cities have signed on to it today, locally the cities of Gilroy and Saratoga. The public needs time to study this. This is being rushed at the public and rammed down its throat with only 2 minutes for public comment allowed to describe the extensive issues involved. We didn't get the PowerPoint presentation tonight that the Planning Commission got, which would show what some of the problems are visually. And staff admits no outreach to the public other than an ad in a newspaper that no one reads. There was no mention of the lawsuit tonight except that Councilman Smith raised it. Otherwise, staff wouldn't have mentioned the lawsuit. This is a bum's rush against the public, forcible ejection of the public.
The next speaker is Esther.
Good evening again. So I first of all, I want to thank the staff for inserting any affordable housing connected to this, because the state didn't. And that is not for lack of advocacy for it. Having said that, that S in front of SB 9 means it's a Senate bill. Where were all of these people that are coming out now when that was being discussed at the state level? How many of you called John Laird's office about this? You're too late. It's too late. I personally talked to them. I don't think that it's okay not to have parking. I don't agree with any of that. I mean, that makes the assumption that everybody's going to be riding bikes and that everybody's going to be walking everywhere, and that's ridiculous. But the anger that you guys are showing this council should have gone to John Laird's office, and it's too late. So at this point, I don't know if it's possible to add the affordability component to the 4 instead of the 6 units. But at the end of the day, this is happening. And the other thing I'd like to remind everybody is that all these homeowners always talk about wanting to do what they want with their property. So if somebody owns a property and they want to do this, they own the property, just like if you owned yours and you wanted to do something that they didn't like. So, don't take it out on these guys, which you all love to do. Thank you.
Next, we have, I believe it's Laura from Landwatch.
Thank you. Laura Davis again, commenting on behalf of Landwatch. We support the Planning Commission and staff's recommendation to approve the ordinances implementing SB 9 and the corresponding housing element program. Monterey has a severe shortage of housing available and affordable to the local working community. The proposed ordinances are an important step in alleviating the local housing crisis. By allowing lot splits and increasing the number of permissible units on each lot, the ordinances will facilitate increased density. By providing for ministerial permitting, these projects will be easier, faster, and cheaper to build. All of these outcomes lead to greater affordability and a much needed increase in housing supply. For these reasons, we commend the city for its ongoing efforts to implement its housing element programs and state law, and for complying with current state law, which is not optional, in furtherance of affordable housing. We ask the City Council to approve the ordinances. Thank you.
Gabriel, you're next.
Thank you. This is Gabriel Sanders. I am a resident of Old Town and the executive director of the Monterey Opportunity Housing Trust. We are a community land trust based on the Monterey Peninsula with the mission of creating affordable home ownership opportunities for folks earning anywhere between 50% and 150% of area median income. That includes teachers, that includes hospital staff, that includes some of your city staff, that includes your children, that includes just about everybody in the city. And if you believe that folks like that deserve to live here and have an equity building opportunity, I think this is an excellent opportunity to support them, because allowing for a lot split would allow for a home to be built for just that person. If your kid has ever been to school in MPUSD in the city of Monterey and they had a favorite teacher, imagine if that teacher decided they had to leave the city, leave the school system because they just couldn't afford to live here any longer. Our mission at the Housing Trust is to create opportunities just like that, and SB 9 makes it easier. SB 9, as the previous speaker said, is not an option. Having additional affordability requirements to allow for an additional unit. This is what we call gentle density. We're not creating multifamily housing projects here, and we are subject to all of the same public safety and utility requirements and parking requirements that any other home would be subject to. So you're not going to see additional crowding on your streets. We will create off-street parking in the same way that you have in your home right now. I encourage you to open your minds and open your hearts a little bit. Think about who would get to live in these homes, because they deserve to live here as much as you do. Thank you.
And our last speaker is Lori. Go ahead, please.
Good evening again. I'm gonna just, it's only 2 minutes, so I'm gonna just read what I have. It will definitely echo the majority of the speakers tonight. And I am speaking to strongly oppose the proposed ordinances implementing this Senate Bill 9 and allowing this ministerial approval of the lot splits and up to 6 units in single family neighborhoods zoning. Monterey is a charter city, and we're not legally required to do this, not yet anyway. The trial court ruling in the Redondo Beach case found that it does not apply to charter cities. And I kind of agree with the rest of the folks. I think if we wait for this and or seek legal case on our own, we'd be better served. But it's under appeal now, so why would we voluntarily surrender our local control before the courts even decide? The ordinance would override local zoning, allow multi-unit development by right, eliminate public review. It reduces setbacks, as many have talked about, allows the splits down to 1,200 square feet, creates long-term impacts on traffic, infrastructure, neighborhood character, all the things people have mentioned tonight. And I'm so glad, Fernanda, I wasn't sure if my data was right, but I did find that Monterey's received only 6 applications and none have been built. So there's no urgent need to act now on this. So please don't rush this. Preserve our community, our neighborhoods, and our right to local governance. Say no to this ordinance, or at least delay until the courts clarify whether SB 9 even applies to us. So no rush. I think that what a lot of other speakers have said is we can take a little bit more time. Thank you.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. I just want to ask a clarifying question to Chrissy. Even if we don't approve this today, we're still required to follow state law.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I'm just going to jump in and share some quick thoughts, and let's see where this goes. I think this conversation comes down to a lot of what Tom said in his call. He said, I don't want it in my backyard. And that's where a lot of these challenges come in with the crisis that we're having in the state of California. Any type of zoning law change gets pushed back. People don't want us to increase height limits in downtown. People don't want us to increase density in single family residential. We don't want housing here, put it over there. Put it in San Francisco. People in San Francisco don't want housing there. It's everywhere. And so if we don't do our part to help address the issue, we're only adding to the problem. And it goes to a point, and I can't remember who said this earlier, but they raised the point about the quality of life for all residents. And that's exactly the point. It's like, whose quality of life are we talking about? Is it folks that feel comfortable with what they have and good to keep it that way and don't want things to change? Or is it the low income individuals that are already living in our community or that work in our community that can't afford the cost to live here, who help the economy thrive in our town, that supports the tax infrastructure to have all these wonderful programs that we have in the city of Monterey? I know that the point was raised about fire concerns, and I think through Jean's questions earlier, it kind of got to that. It sounds like most of her district is exempt because of being in a high fire zone. The point around this not creating any affordable housing, part of what is being proposed is an affordable housing program that helps give an incentive towards a deed restricted affordable unit. And in addition, the simple nature of creating more units, adding more supply on the market will help naturally at least stabilize the cost of housing, hopefully lower the cost of housing, but we need a lot of housing. I recognize that Monterey is a coastal community. It's always going to be an attractive place, but in as much as we can try to create those units that provide focus and priority towards people that work and live in our city, that's a big part of my priority. So for those reasons, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Any other discussion?
Yeah. I'm going to take a different perspective. Yes, I understand that the state is expecting us to, through their intrusion of our land use, and they've been doing this ever since I've been on the council, and I hate it. I think the state is making a huge mistake. And the author of this bill, Scott Wiener, has authored several very intrusive pieces of legislation that cause communities to have to really bend and twist in how to deal with it. I don't see the hurry to do this, as many callers have said. We don't have any applications that we need to necessarily move on and bring some clarity to future applicants for SB 9. We know there's pending litigation that may be favorable to us. I would suggest that we set this aside until we get the Supreme Court that's weighed in on whether or not we can exert our rights as a charter city. I definitely do not agree, if this is approved tonight, to jump ahead to beyond the minimum of 4 in a lot split and say, let's put 6 in that R1. I think that's a ridiculous intrusion of the neighbors and the property owners that are there. If we're talking about a half an acre, one lot, that probably would fit. About the only neighborhood that probably applies to is Alta Mesa. But I know in my own neighborhood with a standard R1 lot, if I'm crowded on the back and the sides with 4 units or potentially up to 6, I did not choose to stake my ground in my neighborhood to live in an apartment house setting. That's not the choice that my neighbors have got. That's not my choice. And that's not anything that I can embrace. That doesn't mean that I disagree that we need housing. That's why I'm always an advocate for the water so we can get off of the cease and desist. That argument, again, I want to make that's one of the reasons why we have a housing shortage. I support more housing. There are vacant lots. There are apartment houses. There are commercial properties that cannot maximize their capacity. And I was on this council when we extended the height for downtown and the Old Town corridor to be able to go higher, to make more densification in certain neighborhoods. But in R1, that is the place that is really a sanctuary, if you will, of the last hometown of where people want to come and raise a family and park a car in their driveway and walk to work or drive to work and have a little bit of elbow room. So I'm not ready to give that up, but I don't see any reason why we should be acting on this tonight. I think we should be setting this aside until we have clarity with the lawsuit, the Supreme Court. I'd like to pursue as one of the callers made, that there are some other cities that are joining forces to try and push back on the intrusion that the state has in land use. I did not hear a clear answer that tells me that we are in jeopardy immediately and imminently with housing and community development if we fail to pass this tonight. So I don't see any reason to pass this tonight. So I can't support the motion. I'd rather we table this until we have more clarity on the lawsuit front.
Who'd like to go next?
So I'm going to go ahead and support the recommendation by the Planning Commission. I think that first we have to be in compliance. The council can make the decision or not to allow property owners to build up to 6 units. And on the other side, it's not like property owners are lining up to build. So what this tells me is that this effort to build more housing can be a more controlled effort over time, and it's not going to be a rushed process. And I like what staff included in the report as well. I'm going to read it because I think it contains good information that can give us a better understanding that this is not a rushed process. So the excerpt reads, due to the exceptions and site limitations noted by staff, not all 4,829 parcels would meet the required criteria to qualify for SB 9 approval. Many parcels are ineligible due to their location in environmentally sensitive areas. And even if a property meets all the qualifying criteria, high sales prices and construction costs combined with limited building area render many properties infeasible for SB 9 proposals. So it's not like with this, we'll be creating a wave of construction. And I think it's important for us to remember this, because a lot of what I'm hearing from the public is the fear of over-densifying, and I just don't think that's the case. So I'm going to go ahead and support this.
Who'd like to go next? That's Rush.
Okay. I'll be voting against adding on the incentives. I understand that SB 9 is law and up to 4 units is required. And I don't like it, but I surrender to that. Where I draw the line is adding on extra incentives. And the reason we don't have any build out from SB 9 is because it's actually a complete failure, because it never addressed the problem of affordable housing. And this is why there was a lawsuit. This is why the lawsuit is winning. And I predict it's going to continue to win at the appellate level and maybe the California Supreme Court. It has not been a tool to solve the very real problem of affordable housing. Nobody's saying we don't have a huge problem. We do. We want to take care of our workforce. We want to take care of our elderly, our single women with children. And that means affordable housing. And we're spending a lot of time on SB 9, which is really going to provide the same old, same old. It should have been implemented right out of the gate with some of those four being affordable. Ideally, all of them low income, and that's not what we have. So we have all these subsequent problems from it. There are a lot of other reasons why it's not popular. Certainly water, but even when we have water, we have a much easier ADU and junior ADU possibilities. The economics of it don't figure out for the people who live here, have barely afforded their purchase, their mortgage. It takes them a lifetime to pay off a mortgage. I just paid off my mortgage 5 years ago after a lifetime of working since I was 13. So we know it takes a lot. To develop it further is not going to be the average person here. It's going to be a developer coming into raw land who sees the opportunity, seizes it, and puts on an undeveloped piece too much housing. So it brings a lot of new problems, more density, the parking situation, fear of clogged roads and evacuations, more demands on our aging roads and infrastructure, stress that people have not chosen for high density living, and being fooled by your government when you thought you understood what you were investing in your whole life, and now the rules are changing. We have alternatives. We can make our commercial properties low income. We have land we can develop for low income housing, for affordable houses, for small houses, for multi-density, all sorts of choices, like my neighborhood. We have other choices. And I'll end with, I write a newsletter to my constituents, and I invite them to contact me, and 100% ask me to vote no. I'm going to vote no.
Yeah, so of course, we know this is dealing with compliance. That's part of it. We were talking about time and saying litigation and a lot of ifs, but the fact is we still have to be in compliance at some point. And it doesn't seem like it is. I think Councilmember Garcia brought it up. We only had 6 applications since 2023. Is that correct? 22. Okay. 2. Okay. So even more so. And so I don't think it's something that is going to be a big rush to have to control. I think we're going to have time to be able to see how the litigations play out. I do agree with having 4 instead of 6 on the lot, but I do think it's something that we need to go ahead and move forward with and be able to, have, and I think the low income piece of it is an incentive like any other development. It's no different. You don't have to do it, but it's an incentive if you do. So I don't see anything wrong with it, and I think you need to be able to put it in there somewhere. So yeah, I will be supportive.
Okay. For sake of time, I'm going to go ahead and call the question. So all those in favor?
No.
Aye. So,
Can I make a friendly amendment because I heard something from Dr. Barber?
so I called the question already.
But we're confused about the motion.
I did not hear confusion about the motion. I heard a request to make a friendly amendment, but let's back this up. We'll try to take the amendment and let's see where this goes.
I am proposing an amendment that eliminates the incentives to go to 6, that we limit it to 4. And that would mean cutting it off at 38.26.1 G1A on the attachment.
Okay, so I'm going to decline the amendment, and the reason why is, and I think this is kind of where Dr. Barber was getting to. Look, I understand the concern, but at the end of the day, the city has already taken a position on this. We approved the housing element. It's been certified by the state. I think we need to move forward with what we got. If we're not doing this, now we're going to be putting more work on our planning staff to have to figure out how we're going to adjust our housing element to get in compliance when we're already struggling to meet the statutory deadlines that we already have. So for those reasons, I will decline, and I'm going to go back and call the question again. I'm good with the motion with where we're at. So,
Can I just respond?
okay, this is the last comment, and then we're going to move on.
All right. Last year, when the housing element plan came before council, I asked a question. I said, where has this housing element 1J come from? It's delineated in the notes. It says no progress made. And I asked the question and I was told, I said, this is about going to 6 units and it's never come before the public. And I was told it will come before council. It's going to be coming before council. Kind of reassured that it would hit the public forum. Tonight is the public forum. And it's not enough. Citizens have not been included. It was not transparent that what that housing element was talking about was going to 6 units. It's never been noticed as such. It's called a housing plan, a housing element plan. I barely can follow it. So I think pushback from the community is real. I think it's very circular to do the housing element plan first and then present it as a done deal to the citizenry. I'm a process freak. I don't like it. I don't like it when the residents are left out this way. So I'm done.
I have some thoughts on that, but for sake of keeping my word that I said, we're going to let you have the last word on it. We're going to go ahead and call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Opposed.
so pass 3-2. We're going to go on to item 16, which is a public appearance item, approved changes to rental assistance program guidelines. Pass it to Hans for staff recommendation.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We started our first rental assistance program, as you pointed out, during the COVID crisis, and then in fiscal year 23-24, council made it part of their program and part of the budget to provide continued rental assistance. Annually, we have budgeted since then $250,000. Our current budget year 25-26 is in essence the third installment of that. That is now a total of $750,000. Our report indicates that so far, when we started this program, and you might recall, we did in 23-24 also the rental inventory, started that off. And then we launched the rental assistance program in April 24. So far, we have helped about 94 different households with the support of close to $305,000. And over the course since April 24 to today, August 2024, 25, we have some lessons learned, and we wanted to improve the program. And Jacob Virania will present to you where we think we can further fine-tune our program, which was at its launch date a brand new program for us. And what you learn and hear tonight are a few of the lessons learned, and where we think we can do also a greater good for our rental community, especially those are in lower income brackets. So with that, Jacob, please take it away.
Thank you, Hans. Good evening, Mayor Williamson and City Council members. Tonight, I will be presenting on changes to the rental assistance program guidelines. And to start off my presentation, I will be going over a few key data points that our office has collected since the program started. Please note that some of the key data points have changed to reflect the current rounds of the program. So based on what we're observing each round, lower income households are needing the city's program the most. The program primarily serves low income renters. As rent increases, the cost burden of lower income renters climb, and national studies detail how lower income renters face higher rent cost burdens. This means that lower income renters have less resources for other household costs, such as food, childcare, transportation. And our current housing element estimates a total of 2,659 households in the city that experience cost burden. That's 22.7%, while an additional 2,480 households experience severe cost burden, which is estimated at 21.1%. Just to clarify on cost burden, it refers to the number of households for which housing cost burden is greater than 30% of their income. And severe cost burden refers to the number of households paying 50% or more of their income on housing. All right, and the first month we had 269 applications. The system only allows people in the city of Monterey to apply, and people choose their income levels. The first round people were, for the first round, people were excited to apply, and many applied expecting the program to be more generous like it was during COVID. During COVID, the rental assistance program handed out money. This program has tighter guidelines and not everyone qualifies. And staff looks into the details of each application and requests backup documentation after the initial requests backup documentation after the initial frenzy. With many applications, people seem to better understand requirements of the program. Since then, we have seen a more consistent number of applications each month. Each month, we send out a email on constant contact. People can sign up for the housing newsletter to receive a constant contact update that details when the application period will be open each month. We update the city's rental assistance website with the due date each month, and we communicate with Community Human Services and Gathering for Women to ensure that they know when our application periods are, and we receive many calls in the community. To date, we have received over 491 calls during the program. And then through our rental inventory program, we are in touch with most property managers in the city, and they are also aware of the program. We're going to start sending out rental assistance reminders to our property management community, and property managers call us when they have a renter in need, and some apply on behalf of their tenants. Most people request rental assistance and utility assistance. 97 applicants have received rental assistance since the program has started. The average amount of assistance is $3,902, and the average request by applicants is $4,333. Some applicants will come back to ask for the full amount after they received assistance, even if they may not need. And this is one of the reasons we want to tighten the guidelines to ensure there is funding available for applicants who really need it. There's limited funding in the program, and we want to be sure that the program continues as the city budget gets tight. The program has also been able to assist 26 applicants with utility assistance, and the average amount of utility assistance is around $429. Of the 97 applicants assisted in the program, 16 have received an eviction or utility shutoff notice. Out of those 16 applicants, 13 received a 3-day notice to pay or quit, and 3 received a utility shutoff notice. This information informs the program that not many applicants are at the stage of eviction. Out of the 97 applicants, only 16 were in dire need of assistance. The majority of applicants may need additional funds due to job loss, medical setbacks, reduction in hours that they are able to work, and some are low-income seniors who get behind on rent payments. The program is helping most in need, and the city is about 28,575 residents. 66% of that is the renter community, which is around 8,134 renters. And the proposed changes aim to prioritize low-income residents, prevent evictions, and address lessons learned from when we started. Applicants must meet stricter eligibility criteria, including income limits, asset thresholds, and proof of housing stability. Fraud prevention measures include penalties for misrepresentation and repayment requirements for landlords receiving funds under false pretense. And you may refer to the table in the agenda packet and the updated guidelines for further detail about recommended changes to the program. This now concludes my presentation. I'll now turn it over to City Council for any questions or comments.
Awesome. Thank you for the presentation. Open up to the council. Councilman Brash.
Thank you. And I'm totally supportive of your changes and your work. I do have a couple questions that probably going to make me sound a little mean, but you're finding that the lower income people are needing more and more help. That makes sense. But I remember once, I think it was Anastasia presented, and we talked about helping people that were threatened initially and who we could reasonably help. I mean, are we going to help the people that can stay here in the long run? Or do we cut our losses when people really are falling below their ability to stay and manage, which I guess might be lower income people? I'm kind of asking just for discourse. When you focus more and more on the lower income people, just reassure me you aren't ignoring the moderate person who in the long run might be able to sustain themselves and yet needs a little bit of help once, versus a lower income person who might repeatedly need help. See where I'm going with this?
Yes, I do. And thank you so much, Councilmember Rash, for your question. With our program guidelines, we are aiming to look more at the lower income bracket for who we serve through the program. So that would be at 80% area median income or below. And so that is more of what our updates to the program guidelines are going to be,
And it's just the best way you can help people, right?
Mhm.
I mean, I totally trust your judgment. I just can't help but think of these questions. And then my second and last question, and I asked it before, and I think I've actually forgotten the answer, but why can't we prioritize families? I mean, we understand toxic stress on children. We understand the MPUSD district has all these unhoused children, and why, as a community, wouldn't we put it in our policies and procedures that they have priority? I forget the answer. I think we've been through this before.
I don't know that we have an answer to the actual question, but Hans was just stating the current policy is first come, first serve.
Yeah.
We discussed various options there. There are other people that you might then say should be prioritized as well. Your preference of family, someone else may say single moms with kids. There are so many different arguments that one can make to create a certain order. And I think the agenda report outlines that we had those conversations with the council, I believe, at that time, and council members, but also within staff. And we landed on first come, first serve. And the report points out that staff feels first come, first serve works. So that our folks at that intersection between applications and award feel that the first come first serve really is effective and continues to work.
Now I remember we gave them the authority to intervene.
Yes.
Outside of policy when they felt they needed to. We gave them that authority. Can I presume that that's
I think that's been eliminated with this revised policy, just so that there's not arbitrary actions being taken, because what may be an emergency to one person is not to another.
Okay.
And I think in the past, when we've had this program without using general funds, there are other regulations that might have prohibited preference to based on familial status. I don't know that I've looked at this with respect to general funds, but I would research, is that discriminating based on your family status, your marital status? What is a family? That also becomes a complicated question. So I think at the end of the day, we decided first come, first serve is just the easiest and
Well, let me just
cleanest.
go on record that if there's any way the council could prioritize children, I think we should find a way. And if it doesn't happen tonight, that's fine, but I just can't believe we can't prioritize children, so I'm done.
Who wants to go next? Gina. Gina. Wait.
Yeah. Thank you, Jacob, for the presentation. A few questions. I'm just going to go down the list. For folks showing excessive debt, just wondering, maybe you already do this, if there's a chance to maybe or require an assessment with a financial advisor as a means to not only help the individual financially, but also providing tools for the long term. Just curious if maybe that's an option. I don't know if you want to speak to it or.
Yeah. So we do offer that with Echo Fair Housing. And so it is something that is offered to recipients through the program after they are awarded assistance. So we do offer ability to work with a financial counselor that's able to assist them with, reviewing their finances and helping them through that aspect.
Perfect. Thank you. I wanted to clarify this point. There's and I'm getting my notes mixed up here, so bear with me. So let's say that a person has applied 3 times, has not reached the maximum benefit of 5,000. Would they be allowed to apply a 4th time, even if they haven't met that max financial benefit?
That's a great question, Councilmember Garcia. As far as what the updates to the program guidelines, kind of lay forward is, that they would only be able to apply 3 times per year within a calendar year. And so if they do reach that amount of 3 times that they've applied, then they would not be qualifying for additional for it.
So I guess I'm curious why 3 times is the max.
So we do have it more so based on there are different, I would say, aspects for why we are, keeping it to 3 times per year. Most of it is, I would say, there initially with how our guidelines are kind of structured right now. It's 3 months of assistance or $5,000 maximum in rental assistance. So that also kind of plays into more so where we go with the 3 times per year as well. If there's anything that my housing manager wanted to clarify on more.
Yes, 3 times typically takes care of the $5,000 for most of the rents.
Okay.
Most rents are about $2,000.
So I guess just to kind of go into more detail here. So, but if the person has not met that 5,000, would they still be allowed to apply a 4th time?
They would not be able to apply a 4th time, but so for example, say somebody's rent is $900 a month. then they would apply 3 times. There's a lot of different requirements in our new updated guidelines that are trying to really hone it. Most people, though, that we see that come in for assistance would only cover maybe 2 or 2.5 months of rent.
Okay.
It's very rare that we see somebody with a lower rent like that. If they were having utility assistance issues, I mean, this is a rental assistance program and
Right.
basically a 3-month program, roughly based on the amount that council requested that we put in the guidelines initially, which is $5,000 is a maximum assistance. So we're really trying to hit that kind of a 3 months of assistance. And if they're not up on their feet or they're not getting a job, this is, we do, and I will say this, and this goes back to Councilmember Rash's question that, we work with the school district. I have spoken with the school district about their program and their rental assistance program. Here at the city, we see more, we do refer people to Department of Social Services, all sorts of other programs that are within the community if they're not receiving enough assistance, because sometimes people aren't receiving the assistance they need. And if we are able to refer them to other forms of assistance through Housing Resource Center, we refer people there all the time. We refer people to Department of Social Services because maybe they're not receiving CalFresh, CalWorks, Medi-Cal, all these things that can help them expand their budget. It's not just about the rental assistance, right? It's about, do people need guidance on their financial counseling? We do see that. We have had people take advantage of that program. And so we try to support them in other ways. Sometimes I'll see a senior that says, I can't afford my rent and I have food and medical expenses. And I say, just stop paying for food, go to a food bank, go somewhere where you can get food assistance so that you're stretching your dollars farther. So sometimes it's a holistic approach, but it's definitely, our program is really intended for about 3 months of rental assistance based on the cost, 2.5. So I think we're hitting most people that with that $5,000 and 3 times. Yeah.
Can I clarify something in Gino's question? So as I understand it and I read this, it's not only that 3 times per year, maximum 5,000 every year, but they could apply 3 years in a row. Correct? So every year they could apply, because the way this reads is maximum assistance allow participants to apply up to 3 times in a calendar year, 3 times, with a max of 5 in rental assistance. Applicants in a household are only eligible for a maximum of 5,000 of assistance in a calendar year once every 3 years. So then they have to wait 3 years. Is that correct? Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to make sure. So it's, if they maximize the 5,000 in 3 years, they can reapply.
That is correct, Councilmember Smith.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't have any other questions, just a comment.
Okay. Do I have any questions? No, I don't have any questions. Thank you for the presentation, Jacob.
Of course, thank you.
Alrighty, with that, we're going to open it up for public comments. Anybody on Zoom, you can use the raise hand function. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, I'm not seeing any takers in the chamber, so I will do a countdown for folks on Zoom to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 3 folks on Zoom. Let's go ahead and take those callers.
First, we have a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 810. You can dial *6 to unmute and go ahead.
Okay, so this is Eloise Shim calling, and I live in Salinas. I don't live in Monterey, and I've lived here for 3 years. And in Salinas, they had a rent stabilization project, but the new city council, they repealed it because a handful of landlords didn't want to have rent stabilization, which is the thing that would address homelessness. But this thing that in Salinas, they want to have the rental assistance. And, I have to say that this stereotyping people and judging them as perpetually low income is really arrogant and high-handed. And, stereotyping them as they will never amount to anything anyway. Yes, Jean Rash, you are mean and you are arrogant. Thank you.
Next speaker is Adam.
Thank you, council members, and for your attention on this important matter. And thank you, staff, for your work in implementing it. I think it's been an important example to have rental assistance and to show people that this type of policy makes a real difference in people's lives. So I appreciate all the work you're doing on it, and I support your refining of the process and making sure that the help goes to those who need it most. Because let's face it, that just makes sense. So I just want to express support and appreciation for all that, and a little bit of perspective as well, just in the sense of this actually helps bring down somebody's cost of living. And to those who question, well, why is it only for 3 months, or why why is there this assumption that 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 the very low income can't just reapply for it continuously. Well, the reality is, if somebody can't get back up on their feet, then they probably need to take a greater reexamination of their options and really weigh what makes sense for them and is sustainable for them. And there's nothing wrong with that. Most of us have been at that point in our lives at some point if we've lived long enough. So that's okay. They need the help they can get temporarily, and that's okay too. But realistically, the help should be going to those who need it most, and to those who have a real chance of getting back up on their feet, right? Maybe they just suffered some job loss or some kind of medical issue, some kind of accident, right? That shouldn't mean that somebody becomes homeless. And that's how we can really make a significant mitigation policy to mitigate the rate of folks going homeless and make that real difference in people's lives. So I just appreciate all the work you're doing on it, and please go forward with this refinement.
Thanks. And our last speaker is Esther.
Hello again. So first, I want to say that staff has done a great job with all of this from the very beginning, and I've been in contact with them quite a bit, giving them input and suggestions that I see from other jurisdictions that are doing what they're doing. That said, I want to remind you all that the whole point of having this program come from the general fund was to be able to help people who were, quote, earning too much to qualify for any of the other programs out there that are bound by the HUD parameters, which to basically qualify for that, you have to be already impoverished. Our area is more expensive to live in, and people who are supposedly middle class cannot afford to live here. They are the ones that are leaving. They are the ones that don't have anywhere else to go for any assistance. That was the main benefit of using general funds. So by changing what the original plan was for this program, you're essentially allowing people that have nowhere else to turn to for assistance to leave. They're just going to leave or become homeless. So again, I think we need to reconsider what the original intent of this was, which was to help anybody who needed the help that could not qualify for other programs. That said, regarding Anastasia's reference to seniors that, could go to a food bank, food banks have had their funding slashed. They don't have enough funding anymore. And that can be said about everything else that used to be considered help. The administration has cut nonprofit funds, food banks, everything. So that's not as available as it used to be. And regarding giving children priority and families with children's, we have seniors here more than we have children. And the seniors are the ones that are feeling this a lot. And they're the ones that are ending up on the streets, especially senior women, middle-aged senior women. So I'd like to remind everybody of those couple of points. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Thank you for those that provided public comment. We'll open it up to the council for a motion and deliberation.
Move to approve changes to rental assistance program.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any comments on the motion? Nope.
Great work. You're doing great work. Thank you.
I'm gonna throw out a few just to put it out there. And I'm fine supporting the motion as it is, but I just gonna throw it out and see how folks receive this. The excessive debt piece, I guess part of how I look at this, and Esther started getting to it in her comments. What is tough and challenging for one person is different for another. So somebody could be making less money and have the ability to be able to survive or bear that in a way that somebody else may not. And so I think generally speaking, folks that make lower income absolutely need more help. So I can appreciate that. But somebody that has excessive debt, they might be at a point in their life when they're transitioning out of that, and this could help them. So I guess I have a little bit of concern with that. Under unit eligibility, there's a new requirement if the applicant is in a unit that is too expensive, and if they demonstrate that they are extremely cost burdened due to their rent being over 50% of their gross income, the city will assist with covering 1 month rent, and they may reapply if they have moved to a less expensive unit. What does too expensive mean? I think it would be nice to have more clarity in there in regards to that, so it's not so subjective. Kind of similarly to the excessive debt piece, more bedrooms than the people. I feel like for some of these, I wonder if we could just say, because I get the intent of trying to be a little bit more restrictive around it, but could we not scale it all the way back and say something like 1 month as opposed to saying you're not eligible at all? Because they might be in a situation where they're transitioning, and it might be helpful as they transition to have that assistance. I echo Jean's point. I mean, I was favoring that when we first started discussing the rental assistance program. If there was a way that we could develop some type of criteria of who would have priority over that, I almost leave it to staff to maybe look at it a little bit more and come back to the council. One way of thinking about it is kind of like maybe like a qualifying life event, similar to like health insurance. So not maybe exactly the same, but just kind of conceptually, if there's like a medical condition or domestic abuse, or if you're a senior or have children in the household, I just leave it to staff to maybe look at that and see what we could do. So maybe I would just offer that as a friendly amendment, is to say for the excessive debt one, and then the more bedrooms than people, as opposed to saying that they're not eligible at all, maybe we limit it to 1 month. And then the qualification piece, maybe have staff come back with that. And then it would be nice to have some clarity in regards to unit, what does too expensive mean under unit eligibility? So my friendly amendment would be just to, as opposed to completely eliminating excessive debt folks and the more bedrooms and people, that we just say, we'll offer it to you for 1 month and that's it.
Can we hear from staff? See, what do you think about that and how it might play into the changes you're trying to make?
Sure, if it's okay. So the excessive debt, we have seen people who have $50,000 in credit card debt, for example. And then this is a rental assistance program. So we're trying to focus on the rental assistance aspect of this. So if there are other aspects, we will offer financial counseling to people in that situation. But if you have $50,000, which we've seen in debt, and that's at a 21% interest rate on your credit cards, this rental assistance program funding may be better suited for another client who really has a rental assistance need.
But could I offer, what if it's medical debt that they have? I mean, this isn't explicitly saying credit card debt. And how do we know that some of that credit card debt isn't due to the medical debt, right? So we're kind of lumping in, I think, a targeted group, which I get and I acknowledge that. But if they're meeting all the other criteria, then somehow they must be eligible and there must be a need there. So I guess I just wonder, outside of that specific scenario, it's a broad excessive debt.
Yeah, and we couldn't clarify the excessive debt to mean like credit card debt. It could be other types of debt, but typically if somebody does have a medical debt, we do say, please provide us that information, and then we approve it. So we're looking more at credit card debt when we're looking at excessive debt on that end, or it could be a car. Maybe they went and bought a super fancy car and they have a $1,500 a month car payment, right? And then they can't make the rent. So we do have some judgment calls on this, and we're very much focused on, yes, if it's something where somebody's lost their job, they have a medical issue, we do look at that and approve it for sure.
So then I can be flexible and just say, maybe we change that to credit card or vehicle debt. I don't know. I'd be maybe being more specific or maybe building an exclusion for medical debt.
If you could just do the exclusion with
Yeah.
that. We better.
And then what about the piece for the more bedrooms than people? I mean, could we change that to say maybe just 1 month assistance while you transition to maybe finding a smaller unit that is better fitting for the family? You know, like, because it seems like a lot of this is having a conversation with the individual or the family and helping them try to figure out beyond just this, how do you get your life right?
Yeah, I would say that we've had 2 times where we've had that situation occur, and both times we've been burned on that situation as a city. So somebody could say, oh yeah, I'm going to rent it out. And then I meant to rent this unit, my second bedroom out. Or sometimes they are renting a second bedroom out and they're really not intending to rent the second bedroom out. They just want us to cover the rent for the second bedroom. And that puts us in a really difficult situation. So that's hard for us to navigate. And the second is we've had someone who was doing a subleasing illegally, and then they ended up getting evicted later because they were subleasing it. So we've only had that situation happen a couple of times. And in both cases, it was, they're not on the lease. There's nobody else on the lease. We're covering somebody's rent that we shouldn't be covering.
And so are we evaluating, have we evaluated every single application that has come in and seen the bedroom to people ratio? Are we looking at, like, we have data that shows bedroom to people and there's only 2 out of all the people that we've issued funding for? Okay. So I'm fine with that. While you're here, I'll just loop back around to the too expensive part. Is that something that staff feels like would be helpful to just look into a little bit more, and maybe
we could make it to a cost burden, as we define cost burden of 30% or more. What we have seen, and the reason we put this in there, is that sometimes people are paying 80 to 100% of their income on rent, and we can't understand how they're sustaining that. So there's something not making sense when we're looking at the application, and it's how are you affording your rent and everything else that you have to pay for in your life if your rent is 100%. So when we're looking at that, that's where we think something is, we're not getting all the information on the applicant.
Well, it's an indicator that they're covering something up. They're not sharing with you all the sources of income.
Yeah.
Mayor, are we getting back to giving staff back their discretion to solve some?
Yeah, no, I was getting there. Yeah, no. So I think maybe I would change my friendly amendment to just have a clear exemption for medical debt so that it's just clear in the policy.
And we could change to cost burden instead of excessive or
Do you think that's easy to include in the motion, or would that have to come back? Okay, I'll make that part of my friendly amendment. Who seconded?
I did.
Gene.
Didn't I? Gene did.
Gene did.
Trying to pumpkin ears. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate the entertainment. And then while you're up here, Anastasia, is staff good with just maybe some general consensus from the council regarding the qualification factors and maybe having that come back at some point for discussion?
Why does it have to come back? Why can't we just pass it tonight?
Well,
The motion was, I think the motion was approve staff recommendation with your friendly amendment for the no medical exclusion and the cost burden.
I apologize. Maybe I wasn't clear. It is getting late, so I apologize. When Gene was speaking to earlier, the prioritization of family with kids, I have brought, I think Esther may have brought up seniors, medical related. So that part, I don't think we're going to figure out tonight. And I think it might be helpful to have staff just look at what might be appropriate criteria for us to consider and have that discussion at a later date.
Yeah, can I just make a comment that's kind of wrapped around that? This is the case where I think we have to all realize and get to a place where we say, in some cases, this is tough love. We're trying to help about 85 or 90 families. If I've got the numbers right, it's $250,000, maximum of $5,000. And then there's, all kinds of wiggle room here and there, but it's not that much money and not that many people. So when we start to carve out some exceptions and, these rules and, and I think we've resolved most of those. I think we just have to get to a place where staff has our best intentions and they're really trying to fix hurting people that are coming in with immediate problems. And I think when I voted for this to support this, it was to keep the last people that we can with those dollars to keep them from having to live in a car and live on the street, because it's created for the people to keep them in their house, lift them up, get them connected with the other social services that we might have and see them be successful. But I caution that if we try and apply these variations and, this discretion and that discretion and give that direction to council, then you start to carve away with the actual deliverables. And then you're not helping 90, now you're helping 82. So I think the program's working well. And I think what they're asking us is to allow them to create this new policy that can tighten up any fraud and the distrust that they've encountered a few times. But generally speaking, the majority of the folks that are applying, our staff is able to help them and it's working. So I would just say maybe a mid-year report to see what we're doing and how it's looking. Always open to tweak the policies, but I think the staff's already accomplishing what we ask for them. But I just caution that we not start to do anything that's going to lessen the number of people that we can impact.
I would just offer, I don't think it would lessen. It's just prioritizing. And the only reason why I'm bringing it up now is, and I don't actually recall why there was pushback from staff originally. But I pushed for that when we first implemented the program.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like there's maybe a willingness to be a little bit more open to that. And the reason why I feel it's even worth continuing to talk about is the application is open from 9 to, I can't remember the hours, 7 a.m. to,
Sometimes we switch it up. We'll do 7 to 1 and then sometimes noon to 8.
so I'm just thinking, you know, if I am starting my shift at the time the application opens, I'm not the first one to get my application in. It's first in, first out. That's how we're doing it right now. So are we helping the person that might need it the most? And if we value those things, I think it's just something that's worth for us to consider. So I'm fine with moving forward as is for now. I just thought it would be something that would be helpful because I heard it from a fellow colleague.
Yeah, and I just want to feedback that I think that those are internal policies that they can come back to us with. But I think the
policy.
Yeah, I know. But the problem we had when we were starting to talk about that was, how do you really define a family? So, my experiences with contacting people, like you've got a grandmother and the child that they're raising is not their blood family, but actually it's from a friend of theirs that they moved them and they're taking in. So what really defines a family these days becomes very complicated. And just go talk to somebody who works in family court. Trying to discern putting a priority of a senior ahead of an applicant who's raising a child, that becomes, well, which one do they pick? So the first come, first serve is kind of the default, so that our staff is not burdened with trying to have this matrix of, who applies. I'd be willing to be open for something if they came back with something that gave us some more clarity. But just to say children are priority or seniors are a priority, is a senior 55? Is a senior 55 and disabled? Is a senior 70 and not disabled? So there's so many variables. But I'd be open to hear something else in the future.
Anybody else in the council have anything to say?
So maybe also looking at the times that you're having it open, if you're gonna keep first come, first serve, if you do 7 to 1, one time and then do 1 to 5 or whatever, do it on the opposite end. So for people who may have different shifts that are trying to be equitable, you can kind of just switch it up that way. That way you have people who can't say, well, 7 to 1 doesn't work for me because that's when I'm at work. But that way, if you have the times when it's 1 to 5, well, okay, they can be the first come, first serve during that time. Maybe something to consider.
We do that. We do, sometimes we open at 7, sometimes we open at noon. And we're thinking, an hour before you have to, maybe you start at 8.
Okay.
Or a noon.
How long do you open?
8 hours.
8 hours. So you're getting the variations of times from 7 early in the morning to a certain time, and then you get the variation from starting at noon and having it later. So you're getting the variations of time. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Workers are sleeping.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else on this side? All right, we'll call the question. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry.
Did the mover and seconder approve the friendly amendment?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I think we made it through our agenda. Council comments.
Somebody else can start, please.
I just want to give a quick acknowledgement. Mr. Mayor and I went to the Via Del Monte barbecue this past weekend on Saturday. And since our only audience member, I think, John McClellan, president of the Neighborhood Association, is here, I wanted to say thank you for a successful barbecue. It was a nice turnout. You were able to get a little bit of sun. So I really appreciate you stepping into the role and showing that leadership in your neighborhood. So thank you. That's all I have.
Anybody else?
Yeah, just a couple of things. Tamsy Rail was yesterday in Salinas, and we visited Station 1, which is the evolving station in Salinas. We got updates on the Pajaro Station, Gilroy Station, Salinas Station. There's a lot of plans moving. There's designs going on with Gilroy. We're in negotiations with Union Pacific And retired Congressmember Sam Farr attended yesterday. And lots of things are happening on Tansy Rail. MST's meeting, we'll have our second meeting of the board strategic planning on Monday. If you want to attend, it's open for the public. It starts at 9:00 at the MST building on Ryan Ranch, and that'll be our second board strategic planning. Thirdly, the NTT IndyCar at Laguna Seca was very successful. I got to see my daughter because she works for NTT, spend her time at the track and some time here, and got to spend her birthday with us. I won't tell you how old she is, but she looks fabulous. And we went out to the Friday night event, which was one of the sponsors at the Marriott. And then got to see a lot of locals. I saw the mayor there as well on Friday night. Don't know what you're drinking or eating, but we all had a good time.
That's right.
Yeah. And the fourth, MPUSD School District back in session starting tomorrow. Monterey High School at 8:30. Get ready for the new egress, parking lot, bus drop off. Let's see how it goes. Class starts at 8:30. Don't oversleep. That's all I have.
Okay. And Dr. Robert, did you have anything? Okay. I have one, and somebody had a birthday this past Sunday, and I think it might be appropriate to sing happy birthday to Councilmember Garcia in celebration of his most recent birthday. He's gonna hate me for this. Okay, here we go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gino. Happy birthday to you.
Oh my gosh.
How old are you?
Are you? That's my story and I'm sticking to it. All right, that's it for me. Pass it to city manager.
Yeah.
City manager reports.
So we had 480 kids on past Friday celebrating end of summer celebrations together with Parks and Rec team, as well as the library. It was an event held at Jack's Park and also contained some entertainment in the sports center. So summer programming comes officially to an end now. We employed close to 80 or 90 high school kids and college kids in various positions during summer. So that program has ended now, and we're looking forward to the next season in fall for this programming for that. And on Sunday, we sent out a Type 3 engine plus 4 firefighters to the Gifford fire. That's the fire in Santa Maria going on right now. And yesterday, we dispatched also Chief Greenlee as a safety officer for that fire. So we have right now a Type 3 wildfire engine out at Gifford and at the Gifford fire, plus an additional division chief. So
Awesome. Thank you for that update. With that, before we go into adjournment, we were going to continue the rest of the closed session to after the evening session, but that's not going to happen at this point. So we'll continue it to.
We don't even need to continue it. I'm just going to add a new item for the 19th
Okay.
of August.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. Thank you for that. All right. And as we adjourn, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn in memory of Monterey residents James Vincent and Jamie Lee Tabscott and Salinas resident Steve Eugene Clatterbuck, victims of the Pacific Grove plane crash. So we'll just have a moment of silence for them. All right. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.